What up, what up, what up, what up, man? Welcome back to the channel. Please hit that subscribe button when you guys come in, man. I really appreciate it, man, trying to build this channel. Got another little live session, man. Yeah, I got a poll right now up there. Are you a Republican, Democrat, or Independent, man? Let me know, man. I want to know who's watching this channel so I can get a better understanding of what type of content to put out. You know, I've been riding for a minute doing this. You know, I miss doing these lives like with me on here, but I'm gonna get back to it. But other than that, man, without further ado, man, let's get to some of these congressional hearings, man. Surfing YouTube with Mr. Zach Reacts, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Let's get into it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning.
Good morning.
Madam Secretary. Secretary Noem, the White House Deputy Chief of Staff recently said that the Trump administration is actively looking at suspending habeas corpus. Last week you were asked about this, and I want to clarify your position because it's obviously really important to get this right. So, Secretary Noem, what is habeas corpus?
Well, habeas corpus is a constitutional right that the president has to be able to remove people from this country and suspend their right
let me stop you, ma'am. Habeas corpus, excuse me, that's incorrect.
President
habeas
Lincoln
corpus,
used it.
Excuse me. Habeas corpus is the legal principle that requires that the government provide a public reason for detaining and imprisoning people. If not for that protection, the government could simply arrest people, including American citizens, and hold them indefinitely for no reason. Habeas corpus is the foundational right that separates free societies like America from police states like North Korea. As a senator from the Live Free or Die state, this matters a lot to me and my constituents and to all Americans. So, Secretary Noem, do you support the core protection that habeas corpus provides, that the government must provide a public reason in order to detain and imprison someone?
Yeah, I support habeas corpus. I also recognize that the President of the United States has the authority under the Constitution to decide if it should be suspended or not.
It has never
Let us be clear, though,
it has never been done. It has never been done without approval of Congress. Even Abraham Lincoln got retroactive approval from Congress. So I have been asking executive branch nominees a simple question over the past few months. If the president orders them to break the law, I've been asking, will you follow the law or follow the order? I want to ask you a more specific question here. If the president tries to suspend habeas corpus and a federal court reverses the president's order, will you comply with the court order and uphold habeas corpus, or will you follow the president's directive?
We are following all federal court orders and are complying with that, as is the president, and every decision that I make as well.
That is obviously not true for anybody who reads the news. There are federal court orders right now, including returning somebody who was deported mistakenly. But to be clear, this is about a fundamental legal right that ensures that we live in a free society instead of a police state that would have a sham legal system like Russia or North Korea. So I'm glad that you have now committed to following court orders. I'm glad you believe in the basic freedom for Americans if ordered to do so by a court. And again, I want just to make clear that it is critically important that even if the president tries to suspend the right of people to know why they've been detained or imprisoned, if a federal court reverses that order, that you will follow that order. And I hope all the members of the administration will, because it's obviously critical that some of the people, for instance, who've been deported by mistake, who didn't get due process, be returned in compliance with court orders.
I'm a CIA officer. I work my entire life to protect the homeland. If someone's here illegally, they need to not be here. They've committed a crime by being here. They need to go back to wherever they're from. But my concern is that either through sloppiness or intent, you have gone far beyond going after the, quote, most dangerous illegal immigrants and gone into legal immigrants who were given the ability to be here, and even American citizens. And when when I think about that, you know, there are lots of people in this country, including me, who have families who fled this kind of environment where they have no rights, where they have no due process, where they don't have habeas corpus. So while I'll be the first to say, coming from a state that was won by Trump, that there is a mandate to do something about the border, I think it is absolute dangerous overreach to go beyond that and start picking up American citizens and people who have the legal right to be here, lawful immigrants who have done everything right. So first and foremost, do you acknowledge that your department has made some mistakes, any mistakes, in going after either American citizens or legal immigrants here in the time that you've been in office?
We have not deported any U.S. citizens
Detained?
or people get interviewed. If they get interviewed and they go through that process and if we find that they're U.S. citizens or legal immigrants, they stay in the United States.
Have you deported
we have to go through the vetting process.
Have any American citizens, including children, been deported during your time in office?
We have children that mothers have chosen to keep with them. So those
by my count, you have 10 American citizens, including children with cancer, who have been deported out of the country. I understand you're saying it's their choice.
But the mothers,
it's hard to imagine a small child having a choice. But have you gone after legal immigrants? Again, your standard in your opening statement was the most dangerous illegal immigrants. Does that include PhD students and master's students at colleges across the country, unarmed? Are they the most dangerous illegal when they have status and no weapons?
I don't decide who gets status through a student program. This Department of State decides that, and we enforce it.
Oh, come on.
That's what our Department of Homeland Security does.
I just would offer that, again, I have no qualms with going after folks who are here illegally. That is not my concern. That was part of my job, was to prevent people from coming here illegally in a former life. My concern is you're sending a chill down the spine of America by going after people who either have legal status or American citizens. And when my colleagues ask you about habeas corpus, and you say, literally, we can review the tape, that you believe it's a right the president has, you sat here in front of all of us and swore an oath to the Constitution, and that is not at all what habeas corpus is. It is a right that we all get, that American citizens get, that people who are in the United States legally have. So my concern is it's complete overreach. I don't think American citizens, even those who voted for Trump, believe that you should be able to just grab someone off the street, sloppy, who has the legal right to be here, and certainly an American citizen. And I just am concerned that while you say you're going after the most dangerous folks, what you're actually doing is going after folks for political reasons, right? A PhD student that's unarmed is not at the top of the list.
And we're not deporting U.S. citizens, and we're not deporting people who have legal status here.
10 American citizens
if the children
have
gone with their parents, it's because
Attorney Joseph Welch to cut through the hysteria with the simple question that marked the beginning of the end of that shameful era. He asked Senator McCarthy, have you no sense of decency? And I would ask you the same, Secretary Rubio. But you have shown through your words and your actions what the answer is. And I have to tell you directly and personally that I regret voting for you for Secretary of State. I yield back.
May I respond?
You may sit.
Well, first of all, your regret for voting for me confirms I'm doing a good job based on what I know.
Well, that's just a flippant statement, Mr. Secretary.
Can I respond, Mr. Chairman?
You may.
I didn't ask.
Senator, please let the Secretary have
I'd be happy to, but then I can respond to his.
Your time's up, Senator, and willfully used, I might add. Your remarks do not represent the view of this committee.
Well, Mr.
Secretary, please.
Well, I'd like to. I can't respond to everything he said because much of these are untrue, but I'll go through a few. First of all, I'm actually very proud of the work we've done with USAID. For example, I don't regret cutting $10 million for male circumcisions in Mozambique. I don't know how that makes us stronger and more prosperous as a nation. I don't regret psychosocial support services.
I raised Sudan, Mr. Secretary.
Can I respond,
Senator, I'd ask you to suspend. You had 7 straight minutes.
I chose to use my time that way, Mr. Chairman. That's my right to
Please
use
suspend
my time that way.
Secretary Rubio.
Well, I can go on. I mean, there's other things here. We spent $227,000 for Big Cat's YouTube channel from USAID. We spent $14 million for social cohesion in Mali, whatever the hell that means. So I can go on and on. I got the list here, and there's more. I didn't even bring the whole list. In the case of El Salvador, absolutely. Absolutely. We deported gang members. gang members, including the one you had a margarita with. And that guy is a human trafficker, and that guy is a gangbanger, and the evidence is going to be clear. In the days to come, you're going to see who you went to defend.
Senator,
I'm sorry,
please,
Mr. Chairman.
Secretary Rubio has the floor.
Mr. Chairman, he can't make unsubstantiated comments like that.
Secretary Rubio has the floor. You
Secretary
had your time.
Rubio should take that testimony to the federal court of the United States because he hasn't done it under oath.
Here's another point, okay? There is a division in our government between the federal branch and the judicial branch. No judge in the judicial branch cannot tell me or the president how to conduct foreign policy. No judge can tell me how I have to outreach to a foreign partner or what I need to say to them. And if I do reach to that foreign partner and talk to them, I have under no obligation to share that with the judiciary branch. Just like a judge cannot order me to negotiate with a foreign minister of Russia, they cannot order me to negotiate with a foreign minister or the president of El Salvador. And if I did negotiate with them, which we have responded to them, and we've told them, we've had communications with the president of El Salvador, I am under no obligation under our division of powers in this country and to share with the judicial branch how I conducted diplomacy of the United States. It would actually be counterproductive. If I started sharing with courts, or frankly with the media, my conversations with foreign leaders and all of their details, no foreign leader would talk to me again, and we would break trust with them. So I have complied with every court order. What I won't comply with is an order to disclose what I'm saying and what we're talking about with a foreign leader, because then they won't talk to me. Diplomacy doesn't work that way.
For the first time, this administration has said Afrikaners get an easy pass and refugee programs for the remainder of the world are shut off. And you can't say to the American public that we should apply this statute in an even-handed way.
No, I think it should be applied in a way. No, well, you shouldn't be shocked. It should be applied in the national interest of the United States. Our immigration policy should be based on the national interest of the United States. Period. End of story.
Secretary Rubio, I'm going to embrace my Jewish mother instincts for a moment. So as a mother, a senator, and a fellow human being, I can tell you that I'm not even mad anymore about your complicity in this administration's destruction of U.S. global leadership. I'm simply disappointed. And I wonder if you're proud of yourself in this moment when you go home to your family, because I've always found you, Senator Rubio, to be a bipartisan, pragmatic partner, a true believer that the U.S. is stronger when we lead with diplomacy and development. You have a strong record on this, but I don't recognize Secretary Rubio. A stalwart support of Israel, you've watched this administration abandon Saudi normalization with Israel in order to pursue business deals. You were once a fierce critic of Vladimir Putin, but you sat idly by as the president berated the elected leader of Ukraine for not capitulating to Russia. And worst of all, you've kneecapped foreign assistance, including programs that you previously championed, and made America less safe, less strong, less prosperous in doing so. I know you know this in your heart, and I can't make this point any better than you did yourself in 2019 when you said, anybody who tells you that we can slash foreign aid and that will bring us to balance is lying to you.
Let me ask you about the dinner that's happening this Thursday night. The president has offered access to him to the 200 top purchasers of his meme coin. Reports are that maybe about half or more of those individuals who will be meeting with him, many in a VIP reception, are foreigners. Do you have a list of those foreign individuals who will be meeting with the president?
I don't. I don't know anything about it. I didn't even know there was a dinner on Thursday night, so I'm not sure what you're referring to.
So you don't know whether any of the foreign individuals who are going to be meeting with the president this Thursday night, for instance, are on our list of sanctioned individuals, or whether any of those individuals have connections to, let's say, terrorist organizations abroad?
Well, I think if they had terrorist links, the Department of Homeland Security probably would not have allowed them into the country. But again, I don't even know there is a dinner on Thursday. You're asking me about something I don't know about.
Well, but listen, this is a dinner that the president is having. It is likely going to involve some very significant foreign interests. You have to be pretty wealthy in order to be able to get inside this dinner. Isn't that a relevant question for the Secretary of State?
Yeah, I'm not the social
which foreign
secretary,
interests
so.
are going to be speaking to the president? I mean, it's kind of naive to believe that they aren't going to be in that room talking about national security matters.
Well, I don't think that that's the case at all, because I would be aware if it was the case. The truth of the matter is I interact with government officials and others in governments of other countries. That's what I don't say. You're asking me about a dinner I don't know anything about. I can't answer you because I don't know anything about this dinner. It's the first I heard of it. Like I said, I don't keep the president's social schedule. It's not on my phone. It's not in my pocket. I don't even know. I can't comment on a dinner I know nothing about.
Yeah, I think that represents a real problem for this committee, because there's clearly a way around the State Department for foreign individuals of significant influence and wealth to be able to directly lobby the president of the United States.
But I don't think
your
that's
answer
fair.
is that you don't know this is happening.
Well, I don't know that there's
that
a dinner.
in and of itself is.
I don't know that there's a dinner, and I don't know what the guest list is, but I can tell you, I've run into the president of FIFA from the World Cup. He's here all the time. I see him. He's a private individual. It's not a government entity, and he's met with the president and is friendly with the president. He doesn't have to go through me to meet with the president. The president has relationships and friends and people he's known for a long time. Some of them are foreigners. That's not unusual.
Yeah,
but you're asking me about a specific dinner and implying nefarious impact. I can't comment on a
meeting with the president. I think you should probably endeavor to get your hands on the list to make sure that there aren't individuals there who are perhaps contravening national security interests that the
Well, I don't think
Department of
that's, I don't
State
have any
is
concern about that.
prioritizing.
Ultimately, I don't have any concern that the president having dinner with someone is going to contravene the national security of the United States.
On May 6th, Travis Voiles of EPA made the following statement, also under oath, also in a court filing. He said, on February 25th, 2025, I conducted an individualized review of EPA grant programs. That day, I decided that certain grant programs should be terminated for policy reasons. So there are three things about that Voiles statement that are noteworthy. First, the date. He said that he did this all on February 25th. Which is interesting, because if he put in a 10-hour day, that's 600 minutes of time for 781 grant applications, which means he would have had to conclude his review of each of them in 45 seconds.
We both individually reviewed all of the grants, and I know that he was working on it every single day, not just on one day.
Well, that's not what his sworn testimony was. And on May 16th, DOJ career lawyers who are under an obligation of candor to the tribunal, upon which their right to practice law depends, filed a pleading in federal court that conceded that you had not done individualized grant-by-grant reviews. The problem with your assertion here today is that it is belied by your own employees' sworn statements in court and by the decision of the Department of Justice to admit that what you say isn't true.
You're not grasping the fact that we would have multiple employees looking at these grants. That concept just escapes you like that's even a possibility. We're not going to waste dollars just because you insist on EPA lighting taxpayer dollars on fire. The American taxpayers, they put President Trump in office because of people like you. They have Republicans in charge of the House and Senate because of people like you, because you don't care about 99% of this story. You don't want me to go through the list of all the evidence of waste and abuse.
What I want you to do is explain why the Department of Justice lawyers representing EPA in court under a duty of candor have said that everything you've just said isn't true. That's what I want.
Ask for unanimous consent.
Without objection.
I'd like to enter into the record a New York Times article entitled, "The GOP plans to cut Medicaid, would save billions but leave more uninsured," budget office says. That's what we're actually outraged
Without objection,
about.
So ordered. I now recognize
Also, I
Mr.
want to point out that the
from
most
Tennessee.
powerful oversight Republican
You're not recognized. Ms. Stansbury, you're not recognized.
talking
I'm
about
sorry, we're going to
fencing
Crockett.
while they're trying to cut Medicaid.
Actually, Ms. Stansbury, you're not recognized. I now recognize Ms. Crockett from Texas.
Thank you so much. It is so interesting that I just learned today at 44 years old that the Republicans are going to be the ones to save women. The same Republicans Republicans that have been, say, for women's reproductive acts, or the same Republicans that have stood for the Equal Rights Act, which would hopefully get women to equal pay, or the same Republicans that just this Congress voted for the SAVE Act, which we know would disenfranchise women from even being able to vote. But let me tell you, they are our saviors, and so I am so happy to be here today, because otherwise I would not have an idea that I had a savior in the Republicans. So let's also talk about the fact that it's only been 100 days, 100 long, terrible days for anybody that absolutely believes in reality, because what we know is that they have terminated staff responsible for enforcing federal protections against sex-based discrimination. Sounds like that's pro-women. Or they've cut funding for domestic violence survivor services. Sounds pro-woman to me. Or they've prohibited funding for research affecting women's health. That definitely sounds pro-women to me. Essentially, they closed the Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights. Again, sounds like they are fighting for us. And instead of providing oversight over these actions, Congressional Republicans have been working to execute one of the most aggressive anti-women legislative agendas in history. And yet they're here today trying to convince the American people that discriminating against trans people is somehow the only way to protect women. This hearing has nothing to do with improving government efficiency. It's another attempt by Republicans to distract from their demonic and disastrous policies that are making it more difficult for Americans to make ends meet. So, Ms. Goss-Graves, I want to play a game. It's called Trump or Trans. You ready? Okay. So I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to tell me whether or not it is Trump or trans people that are responsible. You understand?
Got it.
Okay, very good. The first one, gutted medical research.
Trump.
Kidnapping Americans and sending them to foreign countries, a.k.a. deporting them.
Trump.
Driving us into a recession.
Trump.
Increasing the cost of everything.
Trump.
Waging an idiotic tariff war.
Trump.
Harming farmers.
Trump.
Ignoring the Constitution.
Trump.
Proposing to take away Social Security.
Trump.
Cutting health care.
Trump.
Firing government workers who keep our country safe.
Trump.
Encouraging an environment of hate and divisiveness.
Trump.
Thank you so much. This committee could be engaged in actual oversight of fraud, waste, abuse, and mismanagement. So let's talk about waste. Like Trump's plan to spend almost $100 million for his little birthday parade, or how he spent 25% of his first 100 days golfing, costing taxpayers tens of millions of dollars. In fact, it's a little bit over 30 million at our last estimation. In fact, President Trump is on pace to spend more than $1 billion of taxpayer dollars just on golfing. Yet the Republicans have been silent. So they must think spending taxpayer dollars on the president's golfing trips is more important than providing health care to their constituents. And when I talk about constituents, we're going to talk about the ones on this committee. So if we look at Texas 26, 39,000 children look to potentially lose their Medicaid with the cuts that they are about to vote on for reconciliation. 88,000 in Georgia 3, 68,000 in Missouri 7, 79,000 in Tennessee 2, 86,000 in South Carolina 4, 50,000 in Texas 04, 85,000 in Texas 27, and in Georgia 14, 111,000. And if you add that up just on this committee, we have 606,000 kids that are relying on us to do right by them. And instead, we playing these crazy games because we worried about 10 trans folk that are in sports right now in college. I wasn't elected to be engaged in these fights. I was elected to make sure that those kids, the kids that they are about to neglect with these terrible votes that they're about to take, I was elected to protect them and to make sure that they could grow up and have all the opportunities. But let's keep on track. Now, when we look at how much they are spending on, let's look at fraud. We could investigate whether the White House and the members of this subcommittee engaged in insider trading and market manipulation. Maybe it's a coincidence that the chairwoman brought hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of stock the day before Trump announced a 90-day pause on tariffs. But I guess we'll never know. So finally, let's talk about abuse. Like how the Republicans have let Elon steal data of Americans and his competitors to make himself even richer. Look, don't let these hearings distract you from their destruction. This is rage baiting instead of conducting oversight over the issues that Americans actually care about. And with that, I will yield.
The gentlelady's time is expired.
Madam Chair,
I now recognize.
Madam Chair, I move down to take down her words impugning
You. It's saying you committed a crime.
I didn't do that.
Without objection, so ordered.
Say what?
Second. See how. The committee will
Point of
suspend. The
parliamentary
committee will
inquiry.
suspend.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
We're going to go with hers first, right?
Madam Chair.
The committee will suspend. The member will state the words she wishes taken down.
Well, actually, Madam Chair, the words were actually not made.
The committee will suspend.
Do you have the exact?
I don't have the exact words.
Okay. The words alleging a criminal act by the chairwoman.
What words?
We will suspend. We will have
The committee will suspend. The clerk will go over the recording with the stenographer, and the committee will suspend.
Yeah, Jasmine Crockett need to calm down. I don't know, she's a little ghetto to me. Yeah, yeah, she a little bit too ghetto. All that yelling and all that stuff, like, it's ridiculous. But hey, a lot of people voted for her in her district, so. Fast forward a little bit of this, a little bit. They discussing whether Jasmine Crockett comments were trying to implicate Marjorie Taylor Greene in some type of criminal act. I don't think she can do that. Let's skip up forward a little bit. I'm glad everybody tapping in, man. I know I ain't been on camera in a while. It's kind of late over here where I'm at, but normally that didn't really matter to me. But I'm just trying to get my stuff together. That's about it. But I still got to keep this content coming. Hopefully YouTube won't copyright strike me or these channels that I'm live streaming, because this is stuff that we need to know about. A lot of this stuff flies over our heads. We don't get a chance to really look at it, so some of this stuff is kind of a couple days old and stuff like that. So a lot of things, like I said, has been flying over our heads, and I feel like I need to bring, this content to keep us all informed, because we're going through a lot, man. This country is going through a lot. It's different leaders fighting every day and protests here and there, and it's just ridiculous. But we're in the age of information, man. Everything happens so fast. It's right here at the tip of our fingertips. So hope you guys are subscribing to the channel, not just coming in, watching, and leaving. Hit that subscribe button. Yeah, I appreciate it. Man, they really, let me see, what's going on? They really debating this. Maybe we might need to skip this one. Are they gonna strike the record or what? Well, here we go, right here, y'all.
It's borderline whether it.
Back now.
The hearing will come to order. Miss Mace, I'd like to ask. We've looked at the words that were said, and it's borderline whether it's parliamentary and goes along with the rules, saying could and accusing the White House and members of this committee of crimes is borderline. So in interest of the hearing and our witnesses that are here today defending themselves against the mentally ill biological males that have invaded their sports, and in the interest of making sure that we stay on track instead of getting sidetracked into Democrats' nonstop fake accusations, I just ask, thank you for bringing up the motion and ask if you.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, I now recognize.
She has to withdraw it on the record.
She already did, Ms. Stansbury. I now recognize Mr. Burchett from Tennessee for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
Hold on, let me say something real quick. Under Hung says a lot of blacks were brought to America from Africa in ships as slaves. You just finding that out? Where you been, hiding up under a rock or something? Tell us something we don't know, all right? That's crazy. Gloria say, do you mean black people? Well, not all black people came here from Africa, because I ain't from Africa. And I was born here in this country. But anyway, that's another topic for another discussion. Let's get back to this live, man. Some of these comments make me want to stop, the live and respond to it. But like I said, it's freedom of speech over here. Just be respectful to the people in the chat, man. If you're going to say something educational-wise, do that. But don't tell us something that we all know. Because a lot of people came over here as slaves, not just blacks. All right? So, man, let's get back to it. Anyway, I appreciate your comment, though.
Chair Lady.
Madam Chairman, I'm sorry, it has to be withdrawn on the record.
She asked the question and she said, yes, Madam Chair.
You weren't listening, Ms. Stansbury. We handled that, and it has been removed for the record. The fake accusations of criminal behavior. Oh, are you accusing also and lying? And you're continually disrupting this hearing and won't stay on track about mentally ill men trying to beat down women in women's sports. We're going to stay on track now, Ms. Stansbury, so hopefully you can go along with this hearing and stay on subject. And I now recognize Mr. Burchett from Tennessee.
Thank you, Chair Lady.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Stansbury from New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to ask a quick question. This is the Oversight Committee, correct?
Mm-hmm.
That's right. We're in the Oversight Committee. So I have to say I found this to be a very bizarre committee hearing, because here we are in Oversight, and our job is to conduct oversight over the administration because of the separation of powers between Congress and the executive branch. And right now, the administration is dismantling the Food and Drug Administration. And we are sitting here, and members on both sides of the aisle are asking questions of industry-funded groups about how the FDA is going to protect public health from medicines and food, while the secretary is firing thousands of FDA employees. In fact, just this last week, they announced they were firing 3,500 members of FDA, and RFK Jr. announced that he was going to fire 10,000 HHS employees across the entire agency. So my question is, if this is the Oversight Committee, why are we not conducting oversight over the administration and their mass firings and the actual deconstruction of the exact agency that's supposed to protect the public health? That is what we should be doing right now in this hearing room. So I find it very bizarre that many of my friends across the aisle are asking, you know, how these folks are going to protect the public health, because they're not, because they're dismantling and taking out the top experts who do this work. Now, some of my colleagues have already pointed out that one of the top vaccinologists, not just in the United States, but in the world, Dr. Peter Marks, was forced to resign. And in a few moments, I'm going to enter his resignation letter into the record because it's instructive. In his resignation, he says that for the last 13 years, he's tried to ensure the efficiency and effectiveness of the science and the public health. And he says at the end of his letter, however, it has become clear that truth and transparency are not desired by the secretary, but rather he wishes subservient confirmation of his misinformation and lies. I've been trying to figure out for the last couple of weeks what exactly the end goal is inside of HHS, what exactly the end goal is inside of FDA, what exactly the GOP's theory of MAHA, of Make America Healthy Again, is. Because today you want to take a vote on dismantling Medicaid. Your president is mass firing thousands of public health officials, including the people who make our drugs, our medications, our food, our cosmetic safety. Your president has announced yesterday that he wants to put tariffs on pharmaceuticals, and you're going after Social Security and Medicaid by dismantling the offices and the services and programs through DOGE that actually serve the people of this country. So I don't understand it. I don't understand how this serves the public interest. Dr. Kessler, I am very grateful that you are here today. You are a legend. You are so well known across the public health space, and I know you're not currently serving in this administration, but help us understand the scope and the scale and why the American people need to be paying attention to what's happening inside the agency right now.
20 cents of every consumer dollar is spent on a product that FDA oversees.
Shout out Miss Gloria for the super chat, man. Thank you. I appreciate you for the $10 super chat. I really appreciate you. Yeah, you got them trolls in the comments. They be trolling, but it's all right. It's all good. Let them troll. Trolls need attention too. But some of them trolls I'm going to block. If they start trolling too hard, I can always block them, put them in timeout. You know how I get down, Gloria. All right, so I appreciate the super chat.
All our foods, essentially, right, except meat and poultry, USDA does that. All our drugs, all cosmetics, our blood supply, our medical devices, our radiological, many of our radiological devices. The agency is absolutely essential for the safety of the American family. Right? It's also absolutely key for our competitiveness. Right? I mean, I am concerned, right, that China's going to beat us scientifically, if we're not careful with all these cuts that are going on. But the reason I'm concerned about that, it's not about China. It's about the health of us.
And Dr. Kessler, I want to end with this note.
as Vera Rosenthal was leaving the department after being fired by the secretary, she said, people are going to die from these cuts. I am not being an alarmist. The day after they announced these mass firings and cuts, pharmaceutical prices tanked on the market, and that was before tariffs. And that's because the ability to get life-saving drugs to market, the ability to save American lives, the ability to get
the gentlelady's time has expired.
To our people.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
On having a functioning.
Gentlelady's time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Higgins from Louisiana.
If they do not have the
gentlelady's time has expired.
I am
the
sorry,
gentlelady's
Madam
time has
Chairwoman,
expired.
But the American people.
The gentlelady's time has expired. Miss Stansberry. Miss Stansberry, the gentlelady's time has expired. No, you're lying to the American people.
I'm sorry, Madam.
You are lying to the American
people need to understand their health is at risk, and
Higgins,
this is a
Mr. Higgins is now
five-alarm
recognized.
emergency.
Mr. Higgins from Louisiana is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Yeah, the clerk will distribute the amendment to all members. The clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to fiscal year 2025 Budget Reconciliation Committee print providing for reconciliation pursuant to House Concurrent Resolution 14 is offered by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. I reserve a point of order. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Turner for defending federal workers and his own employees as they would be affected adversely by this legislation. Every member, their employees will also be affected in a similar way. Every federal employee in their districts will be affected, will be harmed by this bill. In the interest of the federal workforce that remains free of partisan influence and political cronyism, my amendment would strike the section of the bill that seeks to force new federal workers to surrender their due process rights and their employee protections and accept a new job classification as, quote, at will employees, subject to termination for any reason. Now, as a former union president and as a labor attorney and an employment attorney, I just want to make sure people understand what at will means. An at will employee can be fired for any reason or for no reason. So here's the president. He's trying to force everybody. Now, obviously, he would like to have partisans on his side brought into government. The sad fact is that all those people can be fired for no reason, for any reason. So it'll create this massive turnover if people are even willing to come on to the federal payroll without the benefits that they're going to get and with the changes that are being made here today. The bill before us presents incoming federal employees with the Hobson's choice. You can elect to give away all your rights, all your basic job protections that prevent you from being arbitrarily fired, and have your retirement contribution rate go up by an additional 5% of your pay. That's on top of the 4.4% that's already coming out of your paycheck. So it approximates 10% of your pay if you want your rights. If you want to have rights as an employee, you need to pay all this additional money. And that's for the duration of your employment. Alternatively, you can agree to waive your employee rights. You basically, first of all, every federal employee has to give up their right to strike. So even if you wanted to stop work, you can't do that as a federal employee. Statutorily, federal employees are prohibited from engaging in strike. So if you thought your job was unsafe, you got to keep working. You can grieve, well, unless you do this, unless you give up all your rights. Then you need to shut up and keep working for less. And your employer can just fire you for no reason. For any reason that comes into their head, you're gone. Considering that entry-level federal workers earn an annual starting salary as low as $30,000, the majority of new employees will essentially be forced to relinquish their constitutional and statutory job protections just to keep more income in their pockets for their families. Mr. Chairman, the primary response of this provision, the primary purpose of this provision appears to be to advance the implementation of Schedule F, President Trump's government-wide plan to strip federal workers of their civil service protections, arbitrarily fire them, and replace them with political loyalists. This shameless attempt to politicize our federal workforce is already the subject of multiple legal challenges brought by a coalition of federal employee unions and pro-democracy advocates, with the strong support of the Democratic House Litigation Working Group, which I'm a member of. The statute governing the federal workforce, the Bipartisan Civil Service Reform Act of 1978, enshrined the merit system protection that federal employees should be protected against arbitrary action, personal favoritism, and coercion for partisan political purposes. Schedule F and the at-will provisions included in this bill fly in the face of that purpose. This provision is also an additional attack on federal workforce that out of duty already sacrifices critical rights enjoyed by their private sector counterparts. Every new federal employee swears an oath to serve the American people and carry out their public service now knowing that they are expressly prohibited by statute from participating in any strike or work stoppages or asserting the right to strike, and even belonging to a union that asserts the right to strike against the federal government. A violation is a felony and punishable by imprisonment. In closing, Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support my amendment to strike this egregious provision from the bill and preserve the dignity and the independence and respect that we all should have for our federal employees. Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back, and I recognize myself for a brief statement in opposition to the amendment. I do appreciate the length of the amendment, just 2 words and a number. I appreciate that. I sincerely do. I didn't have to spend a lot of time reading that. But I oppose the Lynch Amendment, number 1, which would significantly reduce deficit reduction in the committee's legislation by over $4.5 billion and result in the underlying print conflicting with our reconciliation instructions and comprising the legislative privileges. For that reason, I strongly oppose the Lynch Amendment. Do any other members wish to speak on Lynch Amendment number 1? Ms. Stansberry from New Mexico, you're recognized.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would love to just ask.
Reset the clock, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would love to just ask a few questions about the amendment. So, again, zooming out a little bit, there's a lot to not like about this portion of the reconciliation package. As we said, I think it's an all-out attack on the federal workforce, and it kind of cuts at the heart of some of the major reasons why people stay in federal service, because it is not only, them serving and doing their duty for the American people, but also you are making sure that you have a good retirement, you're taking care of your family. And also, we want to make sure, especially, one of the things that I think is really important for the American people to understand is that after Richard Nixon resigned, there were major overhauls done to the federal service because of the corruption and the ways in which Nixon, bless you, used the federal workforce and service to carry out his own personal political vendetta. There were major reforms in the 1970s to the federal workforce rules and laws because we wanted to protect federal workers from being used as political agents of whoever was in power. And so the idea of trying to convert federal workers to at will undoes all of the good government reforms that were put into place in the 1970s after Nixon to protect the federal workforce. Is that correct, Mr. Lynch?
That is absolutely correct, yeah.
And so it's really important to understand that that's why those protections are there. And the whole point of trying to convert people to at will is, again, to make it easier to make the federal workforce your political arm. And we don't want that. We're not an autocracy. We are a democracy. And we want to make sure that our federal employees are protected from the whatever whims of whoever's serving in power. So I do want to ask, though, Mr. Chairman, you said you oppose this amendment because of its impacts to the budget. Can you explain to me how does not allowing federal workers to be forced into an at-will situation affect the federal budget?
We have budget instructions. We're following through with the budget instructions. We've been very transparent about what this committee was going to do within our jurisdiction of budget reconciliation. This is our bill, and it's self-explanatory.
No, but I don't understand how. So Mr. Lynch's amendment is to strike section 90,004, which is the provision about at-will work. How does that affect the budget?
The employees who choose to not be at will have to pay higher contribution rates.
Say that again, please.
The employees who choose not to be at will have to pay higher contribution rates.
And how much money are you saying this will generate for the federal government? Or savings?
The Congressional Budget Office says $4.5 billion.
Over what period of time?
A decade.
Yeah, doing a good job should keep you employed, but you know, you got haters out there that don't want to see you win, so it's a double-edged sword when it comes to that. So Wendell Sellers.
A decade.
10 years.
Okay. So the idea here is that you.
Let me interrupt you. We're trying to
No, Mr. Chairman.
make savings here, and you all you do is criticize.
The gentlelady's time.
You act
This
like
is
there's
actually-
no.
The gentlelady's
You
time.
act like
I'm
there's no
asking you a
fiscal
question.
crisis
Mr.
here.
Chairman, it's the gentlelady's time.
I'm just asking the question about the monetary offset of at-will employees. So the idea is here that you're going to generate a few $1 billion over
A few $1 billion.
10
Mr. Chairman,
years.
is it million or
here,
billion?
$2 billion
Is it
there.
million or
Over
billion?
10 years. By taking away federal benefits and making the federal workforce fireable, undoing all of the good government reforms after Richard Nixon's corruption. I think that we just need to be, I just want to clarify, that's what you're saying. Cool. Okay. I think we got it. Thanks. I yield back.
Any other members seek recognition on the Lynch Amendment?
Mr. Bell and Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The problem with this bill is that it doesn't offer federal employees a real choice. It forces them into a lose-lose situation, which weakens the very protections that ensure fairness and due process. This package is literally a betrayal of the middle class. And as I said before, I think our litmus test is, do our proposals support working families or not? In Missouri alone, these proposals threaten the rights, health care, and financial security of thousands of federal workers. And let's be clear, in my district, Missouri's 1st district, over 186,000 people rely on Medicaid. And under Republican budget plans, their health care is at risk. And so again, we need to stand with working class families, and these proposals are an attack on working class families. It's pretty straightforward. I would yield my time back to Rep. Stanberry or to the ranking member.
I thank the gentleman. Again, the gentleman is on point with first of all, the impact of this on federal employees and the costs that this will incur in terms of performance at the federal level. Right now, we are in competition with the private sector, but through loyalty, through patriotism, in the case of the VA, about a third of our workers at the VA are veterans themselves. When I when I go through the Brockton VA in my district, which I do often, I ask them, were you in the military? More often than not, the answer is yes, and then they proudly tell me what branch of the service they were in and when they served, and they also express the spirit, the esprit de corps, the patriotism, and the obligation that they feel towards wounded veterans. All of that is wrapped up in being a federal employee at the VA and some of the other departments and agencies where federal employees work each and every day. So what we're doing is the president has proposed that we're going to go back to, I think it's 1979 in terms of the number of people working at the VA. So he wants to cut 80,000 people from the VA. Now, because of the high number of veterans we have at the VA, out of that 80,000 people he wants to cut, that's what his budget resolution anticipates, 27,000 of the people that he's firing.
Trisha Fain says, is government more entitled than the people who pay them? They would think so. You know what I'm saying? We paying them. So, hey, I mean, it's like spoiling the child. They think they could do anything, but I don't think that's right. They're U.S. citizens just like us. They just have a particular job that we don't got. So they shouldn't be feeling like they more entitled. So I don't think that's right. That's a good question, Trish. What y'all think in the comments? What Trish Fain said. She said, is government more entitled than the people who pay them? What y'all think in the comments?
At the VA are veterans themselves. So this, all of this bill here today is just in furtherance of that same mission. And again, I appreciate the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Turner, standing up for his workers at the VA. I just hope every member here is willing to do that. I understand the goal of savings and of balancing the budget, but this is not the way you do it. You don't go after people at the VA. You know, we had the Inspector General.
Do you guys think you can do their jobs? I think I can. I can handle a lot of pressure. You got to listen to your constituents. Do the best job that you can do for your constituents so you can be reelected to finish the job. Some people can't take the pressure, but I know I can. What do you guys think? You think you guys can take the pressure of being in the Congress and, doing a job that they were elected to do? Because it seems like sometimes a lot of these Congress people and these elected officials get conflicted or bribed and different things like that. So do you have a strong will to help your constituents? Or will you fall victim of feeling like you have entitlement over all your constituents? Let me know in the comments.
For the VA, do a whole survey of every single, so there are like 86 major medical centers, the VA medical centers across the country. And we asked him, give us a report card on how we're doing with our veterans. He came back and he said two things. He said, number one, 80% of the hospitals that I've visited need a medical director. You need to hire a medical director. And he said 86% of the hospitals that I visited, you need more nurses. They are the backbone of our healthcare system. So what did Mr. Trump do? First day in office, announced 2,400 cuts, 2,400 people laid off at the VA, and 80,000 more to come. So our veterans are waiting longer for appointments. There are fewer people caring for them. And this bill is in furtherance of that same mission. So we used to agree on stuff on veterans. We don't anymore. And I miss the support that we used to have, bipartisanship for our veterans.
Gloria, you don't think you can do it? I think you can. You don't like stress, huh? Okay. Hey, I mean, it's a way to, they get away with funneling money to your account as long as you do the right thing. I mean, try to do the right thing and get away with it. But I know money ain't everything, but, hey, at this day and time in this climate we in, man, they are enriching themselves. Let me say it right. But anyway, man, I think I could do it. I think I could be an honest person.
And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition on Lynch Amendment number 1? Ms. Crockett from Texas.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Walking in today, I didn't really know how I felt or what I would do, because as people ask me about how I can get so passionate in this committee about certain topics, I
don't like this lady right here, man. I used to think she was cool, but she talking about Jasmine Crockett. She talked too much. She talked entirely too much. And when she's not in Congress and going on all these different podcasts, she's saying a lot of racist things, about different people's races and stuff like that. And I don't get down like that. I don't think she deserved to be in Congress. Her and AOC. So y'all can hate me for saying whatever I'm saying. It don't matter to me. It's just how I feel about it. I don't think she deserved to be in this position. Maybe another position, not so in our faces with the words that she's saying, the rhetoric, and pumping out all these lies and things like that. And I know she getting paid under the table to tell these lies, to keep us confused. You know what I'm saying? But me being a strong-willed person, man, it doesn't confuse me at all. I know what her propaganda is. You know what I'm saying? They could have picked anybody else, any other black woman, but this one. I'm going to say she ghetto as hell. And it ain't even because she a Democrat. It's just her. She's ghetto. Ghetto as hell. But anyway, let me keep going before I get in trouble.
recently had an opportunity to talk to a group of people in Las Vegas, actually last weekend, and there was a woman who was almost in tears as she told me about the number of family members that have been fired from the federal government. And she said, Rep. Crockett, you give us so much hope, and I don't understand how people are so callous towards federal workers. And I explained to her, I can't really understand the callousness either, but I can tell you that my passion lies in the fact that my mother has given almost 40 years to the federal government. In March, it would be 40 years that my mom has worked for Department of Defense. She's worked for Navy. She's worked at Walter Reed. She's worked for the IRS. She has worked for AFRICOM. She has worked for the post office.
Damn, your mama Jasmine Crockett can't keep a job, obviously. Because you said all them big name jobs to end up at the post office. I would think that you learned something with all those different jobs your mom had. It's crazy. I don't know if I'm hearing right. She done named about 6-7 different jobs, but to end up at the post office, which is a good job because I work for the post office, but I mean, Department of Defense and all these different places, and she done downgraded to the post office. That makes you think. Anyway, let's go.
And doing that hard, honest work as we consistently attack federal workers. We call them lazy, we call them dumb, we try to pretend as if.
Spitfire Shine says she's one of our best hope. Explain yourself, because she don't represent me. She don't represent the black women in my family. I don't think she's hope to nothing. So explain yourself. It's all right. You can say what you want to say in the comments, but just be respectful. That's all. That's all I ask. Explain yourself, Spitfire Shine. If you're still in the chat.
They are not taking care of the very people that elected us. But my mom graduated from college at Washington University at the age of 19 after receiving a full ride, and she decided that what she would do is dedicate her life to this country. And I wish that we would find an ounce of courage that my mom and so many...
Wait a minute. She said her mother graduated college at the age of 19. Is the mathing on that? Or is this another lie that Jasmine Crockett always talking about? Can you graduate at the age of 19? Because I thought you leave high school around 18, 17, 18, depending on, when you were born. Some cases 19. So I think somebody over here capping. I think somebody capping, boy. You can't tell the truth about your mom, then what makes you think we gonna believe you, Jasmine Crockett? Oh, Lord. And get that damn weave fixed. Anyway, let me keep going before I get in trouble.
Many other federal workers have, and just decide that we are going to dedicate ourselves to service and not just say that we are public servants, but actually do the work of being public servants. So let me tell you that this amendment is not going to do anything that y'all claim is going to do. You claim that this is about money, when honestly, as far as I can tell, this is only an admission that what has been done under this administration has been unlawful the entire time. This is only an avenue to make sure that when and if another rogue tyrant decides that they want to enter the White House, they can go and get rid of as many people as they want to, and they will not have any recourse in the courts. The fact that you had to put this in here tells me that y'all absolutely know that these firings of these workers has been unlawful, and honestly, it has been simply inconvenient for so many of you. But I can tell you that the only people that are going to hurt are the people that you're servicing. Even if you can tell me that the CBO tells us that there may be, they can tell me it's $50 billion or however many billions of dollars over a number of years. What the CBO is not telling us is how many people are not going to get their Social Security. How many people may die because they don't get the services that they need at the VA. How many people are not going to get their SNAP benefits because there's not going to be anybody there. As we have had hearing after hearing about people complaining about the post office and not receiving their mail, which so many of our seniors rely on their checks to come through the mail to make sure that they can keep a roof over their head. That's the part of the story that the CBO numbers are not going to tell. And the last time that I checked, no matter if you're a Democrat or a Republican, you've got somebody in your district that is relying on these services.
Let me tell you something, Jasmine Crockett. I work for the post office, and that don't have nothing to do with what you talking about. The reason the post office have a lot of problems is because people who get hired at the post office, specifically the mail carriers, the job be so hard that they get in there and they thinking it's so easy. They go through the little training and all that stuff. When I got there, I didn't have no training. I've been there 15 years. They didn't have this little postal letter carrying little college where they train you for a week. We didn't have that. But these supervisors, God bless them, train these new carriers to come in, and the new carriers do not know what it is to be out there walking 10 to 12 hours in the hot sun, 10 to 12 hours in the rain if it rain or snow. And they get out there and they quit. It's not about what you're talking about. The job is hard. The post office is hiring. I tell everybody all the time, the post office is hiring every day, especially for carriers. But you got to be a certain type of individual to carry mail. It ain't that the bag is heavy or none of that. They say you got to be able to carry 35 to 75 pounds in your bag. It's not even like that. It's the routes. Some of these routes are extremely long. They demand a lot from you. And a lot of these young people who come in, they don't survive. I see them come and go. My favorite song is Another One Bites the Dust. They be there enough to work to get a paycheck. And if they really content on being there, they'll stay and get 2 or 3 paychecks. But then next thing you know, they're not there anymore. So the problem with the post office is that the routes are too long, especially if you are a carrier. And then we're competing. They got us competing with UPS and FedEx and all these package delivering companies. You know, they don't deliver mail like we do. We deliver mail and packages, and we trying to compete with the people, the package deliver, the parcel delivering companies. That's the problem with the post office. I don't complain at my job. I used to a long time ago when I first started. I was always getting ready to quit too, but I stuck with it, and now I've been there 15 years. So it takes a certain individual who can actually do this job. So I get all my stuff out, and the people that I know been there years prior to me, we still there working hard. So it's just the routes. And it's a lot. It's a lot. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I ain't even gonna hold you. It's a lot. Especially when it comes to mail, the letters, the mail and all that stuff, that's easy, but it's just the packages too. Like they adding extra stuff on us. You know, and we all feel like we ain't getting paid enough. You know, you gotta keep your employees happy. I feel like we need to be starting at $50 an hour. But it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? I can handle the pressure. I've been doing this for years. So it ain't got nothing to do with what she talking about, government funding and all this stuff, because we don't get our money off of that. We get our money off the postage stamp and different contracts with advertising companies and stuff like that. So don't downgrade the essential workers. And when COVID was here, they wasn't even calling us essential workers. We was the ones, like you said, delivering medicines and all this stuff. We don't get our praise. And for her to sit here and talk about the post office like that, like she don't know what she talking about. You said your mom used to work at the post office, so ask her. But she probably worked at the post office 30 years ago. Wasn't as many packages, if any, at that point. So I'm here to defend the post office. I ain't talking bad about it. But like I always say, man, if y'all, any young people on here looking at this live, or old people, we got old people coming in. And they last longer than the younger ones because they need the money. You know what I'm saying? So it's always working at the post office. Let's go before I get in trouble.
This is about hurting people. This is about getting rid of people that are too inconvenient for an administration that doesn't want to keep our food safe at the FDA as they are firing people. This is about an administration that doesn't want to have any oversight or anybody reporting back and telling you that our food is unsafe, telling you about the diseases that are coming through, and basically talking about the overall incompetence. If you don't have anybody that's at work, then yes, you don't have to worry about whether or not people who say are trying to go and get an education, whether or not they're going to actually be able to fill out their FAFSA and get that funding that they need. So at the end of the day, if you can't really explain to me how this is going to help your constituents, I don't understand why we are talking about it. Because again, we weren't elected by Donald Trump or J.D. Vance or Elon Musk. We were elected by the people of our districts, and those are the only people that we should be discussing as it relates to the policy changes that we bring about in this committee, and I will yield.
Does any other member seek recognition on Lynch Amendment number 1? Seeing none,
Senator Hassan. Senator Hawley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Can we just come back to this bounty issue, Mr. Schroeder, Mr. Klein? Because I have to say, I didn't understand your answers. I thought you said to the chairman earlier that this, well, you did say in your opening statement that there was a lot of misinformation about this out there, Mr. Schroeder, and I thought you said, Mr. Klein, that you don't charge bounties. So can we just clear this up once and for all? We're all here, we're all under oath. So, Mr. Schroeder, let's start with you. Do you charge a bounty? Do you pay employees bounties on carry-on bags to identify them?
Well,
it's a yes or no.
I wouldn't characterize it as a bounty.
Do you charge them, do you pay your employees a fee? Do you incentivize them to go pick out bags from people getting on planes and kick them off the flight? Just yes or no?
We charge them an incentive.
Okay, that's a yes. Mr. Klein.
We do not, Senator Hawley.
You don't pay your employees to do that?
We have previously, sir, but we actually suspended that on September 30th of this year. And now in order to be able to treat all of our guests fairly and equitably, we've actually just put more staff and supervisors out at the gate area. And they're the ones that are still making sure that everyone's treated fairly and equitably, which is the point behind these kinds of programs. But we have removed that program as of September 30th.
Oh, interesting. So let's come back to you, though, Mr. Schroeder. So how much have you paid your gate agents to enforce your carry-on bag policy, to pick people out of the line like the chairman's video showed? I mean, you guys do appreciate that flying on your airlines is a disaster, don't you? I'm slightly amazed by the general attitude of all of you here. Flying on your airlines is horrible. It's a terrible experience. I mean, I say this as a father of 3 young children, but I can't tell you, nobody enjoys flying on your airlines. It's a disaster. You charge people fees that they know nothing about. You harass them to death. I'll never forget, Mr. Johnson, during COVID, when an attendant on your airline threatened my wife because our then 5-year-old son, his mask had slipped. This is back when we all had to wear those ridiculous masks. His mask had slipped below his nose. This flight attendant came up to my wife and said, if she didn't keep that mask over his nose at all points on this 4-hour flight, she would personally see that my wife was banned from flying. This has happened over and over to families. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. And your attitude here today seems to be, well, devil may care. There's nothing we can do about it. Well, I think we are going to do something about it. So how much have you paid people to pull out customers who are in line with a bag that's 2 centimeters too big, Mr. Schroeder?
Well, we recognize this is a hard job, and so therefore we incentivize them to do that.
How much?
It's $10 per bag.
Wow. $10 per bag. And I think, Mr. Klein, you and Mr. Schroeder, your airlines cumulatively have spent $26 million paying gate agents between 2022 and 2023 to catch passengers whose bags are a little bit too big. $26 million. I mean, if people want to know why it's such a terrible experience to fly, this is news for them today. Your airlines are paying millions of dollars to your employees to harass people who've already paid. They're there in line because they've already paid. It's unbelievable. By the way, let me just ask you this while I have you here. Why is it that you charge different people different fees for carry-on bags? Why is that, Mr. Klein? Why isn't it just a flat fee? Why is it that I might get charged one fee, but my wife might get charged a different fee? Why is that?
So overall, our job is to generate the most revenue we can so we can be profitable as an airline. If we're not profitable, well, actually we have costs, and there's costs out there, and we have to make sure that we're above the cost line in order to make sure that we can run a profitable entity.
Yeah, I got it. No, I got it. I got it. And money's the answer. So last year, your carry-on bag fees ranged between $15 and $99. That's extraordinary. One person might pay 15, somebody else might pay 99. How do you determine it? Is it based on personal characteristics?
It's
you charge
never
women more?
It's never based on personal characteristics.
You charge minors more?
We do not, sir.
What, just people who are suckers? I mean, how do you do it?
Well, there is a cost to carry any kind of bag.
Yeah, but why do you charge some people more? I understand the cost, and you made clear money's your bottom line. I get that, but why is it that you're charging some people what, triple, quadruple the amount?
Well, the length of the flight should matter in this as well. So
yeah, but that's not the data. The data shows is we're talking about the same people on the same flight might get charged radically different prices for a one carry-on bag. You do the same thing for check bags. Why is that?
Right. So just for the record, the $99 charge has been reduced to $79 as a maximum.
There.
And what ends up happening here is we want to make sure that we can get the best price to the best people at the right time.
The best people? Who would they be?
Sorry, let me rephrase. The right price.
Are those the people who, what? I mean, no, explain it to me. I'm interested. Who are the best people?
Well, that was the misstatement, sir. What we're
Uh-oh. You done got caught up. You done got caught up. What you mean the best people? Are you talking about people with business suits on? Are you talking about with people with sweatsuits on? Or is it a color thing? Or is it a gender thing? Explain yourself, Matthew. And then he had Spirit Airlines. I see why Spirit Airlines charge so much for bags. That's crazy. But explain yourself, Matthew.
trying to do is get the right price at the right time. And what that also means is making sure that if someone's on a flight that's now filling up, and we have a lot of, as we talked about, unbundled pricing, and
they get screwed. So like if you have the misfortune of having to book your flight at the end because maybe something's been canceled, then you're going to get screwed. Is that what you're telling me? You're not one of the best.
Are you
people.
referencing just fares?
I'm just responding to your testimony. I'm listening to you, and you just said as a flight's filling up, you're going to get charged more.
Not always. Sometimes you'll get charged less.
Exactly. Right. Sometimes. Right. But you'll never know. Right. That's the beauty of it. It's like Russian roulette. Flying on the airline is.
I would disagree,
you have no idea in the world.
I would disagree.
Wait, no idea. You just said it.
It's very transparent.
We'll have it. Listen, there'll be a transcript generated, and I'll send it to you with a bow on it. You can read your own testimony just now. You have no idea what the fee is going to be ever. Mr. Schroeder, what about you? Your airline charges, sometimes it's $0 for a bag checked. Sometimes it's $99.
Yep. Black people watch the news. Brandon. Damn right. You got some black people that is aware out here of what's going on. Instead of listening to hood politics, what's going on in the streets. I want to know what's going on in the world that's going to affect me and mine. You know? So, yeah, black people watch news.
$9 for a bag checked on a that's carry-on. Carry-on. For check bag, it could go from $0 to $138. Who knows what it's going to be? Why do you vary it so much? Is that fair to the consumer?
So it depends again on routes, and so there's just demand around that.
No, but that's not true. We're talking about people on the same flights. Their prices may vary by huge astronomical percentages. Why is that?
Well, that happens on airfare as well, and
it does, and I want to talk about that next.
I'll explain the model and how we think about things. So, increasing ancillary historically has brought the fare down, and I brought up earlier that nearly 50% of people are not paying for a bag or a seat. We are providing options that people are deciding whether they want that or not. That is increasing the ability for people to travel.
Listen,
and travel
my time is limited, and I know the chairman, Senator House, want to ask more questions. I just want to point out to you that you are charging people for the same thing, one checked bag or one carry-on bag on the same flight. People are paying wildly different prices for it. They have no idea what it's going to be. I think people will be amazed to learn today that if they fly on your airline or yours, Mr. Klein, heck, the guy next to him may be paying $15 for the carry-on bag, and they may be paying $80. Last thing, Mr. Chairman, I know you're indulging me. I'll be really quick on this, but Mr. Schroeder, you just mentioned that you also use this so-called dynamic pricing for seats, for seat fees. Why do you make people enter in their age and their geographic location and their gender before they can even see the cost of a seat? Why is that?
That's been in place since 2014.
Yeah, but why? It's because you're using those personal characteristics to generate the fees?
No.
To generate the prices? Well, then why else do you require it? Mr. Klein, you do the same thing. Why is the gender relevant to what the seat is?
This is all information that's needed in order to complete the transaction.
No, it's not. Delta doesn't do it. United doesn't do it. You don't need somebody's gender in order to do it. You use it, clearly. You're using it to generate the prices, right?
We do not, sir.
It's not based on personal characteristics?
Not at all.
You don't use algorithms to set the price of seats?
That's a different question.
So
It's the same damn question. Why are you charging people extra for gender or ethnicity or whatever it is. You already charged them. You charging a ticket for a flight, but then you adding extra charges because of their gender, because of their race, because of maybe their political affiliations, whatever it is. Why are you guys doing this, man? Spirit Airlines should be ashamed of their damn self. And the other airline dude that's sitting over next to him, I don't know where he at, what airline it is, but that's terrible. Everybody out here struggling to get to where they need to go, and they over here price gouging. Ridiculous.
You do use an algorithm, and you do make them enter all their personal information.
What's your definition of algorithm, sir?
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Well,
and for the person that's named A, say show that line up. I'm bald head. I cut all my hair off, so it's more sexier that way. You know, so hey, it is what it is. But let me keep going before I get in trouble.
Well, because algorithms are ways for people to be able to come up with calculations, which is a faster way. It's more efficient than a human being doing the same exact work. So, you know, I'm trying to answer your question, sir, in all sincerity, and I don't know how else to answer it.
Thanks, Senator Hawley. We'll begin a second round of questioning, but before we do, I have to say,
Kennedy, I want to start with something that I think you and I agree on, and that is that Big Pharma has too much power in Washington. You've said that President Trump asked you to, quote, clean up corruption and conflicts. Sounds great. You've said that you will, quote, slam shut the revolving door between government agencies and the companies they regulate. That also sounds great. So here's an easy question. Will you commit that when you leave this job, you will not accept compensation from a drug company, a medical device company, a hospital system, or a health insurer for at least 4 years, including as a lobbyist or a board member?
Can you just repeat the last part of the question? Can I commit
You're
to
not going to take money from drug companies in any way, shape, or form.
Who? Me?
Yes, you.
Oh. Yeah, I'm happy to commit to that.
Okay, good. That's what I figured. I said it's an easy question to start with. And I think you're right on this question.
I don't think any of them want to give me money, by the way.
Let's keep going. You're right because to say yes, because every American has the right to know that every decision you make as our #1 health officer is to help them and not to make money for yourself in the future. So I want to talk more.
She got her nerves. Elizabeth Warren, you ain't worth the money that your net worth say that you worth. Especially being with the job you got. So you talking about making money for yourself. Come on, man.
About money. I'm looking at your paperwork right now. In the past 2 years, you've raked in $2.5 million from a law firm called Wisner Baum. You go online, you do commercials to encourage people to sign up with Wisner Baum to join lawsuits against vaccine makers.
Let's see your paperwork on how much money you make, lady. Instead of trying to call out somebody else's, count somebody else's pockets. Pull all your paperwork out, because we know with your salary you ain't making with that money that your net worth. So I don't give a damn how long you been in Congress.
And for everyone who signs up, you personally get paid. And if they win their case, you get 10% of what they win. So if you bring in somebody who gets $10 million, you walk away with $1 million. Now, you just said that you want the American people to know you can't be bought. Your decisions won't depend on how much money you could make in the future. You won't go to work for a drug company after you leave HHS. But you and I both know there's another way to make money. So, Mr. Kennedy, will you also agree that you won't take any compensation from any lawsuits against drug companies while you are secretary and for 4 years afterwards?
Well, I'll certainly commit to that while I'm secretary. But I do want to clarify something because you're making me sound like a shill. I put together that case. I did the Science Day presentation to the judge on that case to get it into court without her hearing.
Mr. Kennedy, it's just a really simple question.
Yeah,
You've taken in $2.5 million. I want to know if you will commit right now that not only will you not go to work for drug companies, you won't go to work suing the drug companies and taking your rake out of that while you're a secretary and for 4 years after. It's just...
I'll commit to not taking any fees from drug companies while I'm secretary.
No, I'm asking about fees from suing drug companies. Will you agree not to do that?
You're asking me to not sue drug companies,
no,
and I'm not going to...
Somebody needs to ask her, stop doing what she doing. She ain't stopping her businesses while she in Congress. Man, some haters. Him getting money on the outside is not going to affect him doing his job and saving our kids from all that ultra-processed foods. They need to ask them type of questions.
I'm going to agree to
Sue
that,
drug
Senator.
companies as much as you want.
I'm not going to agree to not sue drug companies or anybody.
So let's do a quick count here of how, as Secretary of HHS, if you get confirmed, you could influence every one of those lawsuits. Well, let me start the list. You could publish your anti-vaccine conspiracies, but this time on U.S. government letterhead, something a jury might be impressed by. You could appoint people to the CDC vaccine panel who share your anti-vax views and let them do your dirty work. You could tell the CDC vaccine panel to remove a particular vaccine from the vaccine schedule. You could remove vaccines from special compensation programs, which would open up manufacturers to mass torts. You could make more injuries eligible for compensation even if there is no causal evidence. You could change vaccine court processes to make it easier to bring junk lawsuits. You could turn over FDA data to your friends at the law firm, and they could use it however it benefited them. You could change vaccine labeling. You could change vaccine information rules. You could change which claims are compensated in the vaccine injury compensation program. There's a lot of ways that you can influence those future lawsuits and pending lawsuits while you are Secretary of HHS, and I'm asking you to commit right now that you will not take a financial stake in every one of those lawsuits so that what you do as Secretary will also benefit you financially down the line.
I'll comply with all the ethical guidelines.
That's not the question. You and I, you have said
You're asking me, Senator, you're asking me not to sue vaccine pharmaceutical companies. Yeah, you are. That's exactly what you're doing.
Look.
That man done called her out. She is an angry person. She want all the money for herself. How she gonna try to tell him to not do what he doing to enrich himself after he get out of office? I can't wait till they go over this lady paperwork. It's coming. She got the answer for all the money that she making on the salary that she getting. And she want to sit up here and tell somebody else to commit to not making extra money. Look at her face. Angry. I mean, you got a job to do, but you signed up for this. What you angry about? You calling out somebody else what they doing, but you doing the same damn thing, Mrs. Warren. Trump call you Pocahontas. Let's go back a little bit. Let me see what got her upset. Something got her triggered. Look at her.
Pharmaceutical companies. Yeah, you are. That's all the ethical guidelines.
That's not the question. You and I, you have said
you're asking me, Senator, you're asking me not to sue vaccine pharmaceutical companies. Yeah, you are. That's exactly what you're doing.
Look, no one should be fooled here. As Secretary of HHS, Robert Kennedy will have the power to undercut vaccines and vaccine manufacturing across our country. And for all of his talk about follow the science and his promise that he won't interfere with those of us who want to vaccinate his kids, the bottom line is the same. Kennedy can kill off access to vaccines and make millions of dollars while he does it. Kids might die, but Robert Kennedy can keep cashing in.
Whatever, lady. Look, let me tell Jason Will. He said earlier, he said, what did he say? Have fun with your measles. Vaccines and stuff is fine. It's fine, okay? But as a parent, you still have to question what these people putting in your children. You know, even with COVID. People was getting all these COVID shots, and people was still getting deleted. Let me say that way. They still was being deleted. So you still have to question. That's all Robert Kennedy is saying. Like in his last reports and him coming, he's like, you have to question. Like it's up to you if you want to give your child this vaccine, but you still have to question. Is it really worth it? You don't know. As soon as you get the shot, you might just fall over and be on the other side. Let me say it that way. You can't trust everything somebody says. You can't trust experts all the time. You had a so-called expert in Dr. Fauci. He was making up stuff as he went, and we was falling for it. Had all America shut down at one time, and he out there at the baseball games when they was having the video where people can do a FaceTime and watch the game. He out there in real life with his mask down, sitting next to people. He wasn't even 6 feet apart. It was him and his family. So you have to question what these scientists are doing, because what they call a sheep with guinea pigs, ain't nothing wrong with questioning what's going on with that. So, people gonna pass away without getting measles. So I mean, we gotta go from something. But you have to question what these scientists are doing. Ever since COVID happened, you got some people on their 13th booster shot. They said the first one was supposed to protect you. You got people on 15 booster shots and still in line to get more. So I question stuff. I'm not finna put nothing in my body that I done seen other people, it affected them a certain way, because they make it seem like if you take this magic potion, it's gonna go away. Everybody gonna get the same results. Then you look at TV commercials, all these pills and all these things they giving people, and it has 100 side effects before it cure whatever it is that it's supposed to do. So that should be enough there for you to question. Like, they advertising how many side effects some of this stuff have, but when it comes to the vaccines, they ain't trying to say nothing about no side effects, and they know it has side effects. So you got some parents ain't never got their kids with any kind of shots. They out here with no shots and surviving strong and everything. I can speak from experience with that. So you got to question stuff. You can't just be just going off of what people words and what they saying. And people irate like Miss Warren right here, trying to get Robert F. Kennedy to swear that he won't be trying to sue drug companies and all this stuff. If a drug company mess up, they ought to be sued. If they taking more lives than saving lives, they need to be sued and banned. So I just recommend, man, don't be no sheep. You got to question some of these people and some of these doctors. Question your doctors when you go to the doctor. Let you see some reports. Let you do your research before you take this whatever shot they trying to give you. at my age in my life, I'm already over half 100, so I done made it through. You know, I'm trying to get some more years up out of this avatar that I'm in. But I speak from experience. You don't have to have all the shots. Now I'm gonna tell y'all like this: when COVID came, I didn't take not one shot, and I was perfectly fine. Didn't even get sick. I got sick before COVID. I had a bad cold, and when I went to the doctor, they said I had a respiratory infection. That was before COVID, like 3-4 months before that. And then when COVID came out, they said it was a lot of people with respiratory. So I probably had it, but I didn't get vaccinated and take no shots. I ain't do nothing. I just rested up, took some time off of work, got myself together, because I ain't never been sick like that before. So it didn't affect me. And I didn't care about my job at that point, because my job was trying to tell us, first they was telling us don't wear no mask, don't do this, don't do that. Then they were trying to tell us we needed to get the shot. A lot of carriers was about to quit because they had us working through all of that stuff. So why do we have to go get a shot when we working through it, delivering mail, stepping on people's porches and outside and all this other stuff, and then wasn't nobody getting sick? Few carriers in my office did, but I was one, thank God, that didn't. So vaccines are what they are. Like I say, do your research and make a good decision, especially when it comes to your kids. So it is what it is.
Senator, I support vaccines. I support the childhood schedule. I will do that. The only thing I want is good science, and that's it.
How about then say you won't make money off what you do as Secretary of HHS?
Before we go to Senator Tillis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to all of our witnesses for being here. I want to start by thanking the Chairman, Senator Blumenthal, for his terrific work on these hearings. It's been a privilege to get to work with him. These have been incredibly substantive hearings. I'm really looking forward to hearing from each of you today. I want to thank his staff for their terrific work. It takes a lot of effort to put together hearings of these substance. And I want to thank Senator Blumenthal for being willing to do something about this problem. As he alluded to a moment ago, he and I, a few weeks ago, introduced the first bipartisan bill to put safeguards around AI development, the first bill to be introduced in the United States Senate, which will protect the right of Americans to vindicate their privacy, their personal safety, and their interests in court against any company that would develop or deploy AI. This is an absolutely critical foundational right. You can give Americans paper rights, parchment rights, as our founder said, all you want. If they can't get into court to enforce them, they don't mean anything. And so I think it's...
Give me 1 second, y'all. Look, I'm going to tell one person in the chats, Jason Will, your comments are being hidden because you saying stuff. You're not reading the description here. You got to be respectful to the host, man. So I let a few of your comments go through, but if you keep coming like that, I'm going to have to put you in timeout, man. All right? So just be respectful. I say it's freedom of speech, but not that type of speech. I'm not on the other side of the fence. All right? I'm not with the rainbow side. I'm full man, a full male, okay? So please stop doing that stuff, Will. Please. All right, Jason? I appreciate your comments, though. But, you know, respect the host and respect everybody in here. That's all I ask. All right?
It's significant that our first bipartisan effort is to guarantee that every American will have the right to vindicate their rights, their interests, their privacy, their data protection, their kids' safety in court. And I look forward to more to come with Senator Blumenthal and with other members who I know are interested in this. I think that for my part, I have expressed my own sense of what our priorities ought to be when it comes to legislation. It's very simple: workers, kids, consumers, and national security. As AI develops, we've got to make sure that we have safeguards in place that will ensure this new technology is actually good for the American people. I'm confident it'll be good for the companies. I have no doubt about that. The biggest companies in the world who currently make money hand over fist in this country and benefit from our laws, I know they'll be great. Google, Microsoft, Meta, many of whom have invested in the companies we're going to talk to today, and we'll get into that a little bit more in just a minute. But I'm confident they're going to do great. What I'm less confident of is that the American people are going to do all right. So I'm less interested in the corporation's profitability. In fact, I'm not interested in that at all. I'm interested in protecting the rights of American workers and American families and American consumers against these massive companies that threaten to become a total law unto themselves. Imagine, you want to talk about a dystopia? Imagine a world in which AI is controlled by one or two or three corporations that are basically governments unto themselves, and then the United States government and foreign entities. Talk about a massive accretion of power from the people to the powerful. That is the true nightmare. And for my money, that is what this body has got to prevent. We want to see technology developed in a way that actually benefits the people, the workers, the kids, and the families of this country. And I think the real question before Congress is, will Congress actually do anything? As Senator Blumenthal, I think, put his finger on it precisely. I mean, look at what this Congress did or did not do with regard to these very same companies, these same behemoth companies when it came to social media. It's all the same players, let's be honest. We're talking about the same people in AI as we were in social media. It's Google, again, it's Microsoft, it's Meta, it's all the same people. And what I notice is, in my short time in the Senate, there's a lot of talk about doing something about big tech and absolutely zero movement to actually put meaningful legislation on the floor of the United States Senate and do something about it. So I think the real question is, will the Senate actually act? Will the leadership in both parties, will it actually be willing to act? We've had a lot of talk, but now is the time for action. And I think if the urgency of the new generative AI technology does not make that clear to folks, then you'll never be convinced. And to me, that really defines the urgent needs of this moment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's start, if we could, by talking about who controls this technology currently and who's developing it. Mr. Amodei, if I could just start with you, just help me understand some of the structure of your company, of Anthropic. Google owns a significant stake in your company, doesn't it?
Yes, Google was an investor in Anthropic. They don't control any board seats, but yes, Google is an investor in Anthropic.
Give us a sense of what are we talking about? What kind of stake are we talking about?
I don't remember exactly. Couldn't give it to you exactly. I suspect it's low double digits, but would need to follow up on this.
Well, the press has reported it at $300 million in investment with at least a 10% stake in the company. Does that sound broadly correct?
That sounds broadly correct.
That's a pretty big stake. Let's talk about OpenAI, where you used to work, right?
Yes.
OpenAI, it's been reported, has a very significant chunk of funding that comes from another massive technology company, Microsoft. It's been reported in the press that this was one of the reasons that you left the company. You were concerned about this. I'll let you can speak to that if you want to. I don't want to put words in your mouth. But the stake that I believe Microsoft is reported to have in OpenAI approaches 49%. So it's not controlling, but it's awfully close. Tell me this, when the Google's stake in your company occurred, the Financial Times broke the story on this, but reported that the transaction wasn't publicized when it actually happened. Why was that? Do you know?
I couldn't speak to the decisions made by Google here. I do want to make one point, which is our relationship with Google at the present time. It's primarily focused on hardware. So in order to train these models, you need to purchase chips. And this investment came with commitment to spend on the cloud. And our relationship with Google has been primarily focused on hardware, hasn't primarily been commercial or involved with governance.
So there's no plans to integrate your Claude, your equivalent of ChatGPT. There's no plans to integrate that with Google Search, for example?
That's not occurring at the present time.
Well, I know it's not occurring, but are there plans to do it? I guess is my question.
I mean, I can't speak to what I can't speak to what the possibilities are for the future, but that's not something that's occurring at the present.
Don't you think that that would be frightening? I mean, just to come back to something Professor Russell said a moment ago, he talked about the ability in the election context of AI to fed in the information from, let's say, one political figure, everything about that person, the ability to come up with a very convincing misinformation campaign. Now, imagine if that technology also, if the same large language model, for example, also had the information, the voter files, millions of voters, and knew exactly what would capture those voters' attention, what would hold it, what arguments they found most persuasive, the ability to weaponize misinformation and to target it toward particular voters would be exceptionally powerful, right? Now, search is all about getting and keeping users' attention. That's how Google makes money. I'm just imagining your technology, a generative AI, aligned and integrated and folded into search, the power that that would give Google to get users' attention, keep their attention, push information to them would be extraordinary, wouldn't it?
Yes. So, I mean, I think, Senator, I think these are very important issues, and I want to raise a few points on here. One is some of the things I said in response to Senator Blumenthal's questioning, which is, on misinformation. So we put terms in Claude's Constitution that tell it not to generate misinformation or political bias in any direction. I again want to emphasize over and over again that these methods are not yet perfect, and the science of producing this is not exact yet, but this is something we work on. I think you're also getting at some important privacy issues here about personal information, and this is an area where also in our Constitution we discourage our models from producing personal information. We train on publicly available information. So it's very core to our mission to produce models that at least try not to have these problems.
Well, you say that you tell the model not to produce misinformation. I'm not sure exactly what that means, but do you tell it not to help massive companies make a profit? This would be Google's interest, right, above all profits. The whole reason they want to get users' attention and then keep users' attention and keep us searching and scrolling is so that they can push products to us and make lots and lots of money, which they do. It seems to me that your technology melded with theirs could make them an enormous sum of money. That would be great for them. Would it be so good for the American consumer?
Again, I can't speak to decisions made by a different company like Google, but we are doing the best we can to make our systems ethical. When in terms of how do we tell our model not to do things, there's a training process where we train the model in a loop to tell it for some given output. Is your response in line with these principles? And over the last 6 months since we've developed this method of constitutional AI, we've gotten better and better at getting the model to be in line with what the Constitution says.
Answer the question, man. You're not answering this question. He said, can you train these AI models to not enrich Google like that? Like, change it up. You talking about something else. You got the power to train them to do certain things. You got the power to train them not to be biased to certain companies or to his own self. Come on, man. Get your story right.
Again, I would still say it's not perfect, but we very much focus on the safety of the model so that it doesn't do the things that you're concerned about, Senator.
Well, listen, I think this has surfaced an important point, and I just want to underscore this because I think it's important. All this, I appreciate that you want your models to be ethical and so forth. That's great, but I would just suggest that is in the eye of the beholder, and the talk of what is ethical or what is appropriate is going to really vary significantly determined by or depending on who controls the technology. So I'm sure that Google or Microsoft using these generative models, linking it up with their ad-based models, would say, oh, it's perfectly ethical for us to try and get the attention of as many consumers as possible by any means possible and to hold it as long as possible. And they would say, there's no problem with that. That's not misinformation. That's business. Now, would that be good for American consumers? I doubt it. Would that be respectful of American consumers' privacy and their integrity? Would it prevent them, or would it protect them rather from manipulation? I doubt it. I mean, so I think we've got to give some serious thought here to who controls this technology and how they are using it. And this is, I appreciate all that you're doing. I appreciate your commitments. I think that's great. I just want to underline, this is a very serious structural issue here that we're going to have to think hard about, and the control of this technology by just a handful of companies and governments is a huge, huge problem. Hopefully we can come back to this. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Let's talk a little bit about national security and AI, if we could. Mr. Amadei, to come back to you, you mentioned in your written testimony, in your policy recommendations, your first recommendation, in fact, is the United States must secure the AI supply chain. And then you mentioned immediately, as an example of this, chips used for training AI systems. Where are most of the chips made now? I think your microphone, I think maybe. That's okay. Everyone's eager to hear what you have to say. Go ahead.
Yes, what I had in mind here, yes, is that there are certain bottlenecks in the production of AI systems. That ranges from semiconductor manufacturing equipment to chips to the actual produced systems, which then have to be stored on a server somewhere, and in theory could be stolen or released in an uncontrolled way. So I think, compared to some of the more software elements, those are areas where there are substantially more bottlenecks.
Well, so, okay, understood. But we've heard a lot about chips, GPUs, about the shortage of them. My question is, and maybe you don't know the answer to this, maybe somebody else does, but do you know where most of them are currently manufactured?
Yeah, there are a number of steps in the production process for chips, right? Do you produce the raw chip or the actual GPU? Those happen in a number of places.
For example?
An important player on the, kind of like making the base fabrication side would be TSMC, which is in Taiwan, and then within companies like Nvidia within the United States, produce those into GPUs. And I don't know exactly where that process happens. It could be in a large number of places.
This dude all over the place. Get your facts straight, man. He didn't even want to say the chips was made in Taiwan, where I feel like the chips need to be made in the good old US of A. You know what I'm saying? Who is this man? Who is it? It just looked like he lying. Or he ain't prepared, he nervous or something going on.
Places.
As part of securing our supply chain here in this area, should we consider limitations, if not outright prohibitions, on components that are manufactured in China?
I think on that particular issue, that's not one where I have a huge amount of knowledge. I mean, I think we should think a little bit in the other direction of, are things that are produced by our supply chain, do they end up in places that we don't want them to be? So we've worried a lot about that in the context of models. We just had a blog post out today about AI models saying, hey, you might have spent a large number of millions of dollars, maybe someday it's going to be billions of dollars, to train an AI system, and then you don't want some state actor or criminal or rogue organization to then steal that and use it in some irresponsible way that you don't endorse.
Let me get at this problem from a just slightly different angle, which is, let's imagine a hypothetical in which the communist government of Beijing decides to launch an invasion of Taiwan. And let's imagine, and sadly it doesn't take very much imagination, let's imagine that they're successful in doing so. Just give me a back of the envelope forecast. What might that do to AI production?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm not an economist and it's hard to forecast, but a very large fraction of the chips are indeed, somewhere go through the supply chain in Taiwan. So I think there's no doubt that is a hot spot and something that we should be concerned about for sure.
Do either of the other panelists want to say anything on this about Professor Russell, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, there are studies. My colleague Orville Schell, who's a China expert, has been working on a study of these issues. There are already plans to diversify away from Taiwan. TSMC is trying to create a plant in the U.S. Intel is now building some very large plants in the U.S. and in Germany, I believe. So, but it's taking time. I think if the invasion that you mentioned happened tomorrow, we would be in a huge amount of trouble. As far as I understand it, there are plans to sabotage all the TSMC operations in Taiwan if an invasion were to take place. So it's not that all that capacity would then be taken over by China.
What's sad about that scenario is that would be the best case scenario, right? I mean, if there's an invasion of Taiwan, the best we could hope for is maybe all of their capacity or most of it gets sabotaged and maybe the whole world has to be in the dark for however long. That's the best case scenario. The point I'm trying to make is I think your point, Mr. Amodei, about securing our supply chains is absolutely critical, and thinking very seriously about decoupling efforts, strategic decoupling efforts, I think is absolutely vital at every point of the supply chain that we can. And I think we don't do that with China soon. Frankly, we should have done it a long time ago. If we don't do it very, very quickly, I think we're in real trouble, and I think we've got to think seriously about what may happen in the event of a Taiwan invasion. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to emphasize Professor Russell's point even more strongly, that we are trying to move some of the chip fab production capabilities to the U.S., but that needs to be faster, right? We're talking about 2 to 3 years for some of these very scary applications, and maybe not much longer than that for truly autonomous AI. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the timelines for moving these production facilities look more like 5 years, 7 years, and we've only started on a small component of them. So just to emphasize this, I think this is absolutely essential.
Yeah, good. Let me ask you about a different issue related to labor overseas and labor exploitation. The Wall Street Journal published a piece today entitled "Cleaning Up ChatGPT Takes Heavy Toll on Human Workers." Contractors in Kenya say they were traumatized by the effort to screen out descriptions of violence and sexual abuse during the run-up to OpenAI's hit chatbot, namely ChatGPT. The article details the widespread use of labor in Kenya to do this training work on the ChatGPT model. I encourage everyone to read it, and I'd like to ask the chairman to be able to enter this into the record.
Without objection.
One of the a couple of disturbing things. I mean, one is that we're talking about 1,000 or more workers outsourced overseas. We're talking about exploitation of those workers. They work round the clock. The material they're exposed to is incredible, and I'm sure extremely damaging, and that constitutes the nature of lawsuits that they're now bringing. Here's another interesting tidbit. The workers on the project were paid an average of between $1.46 an hour and $3.74 an hour. Let me say that again. The workers on the project were paid on average between $1.46 an hour and $3.74 an hour. Now, OpenAI says, oh, we thought that they were being paid over $12 an hour, and so we have the classic corporate outsource maneuver where a company outsources jobs, couldn't be done in the United States, outsources jobs, exploits foreign workers to do it, and then says, oh, we don't know anything about it. We're asking them to engage in this psychologically harmful activity. We're probably overworking them doing it, and we're not paying them. But, oops. I guess my question is, how widespread is this in the AI industry? Because it strikes me that we're told that AI is new, and it's a whole new kind of industry, and it's glittering, and it's almost magical, and yet it looks like it depends in critical respects on very old-fashioned, disgusting, immoral labor exploitation. So go ahead, Mr. Amodei.
Yes, so this is actually one area where Anthropic has a substantially different approach from the one that you've described. I can't speak for what other companies are doing, but a couple points One is this constitutional AI method, which I mentioned, is a way for one copy of the AI system to moderate or help to train another copy of the AI system. This is something that reduces, it does not eliminate, but it substantially reduces the need for the kind of human labor that you're describing. Second, in our own contracting practices, and I would have to talk to you directly for exact numbers, but I believe that the companies we contract out to are something like northwards of 75% workers from the U.S. and Canada.
What up, Phoenix? Salute, Phoenix Fireside. What's up with it?
And all paid above the California minimum wage. So I share your concern about these issues, and we're committed to both developing research that kind of obviates the need for some of this kind of moderation, and not exploiting these workers.
Well, it's good, because here's, I think, what would be terrible to see is this new technology that is built by foreign workers, not American workers. That seems like the same old story.
Hey, I see, Phoenix, you says ads. I didn't know it had ads on the live. But if it do, man, I appreciate y'all. Watch about 10 seconds of whatever it is. Watch it. Because, the lives, they really don't pay nobody. It ain't about the money for me. But, and what I do get, I'm planning on going back out here in the summertime to Skid Row and give away, waters and food and stuff like that. So whatever I make off of YouTube, the majority of those proceeds go to helping the homeless out here. So, I mean, homeless veterans, homeless families, just homeless, period. So, I didn't know it had ads pop up. But it's cool. I appreciate y'all. Hit that subscribe button, man. Double tap the screen for your boy, man. I really appreciate y'all. All right, let's go.
We've heard for 30, 40 years in this country where we're told, oh, no, American workers, they cost too much. They're American workers. They're just too demanding. American workers, they don't have the skills, so we're going to outsource it. We're going to give it to other foreign workers. Then you mistreat the foreign workers. Then you don't pay the foreign workers. And then who benefits from it at the end of the day? These few companies that we talked about earlier who make all the profit and control of it. That seems like an old story that I frankly don't want to see replicated again. That seems like a dystopia, not like a new future. So I think it's critical that we find out what the labor practices are of these companies. I'm glad that you're charting a different course, Mr. Amodei, and certainly we want to hold you to that.
And also any super chats that goes towards the cause that I'm going to do this summer. So I did it last summer. I'm planning on doing it again. So donate to the channel.
But I think it's vital that as we continue to look at how this technology is developing, that we actually push for. What's wrong with having a technology that actually employs people in the United States of America and pays them well? Why shouldn't American workers and American families protected by our labor laws benefit from this technology? I don't think that's too much to ask. And frankly, I think that we ought to expect that of companies in this country who are, with access to our markets, who are working on this technology. Mr. Chairman. This has been a tremendously helpful hearing. I just want to thank each of you again for taking the time to be here. Can I just ask you, if you could give us your one or at most two recommendations for what you think Congress ought to do right now? What should we do right now based on your expertise, what we've talked about today? I would be very, very curious to hear. So maybe we'll start with you, Professor Russell, and go that way.
So I gave some, move fast and fix things recommendations in my opening remarks, and I think there's no doubt that we're going to have an agency. If things go as expected, AI is going to end up being responsible for the majority of economic output in the United States. So it cannot be the case that there's no overall regulatory agency for this technology. And the second thing I think would be just to focus again on systems that violate a certain set of...
Shout out Phoenix Fireside for the $5 super thanks. I appreciate that. You know what I'm going to do. You've been on this ride with me, so know what's going on with it, but I appreciate that. And it's nice to see you too.
Of unacceptable
God bless you.
behaviors are removed from the market. And I think that will have not only a benefit in terms of protecting the American people and our national security, but also stimulating a great deal of research on ensuring that the AI systems are well understood, predictable, controllable. And that's it.
Very good. Professor Bengio.
What I would suggest, in addition to what Professor Russell said, is to make sure, either through incentives to companies, but also direct investment in nonprofit organizations, that we invest heavily, so totally as much as we spend on making more capable AIs, that we invest heavily in safety, whether it's at the level of the hardware or to the level of cybersecurity and national security to protect the public.
Very good. Mr. Amadei.
I would again emphasize the testing and auditing regime for all the risks ranging from those we face today, like misinformation came up, to the biological risks that I'm worried about in 2 or 3 years, to the risks of autonomous replication that are some unspecified period after that. All of those can be tied to different kind of tests that we can run in our model, and so that strikes me as a scaffolding on which we can build lots of different concerns about AI systems, right? If we start by testing for only one thing, we can in the end test for a much wider range of concerns. And I think without such testing, we're blind.
TJ, what's up, TJ? TJ say President Trump saved over $100 billion on his first 100 days in office. I gave him an A+ for that. Never ever vote dumb mo crap. All the polls, let me tell y'all the results of the polls so far. Are you Republican, Democrat, or Independent? We got the Republicans up 43%. Looked like the Democrats went down. It was sticking at 23%, but now it's at 20%, and Independents 37%. Okay, all right. So the Democrats is in the lead on this chat or in this live. Y'all keep hitting when y'all come in. Tap that poll, man. And don't tell me which person in the chat is what. So it's like, you just push it, whatever it is. I can't call you out on it. I just want to know, what my channel attracts more. So, but shout out everybody in the chats, man. Shout out all the Republicans, the Democrats, and the Independents. All right, let's keep going.
I give you an AI system. Another company gives you an AI system. You talk to it. It's not straightforward to determine whether this is a safe system or a dangerous system. So I would again make the analogy to, it's like we're making these machines, cars, airplanes. These are complex machines. We need an enforcement mechanism and people who are able to look at these machines and say, what are the benefits of these, and what is the danger of this particular machine, as well as machines in general. Once we measure that, I feel it's all going to work out well. But before we've identified and have a process for this, we're from a regulatory perspective shooting in the dark. And the final thing I would emphasize is, I don't think we have a lot of time. I personally am open to whatever administrative mechanism puts those kinds of tests in place. Very agnostic to whether it's, a new agency or extending the authorities of existing agencies. But whatever we do, it has to happen fast. And I think to focus people's minds on the bio risks, I would really target 2025, 2026, maybe even some chance of 2024. If we don't have things in place that are restraining what can be done with AI systems, we're going to have a really bad time.
Let me just thank you, each of you. That's really helpful. Let me just throw an idea out to you while I have you here, so to speak, which is when we think about protecting individuals and their personal data and making sure that it doesn't end up being used to train one of these generative AI systems without the individual's consent. And we know that there's just an enormous amount of our own personal information out there in public, kind of, I mean, it's really without our permission, but it's out there on the web. And everything from our credit histories to social media posts, et cetera, et cetera. Should we, in addition to assigning property rights in individual data, explicitly giving every American a property right in their data, should we also require monetary compensation if AI companies want to use individual data in their model in some way? Professor Giungio, go ahead.
It's not always going to be possible to attribute the output of a system to a particular piece of data, because these systems are not just copying, they're integrating information from many, many sources. And so we need other mechanisms to share to the people who are losing something, for example, artists. But in some cases, it could be identified if an output is close enough to something that has been, as copyright or something. I think in that case, yes, we should do it.
Any other thoughts? That's all of my questions.
My time is up, and I'm going to. Are you next? Polly? Senator from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to the witnesses for being here. I have to say, I'm kind of amazed that we're holding this hearing. To me, it's remarkable that the idea of actually, as you were just saying, Ms. Morin, the idea of enforcing our laws, protecting our border, securing our streets from criminals, it's amazing that that's controversial at all. And it says something a lot about the other side of the dais that we're having this hearing today. Let me just ask you, Mr. Reichlin-Melnick, I mean, is it really such a bad idea to deport people like the criminal who killed this young man? This is Travis Wolf. He was 12 years old when he was killed. He was mowed down, and I do mean mowed down, in a car by an illegal immigrant, 12 years of age, walking along a sidewalk in my state of Missouri, mowed down by an illegal immigrant who I think also had a prior criminal record. Is it such a bad idea to deport the person who killed him?
Any person who commits a heinous crime should suffer the consequences under the law.
Good. What about Officer David Lee? Officer David Lee was killed in Missouri just a few months ago by another illegal immigrant, once again in a car, who used it as a lethal weapon to ram him and kill him. Is it so wrong, such a bad idea to deport the illegal immigrant who killed this good man?
Again, any person who commits an awful act should face the full force of the law.
We've had multiple stabbings in the state of Missouri at laundromats in O'Fallon, Missouri, where innocent civilians were going to do their laundry of an evening and were attacked with knives, slashed, bled, stomped upon. Should the illegals who did that, should they not be deported?
No, as I said, if you commit an offense, you should face consequences. But the overwhelming majority of the 13 million people here today
We've had officers assaulted in Kansas City on the other side of the state who have been assaulted by illegal immigrants. One officer required over 100 stitches to the head, a police officer, earlier this year. Should the illegal immigrant who did that not be deported?
Again, they should face the consequences of the law, but they are a very small minority of the population that President Trump is promising to deport.
Well, is it a yes or no, fool? I don't know why they always keep trying to back these people up coming over here doing all this crime. It's crazy. You come over here illegally and you do a crime, your ass should be deported immediately. Not no due process, none of that. You coming over here for a better life, but you actually coming over here to cause destruction. That's what it seemed like. Not every one of them, but the ones who are out here doing this, they don't need no damn due process. Your ass running from your country because you probably did some heinous stuff over there. Then you coming over here trying to pull the same thing, and then you got people like this, and people, liberals and people on the left. I'm gonna say it because y'all the only ones that's out here trying to protect these criminals that's coming out here that's doing criminal activity. If they came over here without doing criminal activity, then they have a better chance of not being deported or not being on a deportation list. But if you're coming over here and you committing crimes, your ass need to be deported. Point blank, period. Ain't no excuses. You coming over here for a better opportunity in your life, running from so-called persecution and different things like that in the country you come from, but then you come over here committing all these damn crimes. You thought they gave you money, debit card, food, houses, and places to stay, and y'all still want to act like a damn fool? You got American citizens can't get half the stuff, or when they do get it, they got to leave their damn blood or fingerprints and blood to get the same things y'all getting over here for free. But then y'all want to come over here and don't be appreciative of what's being handed to you off my hard-earned money, or American citizens' hard-earned money. Just crazy. Anyway, it's getting me upset even thinking about that. Let's go before I get in trouble.
Let's talk about the rest of the people who you don't want to be deported. You said in an article that you wrote recently, new report shows devastating costs of mass deportation. You wrote this in October. Do you remember this piece?
Yes, that is a summary of our report that we published
so
in
this
October.
piece, and it's also in your written testimony, you talk about how much the economy will lose if the United States actually enforces our immigration laws and deports folks who are here illegally. And I want to quote you now. You say some industries would be particularly hard hit, including construction, agriculture, and hospitality, which combined would lose more than 2.5 million workers. What's the argument here? That there aren't American workers who are available to do those jobs?
No, and as I said previously, there likely are, but the issue is that
and you don't want their wages to rise?
I think that we want to pass a path to citizenship so we can have a level and fair playing field for every American.
Why would you want American citizens and those who are here lawfully to have to compete against illegal immigrants who, by the way, are often paid not minimum wage, who are not given the federally mandated benefits precisely because they're here illegally? Why would you want to drive down the wages of millions of working Americans who can't get those jobs in construction, agriculture, and hospitality because illegal immigrants are getting them? Suppressing wages in the meantime. Why would you want to do that?
Well, if you didn't hear from my initial testimony, you know I don't want that.
Listen, I read your testimony word for word, and I've been watching it, and I know what the answer is. You don't actually care about working people because you're absolutely hell-bent on this ideological agenda of opening our border. You want to give everybody who's here a path to citizenship. You want blanket amnesty. You talk about mass deportations. That's your word, not Trump's. You want mass amnesty, right? It's right here in your testimony.
We want a path to citizenship for people who pass a background check, who pay a fine.
That's amnesty, who you just said there's millions of people, 13 million people. Right, 13 million people you want to dump into the labor force.
They are already
who will drive
in the labor force,
illegally.
Senator.
They're here,
yes.
taking jobs
so
from American citizens and saying, perfect.
This.
So here's your plan. So just if you're wondering, America, here's the Democrats' plan. Take the 13 million plus illegals who are here, taking jobs from Americans, taking wages down, taking health care benefits, and bring them here legally so that they can continue to drive down wages, flood the labor force, and suppress
Senator
all of the
Hawley,
above.
they can't flood the labor force if they're already part of the labor force, which is
they
the
are
economic
flooding the
issue
labor
today.
force now. That's what's happening now. Why do you think wages?
Man, this dude don't understand. He's saying they are here already. And you talking about a path to citizenship, what, through a job? Because I know of plenty of American citizens that need jobs. Some of them I know. It shouldn't even matter what the damn job is. You get a job, you got a job. I think Americans should get that shit first. Excuse my language. But they want path to citizenship through a job. That's what it sounds like to me. They need to, like they say, they need to be vetted, pass a background check, and all that stuff before they even think about applying for a damn job. Just simple as that. Why we got, like Josh Hawley said, why American citizens got to compete with a bunch of illegal damn aliens for jobs? That's ridiculous. These people came over here remember they were saying they want asylum because they was being persecuted in their own country, running from fear and death. But then we started to find out these are economic asylum seekers. They want to make money. All you heard was when they was being interviewed, when the border thing was really cracking. Every time they would interview one of these damn illegal aliens, they say they coming over here to work. They want a job. Ain't none of them said that they was running from a gang or anything, like about to lose their life because of their religious beliefs. I know I covered it extensively last year. You very rarely seen any of these illegal aliens talking about they was running for their lives. They always say, we want a job. We want a job. I did a couple videos talking about legal aliens and then Chinese and all the people is our replacements as far as the workforce go. And a lot of people in the comments told me I was stupid and crazy. That's not what they here for. But then we start seeing they want jobs. That's why they coming over here. But we shouldn't have to compete with none of them damn people. We been here. We got an unemployment rate out of this world, and they giving 20 million damn jobs to illegal aliens in construction and all these different labor-driven jobs. Come on, man, it's ridiculous. Get on him, Josh Hawley.
Have been here for over 15 years. Many millions have been
And
here
what has
since the
happened to
Reagan
working class
administration.
wages in that time, Mr. Reifman-Melnick?
Working class
Have they gone
wages
up?
are currently going up. Yes.
Oh, really? They've
have
gone up over the last 15 years?
Over the
They're
last
up?
15 years, I will have to consult the economists on that matter.
Yeah, they're down, way down. What world do you live in? Listen,
Senator Hawley,
here's the deal. The American
familiar
people
with the
just
phrase,
voted.
"Don't
The American
cut off your
people
nose to
just
spite your
voted.
face"?
Well, you know what? It's my time, not yours. So you're here to answer my questions,
Yeah,
not to
tell me.
offer a soliloquy. And let me just end with this. The American people just got a good look at your economic program, and they voted against it. We've had an open border for the last 4 years. We have had de facto amnesty, as you yourself just said, for the last 15 plus years. It has been a disaster. People have died because of it. Wages are lower because of it. Our streets are in chaos because of it. And now you and the Democrat Party just say more of the same, more of the same. Let's double down. I would just say to you, I think that's insanity. I think it's total insanity, and the American people do too.
Senator Hawley, we have a choice. We can either hurt the economy or help the economy. And if we want to deport 13 million
It hurts the
people,
economy to give
hurt the
American
economy.
workers jobs?
Hold on. We ain't heard nothing about the economy if we deport 13 million people. That means 13 million unemployed Americans gonna get them damn jobs. Somebody in the comments say the bearded guy is woke as hell. He is. This is crazy. I'm talking about we gonna hurt the economy if we deport 13 million people that don't supposed to be here. They ain't never supposed to been here, so how we gonna miss it? Tell me that. If they wasn't really supposed to be here and they got 13 million jobs to get to them and these people ain't supposed to be here, that means 13 million Americans ain't gonna get those jobs. That's gonna replace those people that when they get them up out of here, they can work. So this man don't know what the hell he talking about.
Senator from Texas.
Senator Van Hollen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, you and I served together in Congress for 15 years. We didn't always agree, but I believe we shared some common values. A belief in defending democracy and human rights abroad and honoring the Constitution at home. That's why I voted to confirm you. I believed you.
Yeah, they want him to vote Democrat, but we're going to get most of their asses up out of here. It's only been, 150 days? Whatever it is with this new administration with Trump. We're going to try to get as many as you can up out of here. But I got a question. If they said that you have to, if you can turn in any of these illegal, if you know anybody that's illegal and you turn them in, they'll pay you $1,000 per head. Would y'all do it? Put a 1 in the chat or put a 2 in the chat for no. If they came on the news, breaking news, there's a bounty for illegal aliens, $1,000 per head. Would you do it? Yes, put a 1. No, put a 2 in the chat. Because I already know what my answer is. Sorry. But the next door neighbor and the people down the street, it's how many of them? It's 10. That's $10,000 for me. And then there's ways to even get more. You can go to Home Depot in a moving truck or a dump truck and say, man, I need all y'all help. I'm paying $100 a day. I know that sounds diabolical, but man, look, it is what it is. Let me go before I get in trouble.
You would stand up for those principles. You haven't. You've done the opposite. And you used to speak with conviction about the importance of foreign aid as a tool to advance American values and interests. Then you stood by while Elon Musk took a chainsaw to USAID and other assistance programs. That has left a staggering toll. Broken trust with countries, openings for China and other adversaries, and countless preventable deaths of children and others. Take Sudan, for example. The freezing of U.S. humanitarian assistance forced the closure of nearly 80% of the emergency food kitchens there. 2 million famine-affected people were left without access to food. People died because of those actions. Mothers, fathers, and children. Tons of emergency food that could have saved their lives was left rotting in warehouses because you and
So what? You think they care about our citizens dying? That's the problem. Like, we got so much stuff over here we need to take care of instead of worrying about some other country who caused their own issues or living the way that they government said they want to live, they had to live. It's not our fault. That's why we broke now, because we keep on sending all our money over to these other countries to fight their wars and to feed them damn people. And America can't even feed their own goddamn homeless population, or house the whole, house the homeless population, or take care of veterans, or whatever it is. I'm getting tired of hearing about other countries and what we need to do to help them. We've been helping these people for years, and they still ain't got their stuff together. And we can't go to them and say, man, we need help with our homeless population. Can y'all send some of that Sudan money over here? Or some of that Venezuelan money over here? Like, come on, man. Crazy. I hate to sound like that, but it is what it is. I got to keep it 100. I got to keep it a bean. I got to keep it a stack with y'all. You know what I'm saying? I get tired of getting up every morning and walking down the street and seeing people in tents sleeping outside. Standing in front of the liquor store or sleeping next to the liquor, just any grocery store, just people out, just sleeping out on the streets. And we sending our money out here to these other damn countries. Just ridiculous. I have to go out downtown Skid Row to help feed some of these people. I don't want to do it, but I can't, I'm an American citizen. I don't like to see people out here struggling like that, because I'm on the brink of being homeless and struggling too. One false move, you know what I'm saying? And that go for everybody in the chat. I don't know if everybody in the chat rich or whatever they got going on, but this country's supposed to come first. And anybody tapping in the UK or anywhere on my chats, man, look, I'm an American and proud American citizen. I love humanity, I love people, but this is where I come from. And I don't think it's right that our money is constantly being sent overseas along with the jobs. It's crazy how these people, this man right here, this is the man I think that went to go to Venezuela to go see Kilmar Grego Garcia. He went out there and he got out there, he took taxpayer citizens' money and went out there to go see this man who knew he'd been deported already, came back, committed crimes, all this stuff, and they backing this man like that. Like, I feel like all these people who keep on defending other people in other countries, they need to be deported with their ass. They can go out there with them since they love them so much. Go on out there, because you don't love this country. This country gave you a good-ass job, Van Hollen. And for you to spit in American people's faces, it's wrong. But anyway, let me keep going before I get in trouble.
when Elon Musk refused to let USAID do its job. Sudan is a country where, by the administration's own determination, a genocide is unfolding in Darfur. But here's where it goes from cruel to despicable. While cutting off food aid to Sudanese families living through an actual genocide, you're fast-tracking white South Africans for refugee status under a manufactured claim that they are the victims of genocide.
So what? We got genocide going on over here. We got all these gangs killing each other up. You got people being thrown in prisons and jail. That's genocide, you might as well say, because they giving them football numbers. You got genocide going on with homelessness. Not saying people dying, but the genocide what I'm talking about is a lot. Like it's just crazy how much homelessness it is in these states. People can't afford nothing, and then they want to blame all that on Trump. And he only been in there 130 damn days, 150 days. It was already messed up when he got in there. Not to say he gonna fix everything, but every new president has to deal with what the last president did. And it take time for that stuff to clear up. But all the money that's being sent so fast when Zelensky came over here and graped America for $180 million and all our weapons and different things like that, they was quick to do that. But they ain't moving fast enough to get these homeless people up off the street. They ain't moving fast enough to get these people up off of welfare and give them jobs. That's the thing. The 15, 20 million illegal aliens here taking up all the jobs. The 20 million Americans that don't have a job, they got to go get on food stamps because they can't get the damn job. We got to compete with illegal immigrants. Like it's just crazy. They so quick to give our money away, but can't come up with a solution to try to solve what's going on over here in America. They so quick to want to solve somebody else's problems. And I don't even think what we doing for them other people is really appreciative. It's not. These people are just lunatics.
You tried to block the admission of individuals who had already been approved to come here as refugees while making bogus claims to justify granting such status to Afrikaners. You've made a mockery of our country's refugee process, turning it into a system of global apartheid where political ideology and race, more than truth or need, matter. And while you've turned away from a genocide in Sudan and invented one in South Africa, you teamed up with President Trump to throw the Ukrainian people under the bus and have been played like a fiddle by Vladimir Putin. Of course, Donald Trump not only said he would end the war in Ukraine on day one, he also said he...
Ricky T said people from other countries are hungry where they come from is not the same here. It is the same. Hunger is hunger. It's the same. If you hungry, don't mean you hungry different in another country. If you hungry, you hungry. And I feel that American hunger is more important than another country's hunger. If you want to separate the hungers. If people ain't hungry in America, that means less crime. People ain't going to be trying to rob you and do all this stuff to get money to feed their family. We got to live out here like that. We don't live in Sudan and all these different countries that's saying that they hungry. They got to deal with that crime rate over there. If their government would straighten up and do what they need to do for their people, then their people don't need to we don't need to be over there trying to help them. Not to say I'm not, like I said, I love people, but I got to live in this country over here where people are hungry. You got kids hungry, you got people hungry. And they doing things to feed their families over here. So if you hungry, you hungry. I don't give a damn what country you come from. It's all the same. It might not look the same, but it's the same.
You would end the war in Gaza on day one. And yet last week you were all running around to Gulf states giving away very sensitive American AI and chips technology, but doing nothing to end the war in Gaza and get the remaining hostages returned. You know that for 78 days, the Netanyahu government did not allow a scrap of food to enter Gaza to reach over 2 million civilians. 57 children have died from malnutrition so far, and more than 14,000 children are in imminent danger of dying.
I see what you're saying in the chats. Say you can't hold a job when you hitting fent every hour. Well, a lot of that money that's being going to these different damn countries, they can do something. They can save that money and do something to clean these damn people up. You know what I'm saying? And sanction the hell out of China and Mexico and all. Like, they the ones who bringing this stuff in here. So it's ways to do things. But regardless of the fact, some people, if they on the drug, that they want to die, obviously, because fentanyl is one of the leading killers. So obviously they don't want to be here. Some people you just can't save. But it's a lot of people out here that do want to be saved and do need to eat. And I feel, and I'm going to keep saying this, America is first in my book.
Of starvation. As Cindy McCain said last week, and I quote, "Families in Gaza are starving while the food they need is sitting at the border." That is a gross violation of both U.S. and international law. What did you do? Nothing. Not once did you publicly call upon the Netanyahu government to end the blockade. Fortunately, other countries spoke out, and now we see a tiny trickle going in. Where have you focused your energy instead, Mr. Secretary? Well, your first trip as Secretary of State was to El Salvador, not to promote democracy, but to...
Well, you got to work out here to survive, too. You got to work to survive. You got to work to eat. A lot of people, they do get handouts and stuff like that, but once things start changing, where it's like, I feel like this: if you have an able body, your ass should be able to work. Not getting the Section 8 that's been going through your family for 10 generations. If your ass got an able body, you should be able to work like me. I'm 52 years old. I've been working a lot. I've been working since high school. I'm eating. That's the first thing in survival. You got to eat. You got to work to eat. I don't give a damn what country you in. If you got to work to get food, that's your pay. That's what they pay you. They pay your ass in rice if you working. You eating. But like I said, man, I don't want our money going to all these different countries who we've been taking care of for years. If they ain't got their act together, then obviously that's the way that they want to live. We did what we could do. Why should we have to go broke behind that? Why should American citizens have to starve because all our money going and food going in all these different nations? The man up above put enough for each part of this world, enough for people to eat. It's enough for everybody. So I don't want to hear all that people got it worse than we do. I don't know about they worst because all I know is what American worst is. Like, if I'm saying it right, I ain't never lived in them countries where you saying it's worse at. I really don't give a damn. It's worse where I'm at. It's all I know.
Cozy up to President Bukele, who calls himself the world's coolest dictator. The result was a cash for collusion deal to deprive people living in America of their constitutional rights to due process. The Supreme Court, in a 9-0 decision, instructed you to facilitate the return to the United States of Abrego Garcia, who the administration admitted was wrongfully deported to El Salvador. Your response? You've openly flouted judicial orders. When asked whether you have been in touch with El Salvador to return Abrego Garcia, you boasted, quote, "I would never tell you that. And you know who else I would never tell? A judge." Clearly, you don't care about the Fifth Amendment right to due process, And you don't care about the First Amendment either, since you've been very busy snatching students off of college campuses for exercising their right to free speech.
Hotel corner chair say billionaires are the enemy, not other countries. Wake the F up. They avoid paying taxes that could really help a lot of people. I don't believe billionaires are the enemy. Shit, billionaires, they did what they had to do to make all that money. I don't count people's pockets. Why am I worried about what a billionaire does? I don't know no billionaires. They ain't affecting me. I don't give a damn about what they making. All I know is I have to get up every morning like I do in a couple of hours to go to work, get my money so I can take care of my family. If God blesses me with $1 billion, because that's where it's going to come from. You know, if he bless me and wake up and look at my bank account and there's $1 billion in there, I'm going to really take care of my family. So, and then I'm going to do my humanitarian thing. You can't force a person with money to do anything for you. So stop counting other people's pockets, man. That's what these Democrats and these liberals and people like that always worrying about, the rich billionaires. Sound like a bunch of haters to me. Counting the next man's pockets. Get up and get out and get something. You know what I'm saying? That's what the Goody Mob told you. If you're into rap, look up that song by the Goody Mob. You got to get up, get out, and get something. You can't let the days in this world pass you by. You know what I'm saying? They ain't my enemy. I don't give a damn. Shit, they paying their taxes just like we paying ours. Just because you making $1 billion don't mean you got to give half of your money away. Whatever your tax bracket is, you pay it. Stop counting other people's pockets, man. It's just an excuse to me. Appreciate your comment, though. You know what I'm saying? It's free speech over here. You can say what you want, but just respect the host, man, and respect people in the chats. You can say what you want to say, all right?
You dredged up a relic from the McCarthy era to claim that student protesters posed a threat to the foreign policy of the United States. Give me a break, Mr. Secretary. You know as well as I do this isn't about national security. It's about punishing free speech. And you know that in America, the government doesn't get to use its power to punish speech it doesn't like. Yet in March...
So free speech, right? It's free speech. That's what he's talking about, is free speech is not national security. It is if you talking about you praising Hamas and all these terrorist organizations on college campuses, where my daughter getting ready to go to college. I don't want her going to college learning about or being harassed because she want to go learn, or being in a school with a damn terrorist, a sleeper cell. So it is national security when you speak in rhetoric about death to America and all this other stuff. People paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to go to college, but can't even go to their class because they're being harassed by somebody whose belief systems don't need to be out here in this country. Go to them countries who believe that. Then go to war with it. Go over there and say that over there. I ain't Jewish or none of that. And I feel for them damn students. Like, that's crazy. Anti-Semitic, all this stuff that's going on in them colleges. It's crazy. And you got this man right here, went out there to Venezuela for Kilmar Grego Garcia, however you say that man's name. It's a limit to free speech. It's free speech, all right, but it's a limit when you get to talking all that hateful stuff like that, man. You got to be shut down. And I'm glad they taking away all them damn visas for these people who it's a privilege to come over here to learn. It's not your right. It's a privilege. So they need to start acting like it. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. How you going? That's like going into somebody's hood over there screaming out another hood. You don't think you're going to get some consequences coming your way? Just crazy.
March, you boasted about revoking student visas, saying, and I'm quoting, "We do it every day. Every time I find one of these lunatics, I take away their visa," unquote. Let's look at one of those lunatics, Mr. Secretary, Ms. Ozturk. Her crime was co-authoring an op-ed in her college paper critical of Tufts University's response to the war in Gaza. Your own department found zero links to terrorism, no anti-Semitic statements, but you still yanked her visa and shipped her off to detention in Louisiana. And the list goes on. And
Damn right. Yank her ass
federal judge
yank her ass out of that school and put her in detention. Don't come up here talking about death to America and all this stuff. You need to be in detention. When I was in school, I went to detention a couple times for doing stuff in school I ain't had no business doing. They ain't deport me. I'm an American citizen, but detention is what it sounds like. It's detention. This is the new detention. You go and say something dumb, your ass ain't an American citizen, you going to detention. I ain't old enough where they used to put dunce hats on you and sit you in the corner. So if you out here talking that mess, you're going to get called out on it.
in the case of Mohsen Madawi, who is the Columbia student who was ambushed by federal agents at his citizenship appointment, said, and I quote, this is the judge, "Legal residents not charged with crimes or misconduct are being arrested and threatened with deportation for stating their views on the political issues of the day. Our nation has seen times like this before, especially during the Red Scare and Palmer raids. Like the McCarthy-era witch hunts of the 1950s, your campaign of fear and repression is eating away at foundational values of our democracy. Back then, it took one voice, Attorney Joseph Welch, to cut through the hysteria with the simple question that marked the beginning of the end of that shameful era. He asked Senator McCarthy, have you no sense of..."
Ricky T, did I say that? Did I say free speech and then go to a country that believes that? I don't think I said that. This dude must have said it on Holland. Van Hollen must have said that. What I said was, it's free speech, but there's a limit to a limit to your free speech. You can't be saying all this crazy talking about death to America and then think you just gonna be out here roaming freely in the schools and saying all this stuff. I don't like hearing about death to America. I live in America, so what you talking about? We are in a country of free speech, but it's a limit to it. You cannot send out terroristic threats without consequences. And a lot of these students that they're snatching these visas from, the leader of all this stuff was the guy named, I can't think, Muhammad Mahmoud, whatever his name is. They got his ass up out of there. You ain't gonna come to this country agitating and starting stuff. If you so firmly believe in the country you come from, go there and do that. That's all I'm saying. Don't come here talking that mess. Because people like me and other people that feel the way that I feel is going to say something about it. You know, we not going to those countries and saying death to them countries and then think we going to live out there peaceful and get an education and live peacefully. It ain't going to happen. It ain't going to happen. We ain't going to be able to we ain't going to their schools out there learning their stuff and then in the schools talking about burn the school down. We hate it out here. We hate this government. No, we don't. I'm not doing that. So why you think we supposed to be able to accept that? It's not right, and you know it ain't right. You just want to troll, but it's all right. Trolls need love too.
Decency. And I would ask you the same, Secretary Rubio. But you have shown through your words and your actions what the answer is. And I have to tell you directly and personally that I regret voting for you for Secretary of State. I yield back.
May I respond?
You may sit.
Well, first of all, your regret for voting for me confirms I'm doing a good job. based on what I know.
Well, that's
about
just
your
a
record
flippant
and what you
statement,
stand
Mr.
for.
Secretary.
Can I respond, Mr. Chairman?
You may.
I didn't ask a
Senator,
question.
please let the Secretary have
I'd be
the floor.
happy to, but then I can
What you say? Let me see. Hans Kramer said, "My friend, is them now, but you very well may be next. Good luck with that." What you mean? I was born. I got a birth certificate. I was born in Martin Luther King Hospital in Compton, Watts Compton area. Where they gonna deport me to? I don't know. I don't know where they gonna deport me to. I was born here. Hey, and everybody that was born here, hey, I think you're safe. But if you wasn't born here, then maybe yeah. I mean, you know, you can't be saying all that crazy stuff and don't expect consequences. So I ain't worried about it. Where I'm going. Amy said there's consequences to all our choices and actions, especially with God. Amen to that. You know what I'm saying? Ricky T, God loves us all. Brother, I hope as a sheep you find your shepherd. Your birth certificate from hospital named after a black man means nothing. Stay alive. Hey, I wasn't, look, you think it was my choice to be born in Martin Luther King Hospital? I was just born there. Hey. And if you think I'm sheep, then sheep would be agreeing with a lot of these leftist lunatic type of things. You know, I analyze stuff. Ain't nobody gonna tell me that a boy is supposed to be playing in a female sport. Or a boy supposed to be going in a girl's bathroom and I'm supposed to say, oh yeah, that's right, that's true. It got a stall in there. I mean, there's a line for the men out there, so a man might as well, there's only 2 girls in the bathroom going in there. Hell no. I got daughters and I wish I would see a man in a dress going to the bathroom with my damn daughter. That ain't happening. I don't give a damn. I know what a man look like when I see one. I refuse to accept those certain situations. He can go in there, but my daughter's going to get the hell up out of that bathroom. So, sheep. That's crazy.
respond to his.
Your time's up, Senator, and willfully used, I might add.
Well,
your remarks do not represent the view of this committee.
Well, Mr.
Secretary, please.
Well, I'd like to. I can't respond to everything he said because much of these are untrue, but I'll go through a few. First of all, I'm actually very proud of the work we've done with USAID. For example, I don't regret cutting $10 million for male circumcisions in Mozambique. I don't know how that makes us stronger and more prosperous as a nation.
Exactly. How'd that make us stronger and prosperous? $10 million in Mozambique. Crazy.
I don't regret psychosocial support services.
I raised Sudan, Mr. Secretary.
Can I respond, Mr. Chairman, or do I?
Senator, I'd ask you to suspend. You had 7 straight minutes of
I chose to use my time that way, Mr. Chairman. That's my right to
Please
use
suspend
my time that way.
Secretary Rubio.
Well, I can go on. I mean, there's other things here. We spent $227,000 for Big Cat's YouTube channel from USAID. We spent $14 million for social cohesion in Mali, whatever the hell that means. So I can go on and on. I got the list here, and there's more. I didn't even bring the whole list. In the case of El Salvador, absolutely. Absolutely. We deported gang members, including the one you had a margarita with. And that guy is a human trafficker, and that guy is a gangbanger, and the evidence is going to be clear. In the days to come, you're going to see who you went to defend.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Secretary Rubio has the floor.
Mr. Chairman, he can't make unsubstantiated comments like that.
Secretary Rubio has the floor. You've had
Secretary
your time.
Rubio should take that testimony to the federal court in the United States because he hasn't done it under oath.
Here's another point, okay? There is a division in our government between the federal branch and the judicial branch. No judge in the judicial branch cannot tell me or the president how to conduct foreign policy. No judge can tell me how I have to outreach to a foreign partner or what I need to say to them. And if I do reach to that foreign partner and talk to them, I am under no obligation to share that with the judiciary branch. Just like a judge cannot order me to negotiate with a foreign minister of Russia, they cannot order me to negotiate with a foreign minister or the president of El Salvador. And if I did negotiate with them, which we have responded to them, and we've told them we've had communications with the president of El Salvador, I am under no obligation under our division of powers in this country and to share with the judicial branch how I conducted diplomacy of the United States. It would actually be counterproductive. If I started sharing with courts, or frankly, with the media, my conversations with foreign leaders and all of their details, no foreign leader would talk to me again, and we would break trust with them. So I have complied with every court order. What I won't comply with is an order to disclose what I'm saying and what we're talking about with a foreign leader, because then they won't talk to me. Diplomacy doesn't work that way.
Yeah, Rubio be standing on business. Standing on business.
About the student visas, let me say this. I don't deport anybody, and I don't snatch anybody. The State Department does not have officers in the street snatching everybody. What I do is revoke visas, and it's very simple. A visa is not a right. It is a privilege. People apply for student visas to come into the United States and study. And if you tell me that you're coming to the United States to lead campus crusades, to take over libraries and try to burn down buildings and acts of violence, we're not going to give you a visa.
Is that what Ms. Ostork did?
We're not.
Get them out of here if they coming to do that.
Is that what she did? Come on, Mr. Secretary.
And every single
You're
one of
just
these
blowing
cases, the
smoke
factors
here
are
now.
different.
Senator,
the bottom line is, if you're coming here to stir up trouble on our campuses, we will deny you a visa. And if you
Does
have
the
a
First
visa
Amendment
and we find
apply
you,
to
we will
people
revoke
living in the United
and
States?
we're going to do more. There are more coming. We're going to continue to revoke the visas of people who are here as guests and are disrupting our higher education facilities.
Yeah.
People are paying money. These kids pay money to go to school, and they have to walk through a
Writing an
bunch of
op-ed
lunatics
to the
who are
top
here on student
newspapers
visas.
disrupting the
Simple
foreign
as
policy
that.
of the United
I
States.
want to do more. I hope we can
That's
find more of these people.
pathetic, Mr.
In fact,
Secretary.
the other day, some guys led a riot. I forgot what university.
Exactly what I'm saying. You come here as a guest, act like you a guest. Act like you've been here for hundreds of years. No, you're a guest. It's a privilege to get a visa to come over here. Lord.
Was, and I asked, please, can you find the arrest records of all the people that were arrested at that riot at that campus? Because if any of them have a visa, we're going to revoke
I
it.
feel so much safer
All right,
when you lock
let's,
up people like Ms. Ostork, Ms. Secretary.
We've had enough time on the subject. Thank you very much.
I don't even know how we got there because
Uh-oh, I hear that lady Jasmine coming on. Amy said, I'm sick and tired of giving money to other countries. I don't see our countries giving us money. I don't see other countries giving us money while they raise our taxes when they want. Income tax is unconstitutional. Exactly. I'm tired of them giving away the money too, Amy. It's ridiculous. Let's go, man. We got Jasmine Crockett. Nancy Mace challenges Jasmine Crockett to take it outside during a heated congressional hearing. Let's see what they talking about.
I tried to make it clear how many civil rights, it doesn't just boil down to one conversation, but I can see that somebody's campaign coffers really are struggling right now. So she gonna keep saying trans, so that people will feel threatened. And child, listen, I want y'all to tell me whether or
Do
not.
not call me a child.
This lady right here, that's what I'm saying. Jasmine Crockett is a ghetto-ass girl. Look at her. Look at that hair. Like, She cannot just speak intelligent. She probably smart, but we already learned she got her job, her start as a DEI hire because she said hire her because she black. And she come here talking about child and all this stuff, like, just ridiculous. Her voice irks my nerves. I used to think she thought she was interesting until she started getting more camera time. She's they used to say that the blind women are bimbos. They mistaken. This is a bimbo right here. Anybody in the chat who like her, I'm sorry, but she a bimbo. I mean, you can like who you like, but this lady's a damn bimbo. For real. I'm sorry, child, and all this stuff. Keep all that talk in your home. Don't come over here in Congress where you got cameras on you representing black women or wherever you come from like this. It's just crazy. Let's hear what this bimbo got to talk about.
She gonna keep saying trans, so that
She gonna keep saying trans. This, Lord. Somebody earlier in the comments say that she's a savior. Like, what the hell are you talking about? Damn.
that somebody's campaign coffers really are struggling right now. So she gonna keep saying trans, so that people will feel threatened. And child, listen, I want y'all to tell me whether or
Do
not
call me a child. I am no child.
I want
Don't
to
even
find
start.
out
I am a grown
which
woman.
of those
I am 47 years
emails
old. I have broken
actually
more
have
glass ceilings than you
Chairman,
ever
I am
will.
reclaiming my
Let's go.
time.
You will not do that. I
Order.
am not a child.
Good night,
I am
Gloria.
reclaiming my time.
If you want to take it outside,
Mr. Chairman, the committee is not
Okay.
in order.
Order.
Point of order. Point of order.
Order. Chair recognizes.
She said take it outside. Good night, Gloria. I appreciate you for tapping in.
Ms. Crockett.
No, point of order, Mr. Chairman.
And thank you for the super thanks earlier. Appreciate you.
State your point.
Is it allowed in the rules for a member to incite violence against another member? I mean, she said she wants to take it outside.
Let's rewind.
Hey, I have the First Amendment right too,
And
young
so
man.
I'd like those words to be.
So that people will feel threatened that somebody's campaign coffers really are struggling right now. So she gonna keep saying trans, so that people will feel threatened. And child, listen, I want y'all
I
to
am
tell
no
me
child.
whether or
Do
not
call me a child. I am no child.
I want
Don't
to
even
find
start.
out
I am a grown
which
woman.
of those
I am 47 years
emails
old. I have broken
actually
more
have
glass ceilings than you
Chairman,
ever
I
will.
am reclaiming my
Let's go.
time.
You will not do that. I
Order.
am not a
Chairman,
child.
I am
not a
reclaiming
child.
my time.
If you want to take it outside,
Mr. Chairman, the committee is not
Okay.
in order.
Order.
Point of order. Point of order.
Order. Chair recognizes Ms. Crockett.
No, point of order, Mr. Chairman.
State your point.
Is it allowed in the rules for a member to incite violence against another member? I mean, she said she wants to take it outside with.
Hey, I have the First Amendment right too,
And
young
so
man.
I'd like those words
right.
to be
I'm not
taken
gonna be a
down.
child.
I am
I'm not gonna
moving
be
to have
called a
those
child
words
by
taken
any of
down.
you.
I believe it's against the rules to
Going
incite
outside doesn't
violence
incite
against
violence.
another
You have a
member of
conversation that isn't.
The committee will
interrupting this
suspend.
committee.
The member will state the words he wishes taken down.
where she said that we can take it outside, which is direct violation against the rules, inciting violence against another member.
What rule? What rule? Cite the rule.
How does that incite violence?
Mr. Chairman, there are, if I might point out, Mr. Chairman, there are decorum rules in the House of Representatives.
And the two parliamentarians are discussing this right now. We'll suspend for a second. All right. The chair's going to make a rule. What the gentlelady said was, we can take this outside if you want. And
Okay, so-
that could mean you could go outside and have a cup of coffee or perhaps a beer or, I mean, we have
Seriously,
lots of conversations outside. So I'm going to rule that it was, just
that it's okay.
that it's okay.
All right, and then point of inquiry.
And remember, this is a slippery slope you're going down because we have.
Oh, you're
disagreements
going
in
down
this
the
committee,
slippery
as you
slope.
know.
So just to be clear, in this committee, we can ask we can threaten violence on someone as long as
no,
at
that's
the
not-
end. Excuse me.
I did not threaten violence.
Excuse me.
I threatened no
Excuse me.
violence.
There was
I threatened no
There
violence.
was no violence.
As long as at the end.
Don't create a
I
false
threatened no
question.
violence.
That was
None.
no
None.
other
You're
person.
making shit up as
It's
you
good
go
to know.
along. You
Good
might
to
want
know.
to figure this one out.
Order. There was
I thought you were cursing today.
no violence.
Mr. Chairman.
No violence.
She didn't say, I'm going to take your ass. We can go outside and I'll whoop your ass. She didn't say that. She said we can go outside. Don't mean violence. somebody need to take Jasmine Crockett ass outside and put her in her place. Somebody need to. But let's keep going for we all get in trouble for these comments.
I'm going to appeal the ruling of the chair.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm going to
Chairman, I have
ruling
a
of the
point
chair.
of inquiry, and I apologize because I had a meeting and came right down. Is it true that Ms. Mace was belittled by being called a child? Is that against our rules?
I would have to look up the rules. I don't know that it's
I'd like to
specifically in
appeal
the
the
rules.
word.
We asked for proper decorum.
Can we strike it then?
everybody
I'd like to have it
belong.
stricken.
Okay.
I'd have Ms. Crockett's word stricken then.
There's a motion. You have a motion, Mr. Frost?
I move to appeal the ruling of the chair.
There's a motion to appeal the ruling of the chair. Chair recognizes Mr. Gosar.
And then there's also a motion to strike words, Mr. Chairman.
I move to table, Mr. Chairman.
There's a motion.
Motion to take down words, sorry.
There's a motion to table. The motion is not debatable okay, the motion is not debatable. All those in favor of okay. We're going to vote on the motion to table by Mr. Gosar, to table Mr. Frost's appeal. So the motion is not debatable. As all in favor of Mr. Gosar's motion to table Mr. Frost's amendment or motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the
Mr.
ayes
Chair, I
have
ask for a
it.
recorded vote.
The motion is agreed to. A
Knew they
recorded
was gonna
vote
do
is
that
ordered.
damn
The
recorded
clerk
vote.
will call the roll. We have to do that right now. Clerk will call the roll.
Yeah.
Would the clerk report the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 22, the nays are 17.
The motion to table passes. Now we will go back to debate, and I believe it was Ms. Crockett with 2 minutes and 57 seconds remaining.
Mr. Chairman, I have a
Mr.
motion.
Chair, I actually had more time than that, but
Mr. Chairman, I
I
have a
can
quick
finish
motion.
up in the 2:40.
Chairman, I have
I
a
was-
quick. Mr. Chairman, I have a.
We'll give you 4 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I have a quick motion.
Oh, wait a minute, Chair recognize Mr. Donalds.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we move to structured debate for 15 minutes on Ms. Crockett's amendment.
Motion and second to structured debate for 15 minutes. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? No.
No.
Motion passes to limit debate to 15
Mr.
minutes.
Chair, I'd ask for a recorded vote.
Really?
I hate when they do that. They know they gonna lose. The Democrats gonna lose on the damn vote.
All right.
Damn.
The clerk will the clerk will call the roll on Mr. Donald's motion to limit debate to 15 minutes to each.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chairman. Are we in the middle of debating this motion?
I don't believe it's debatable.
Trying to table it for 15 minutes. I don't want to hear Crockett about for 15 minutes.
It's debatable. Yeah, the motion debate is already passed. I apologize. So now we're on the vote to the clerk's calling the vote.
Right.
So,
a recorded vote.
Recorded vote
Thank you.
on Mr. Donald's motion to limit debate to 15 minutes. All right. The clerk will report the vote tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 23, the nays are 16.
All right, the motion passes for Mr. Donalds to limit debate to 15 minutes. Ms. Crockett will get her remaining 4 minutes, and then each side will have 7.5 additional minutes if necessary. So the chair recognizes Ms. Crockett for the remainder of her 4 minutes that don't count towards the limit to debate. Then from there on,
if there's further requests for debate, there'll be 7.5 minutes each time. Chair recognizes Ms. Crockett for her remaining 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The final points that I was going to make is while this amendment has to do with civil rights, for whatever reason, the colleague on the other side of the aisle decided to attack Democrats and pretend as if we do not look out for women. And I want to be clear that it's Democrats that were pushing for the Equal Rights Amendment, and I don't recall any Republicans supporting us having the Equal Rights Amendment. I also want to make it clear that just because someone fantasizes or wants to be dramatic about the idea of someone could be a quote unquote man in a locker room or in a bathroom.
What you mean could be? That's crazy. A man is a transgender man. Come on, man. A transgender woman, whatever, however it is, they want men in women's bathrooms. Talking about quote unquote. And y'all talking about y'all protecting women. That don't sound like y'all protecting women. That sound like an open invitation for something tragic to happen. Just like in sports.
I've yet to hear an actual testimony of someone who, for whatever reason, has experienced this in real time. But I can tell you some real numbers and some real facts, because I don't like to live in fantasy when I'm talking about how I'm going to govern for the American people. The facts are, in my state alone, in the state of Texas, once they decided that they were going to overturn the Roe decision, 26,000 women then ended up raped. 26,000 is what we had reported. And that was only within about a year's time span. And when they reported those rapes, none of them seemed to have anything to do with trans folk. And I don't recall any legislation to help out those women in Texas and beyond that are actually dying. We're not projecting may die, but are actually dying or have died in southern states that have decided that they wanted to go after our reproductive freedom. So as a woman in this country.
Reproductive freedom. I got to be careful talking about that. So what reproductive freedom you talking about? Baby deletions? That's not cool in God's eyes. You know, they try all that reproducing women freedom and all that stuff. I mean, it's your choice. It's your body is your choice, but you're going to have to answer to God behind that. And then she talking about women being raped. 26,000 after they changed the Roe versus Wade. That ain't got nothing to do with these nasty ass men or women out here that's taking the cookies from everybody. They ain't got nothing to do with, they said, they changing the Roe versus Wade, so now we gonna go out here and rape a bunch of people. It doesn't work like that, Jasmine Crockett. How old is Jasmine Crockett? I don't think she old enough to be even talking about any of this stuff she talking about. She ain't got no wisdom. Somebody in the chat says she a paid actress. Probably is. It's chaos. Mary say they feed on chaos and strife. It's like their drug, exactly.
As a Texan and as a Black woman who, when we look at the numbers, and I believe in data and science, and I know that escapes a lot of people in this chamber, but the numbers are clear that specifically Black women have always struggled when it came down to the maternal mortality rates in general. The fact that somebody who looks like me, no matter how much money they have, because I can remind you of a very wealthy tennis star that almost lost her life while trying to give birth. Some things I honestly just don't think should be partisan. And frankly, I do believe in privacy because honestly, I don't want none of y'all making decisions if I ever end up pregnant and have to decide what it takes for me to save my life. And I give the same opportunity for other women in this country to make decisions as they see fit. So while we look at how we protect women completely differently, I can tell you that at least in the 766,000 women or 766,000 constituents that I represent, I have had them come to me concerned about whether or not they could survive childbirth. But I have not had a single person in my district tell me that they were concerned that they may be raped by a trans person. So if there is an issue to solve in this country based on facts, data, and statistics, I think that we need to look at the type of health care that we are going to advance for women in this country. And with that, I will yield.
Kennedy yields back. We're going to now go into the 15-minute cap.
Shut the hell up.
That's why this hearing matters. From New York to California, local politicians are actively working to undermine federal immigration enforcement. Perhaps the most egregious effort is in my home state, the great state of New Jersey. And we're going to play a quick video now showing this.
Somebody in the comments say the life of the mother always comes first. Of course, don't nobody want to pass away. I mean, you know, that's understandable. But just to be knowing that you can do that type of stuff, like baby deletions, because you went out and slept with somebody and you had unprotected sex and you got pregnant, and you know it's being abused. You know what I'm saying? That part is being abused like that. Like, you got to be more responsible out here. You sleep with somebody, yeah, I mean, it's a high possibility that you might get pregnant. But just because those options out there as far as with the baby, let me get it right, with the baby deletions, don't mean that you got to go do it. And they calling it reproductive freedom. It's families out there. It's kids that's being adopted every day. You know? But they want to paint it like it's just there, like it's like the Plan B pill. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather for the Plan B to be the thing. Like, as soon as you know, you ask the man, did he release his juices in you? If he did, you got 72 hours to go get that pill to take that before it's even anything in there to be even thought about as a baby. I know it's hard to say, but it is what it is. But you have to be more responsible with your genitalias. You know what I'm saying? So just because you can go out there and go to these Planned Parenthoods don't mean that you should be doing that. But, you know, God gave us all free will. You have to answer to him when it's time to meet your maker. So it is what it is. Anyway, let's get on to this, man. It's about that ICE, those liberal Democrats went down there to that ICE detention center, and they want to do all of a sudden want to do an oversight on a jail. When have you seen them on the news making a big old fuss over the prisoners that's in the prisons over here, American citizens that's in jail? They ain't out there fighting to go see what's going on in them damn jails. That's why I'm saying this is just so backwards. It's terrible conditions in some of these prisons that American citizens are in. From the looks of it, this place they said it was like a high school. It was so clean in there and all that stuff. But, you know, they want to make a statement. We gonna go check on them gang members in there. We got plenty of gang members in prison, in jail, in American prisons, and ain't none of them out there trying to conduct no damn oversight on those prisons. It's just crazy. Anyway, let's keep going.
An ambulance there apparently turned away at the ICE detention center in Newark.
We've seen at least 2 ambulances try to pull into this ICE detention facility here in Newark, New Jersey, and they turned that ambulance away.
The detention facility holds members of MS-13, murderers, arsonists, drug traffickers, American killers.
We want freedom.
Look at that lady in that pink over there elbowing people.
Ground. Free our people. This is not a legal facility.
On May 1st, Delaney Hall, a 1,000-bed detention facility.
Oh, my bad, Priscilla. Well, I mean, take that pill that night, something. Don't wait 72 hours. You do it as soon as possible. But people should just be having protected sex. That's all I got to say. You know, got to have protected sex, and we ain't got to be having these issues and discussing all this stuff, you know. But my bad. Shout out Priscilla for correcting me. Appreciate you.
In Newark, New Jersey, was officially reopened. It houses illegal aliens charged with crimes like rape, murder, burglary, and weapons offenses. Facilities like Delaney Hall are desperately needed to help prevent dangerous criminal aliens from remaining on our streets, on your streets. The reopening of Delaney drastically expanded ICE's detention capacity in the Northeast and enhanced the agency's ability to manage the increasing number of enforcement and removal operations of illegal aliens in our country. Despite the severity of their crimes and illegal status in our country, those being detained at Delaney Hall are treated with dignity and are housed in a facility that exceeds the standards of many of our own U.S. prisons. It has clean dorms. It has indoor and outdoor recreation areas. It has mental health services, and medical services. It has phones, webcams, and consular access. And yet from the moment Delaney Hall was reauthorized to operate as a detention facility, it has been under constant, relentless political assault. Local officials have used inspections, lawsuits, and bureaucratic hurdles as weapons. Not to make the facility was operational, but to completely shut it down. Outside of the facility, there have been coordinated protests led by political figures, including Newark, New Jersey's own mayor, who publicly vowed to, quote, padlock the building if necessary, and declared that immigration enforcement of criminals is not welcome in his city. This isn't oversight. That's not oversight. That's obstruction. There's a big difference. It's lawfare designed to undermine federal authorities and score political points at the expense of our public safety. On May 9th, the tension culminated in a shameful display.
Chrissy Cat said, what if someone in the facility needed to go to the hospital and the ambulance couldn't get through and the person was harmed further because of it? Well, on that day, it looked like them people was out there protesting. They was waiting on something to happen so they can rush through the gate. So it'd have been more people needing ambulances if the ambulance would have just kept on driving through that gate. So it looked bad, but I'm quite sure any other day there's ambulance coming in and out of there for people. What happen, things that happen. But on that particular day, with cameras out, they tried to make it look like it was complicated for some ambulances to get in and up out of there, because they ain't out there right now. They ain't out there as those officials out there protesting. No, they made a statement and then they left. One of them got in trouble. The lady in the red jacket, she ain't been back out there. She knows she was caught on camera throwing bowls like Ludacris. But any other day, them ambulances come back and forth in there. Or either that, get a helicopter and fly their asses up out of there.
By the mayor of Newark, New Jersey, and members of Congress who stormed into the facility without clearance, without following protocol, and physically disrupted law enforcement operations. They cursed at staff. They shoved past security. They assaulted federal law enforcement officers. And for what? To free whom? Criminals? I'm going to show some more pictures. So the question I have, was it to free Hugo de la Torre Tomia, wanted for prosecution in Peru for the crime of raping a minor? He's wanted in Peru. Was it to free Jorge Luis Sanchez Luna, a Mexican national who is a registered sex offender who sexually assaulted his own daughter? Or was it Lopez Reyes, a Mexican national who's wanted in Mexico? They want him back in Mexico. He's a fugitive for the offense of raping a child, raping a minor. There are hundreds of other awful, horrible individuals like these men currently being arrested in New Jersey.
I'll be right back, y'all. Y'all keep it up in the chats, man. We're going to let this rock for a minute. I'm going to check back in a second. I got a couple things I need to do. Got to get ready for work, so I'll be back. All right. I appreciate y'all, man. Hit that subscribe button. Double tap that screen, man. All right. Let's see what these people talking about with this detention center and the scene that they caused in front of there. Trying to check on a bunch of illegal criminals. Crazy.
New Jersey, and they're being held at Delaney Hall. And they should be. They should be. So let's be honest. Who exactly are the Democrats fighting for here? This is the part I don't get. Because it isn't the American people. It sure as hell is not the American people. And notably, the very next day after the altercation at Delaney Hall, Mayor Baraka's super PAC, for those of you that don't know, that's a way to raise money, lots and lots of money, released campaign ads touting his efforts to stand up to this agenda as part of his run for governor. It's obvious what happened here. This wasn't about the detainees. It wasn't about law and order. It wasn't about American people. It wasn't about all those marginalized people who get hurt because they live in and around all of this, marginalized Americans. It was about politics, pure and simple. Maybe not so pure. Mayor Baraka was mayor of Newark when Delaney Hall, and I want everybody to listen to this, Mayor Baraka was mayor of Newark when Delaney Hall operated under President Barack Obama. He was the mayor, President Obama was the president. This very facility was operated under that administration. There were no protests, no walkouts, no stunts, no altercations, no attacks, nothing at all. But now that President Trump is back and the American people have rejected the insanity of happening an open border, now the mayor and his friends in Congress are outraged. Give me a break. Let's call this what it is, an orchestrated campaign to protect illegal alien criminals and to sabotage federal law enforcement. Just say that one more time. It's a campaign to protect, not illegals even, but illegal criminals, violent criminals that also have broken the law because they are here illegally. So when Democrats say they're just trying to help by raiding federal facilities, remember what this really means. They want ICE agents gone and out of the way. You have to believe they want criminal aliens free on our streets. And they're willing to risk public safety, sabotage law enforcement, and lie to the American people. You can't stand for law and order while voting to hurt the police. You can't say you're for border security while sabotaging every single tool that works. Let me be very clear. Delaney Hall is not the problem. Delaney Hall is part of the solution. The real problem is the radical left-wing agenda that sides with criminals over citizens, activists over agents, and chaos over common sense. To the men and women of ICE, this committee has your back. To the communities of New Jersey and the Northeast and the United States of America, we will not let your safety become a political casualty. And to the American people, we hear you. We hear you loud and clear. You want a country that protects its citizens. You want a system that upholds the law. And you want a government that chooses order, not anarchy. That's exactly what House Republicans are fighting for. And I promise you, we will win this fight against left-wing chaos. And I thank you. Just before we start and move forward, I want to address one other thing. We're going to have a hearing today, and sometimes it's going to be contentious, sometimes it's going to be hot, sometimes we'll be argumentative. That's part of America. Now, you all just listen, but up here. But at the same time, let us respect each other. Let's not speak about our demeanor, our dress, our physical stature, our hair, whatever in God's name people think of. This is the Judiciary Committee, and we're going to run this on both sides of the aisle in an appropriate way. We're going to run this like ladies and gentlemen that profoundly disagree on an issue. I now recognize the ranking member, Ms. Crockett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, I have my prepared remarks, and we're going to get to them at some point. But there was a lot that was said, including the fact that Delaney Hall is something that was opened up under Obama, and seemingly the mayor at the time did not have issues with Delaney Hall. I can tell you that there was a point in time in which Alcatraz was open as well, and there seemingly weren't any issues. The fact is, as the mayor of any city, I want to be clear that there is a duty, and that duty is to make sure that any and every building that is opened in that city is up to code. So just because something may have been up to code in 2008 doesn't mean that in 2025 that it was up to code. And there are those that should respect the authority of the city in which they are operating in. And somehow, during the later hours of last night, we saw that while the mayor had been unlawfully charged, those charges ended up being dropped. The mayor of the largest city in the state of New Jersey was charged with criminal trespass. Now, we have video footage, and I'm not gonna play it, but we have video footage of literally them opening the gate and then asking him to leave, and then he left. Therefore, there is no criminal trespass. But the reason that I bring it up is because this entire situation could have been avoided if people just would know their jobs and actually do their jobs. Because the entire chaos that ensued, it ensued because of the unlawful detainment and arrest of the mayor in the first place. But let me get to my actual remarks. The Republicans have called today's hearing for one purpose: to help an administration that's already rooted in lawlessness and corruption execute their dangerous assault on American democracy. So in today's hearing, you'll hear them admonish their own congressional colleagues and excuse the behavior of the out-of-control, corrupt Trump administration. They're going to try to convince you that they're here to protect law and order and the rule of law. But they won't mention how the Trump administration is openly defying many of the 162 court rulings that have paused his illegal executive orders. They won't talk about how the president has called for the impeachment of judges who rule against him, or how they're allowing ICE agents to raid churches and elementary schools. They won't talk about how they're allowing Trump to purge the Department of Justice of employees who helped investigate the January 6th insurrectionists. They won't talk about how this administration is preparing to give $5 million to the family of Ashley Babbitt, who participated in said insurrection, because they don't actually care about law and order and the rule of law. They're here today for one reason: to forfeit their constitutional oversight responsibilities. But since I decided to bring up January 6th, let me run a tape to remind y'all of the difference of congressional oversight versus criminals.
We're here conducting an oversight visit, which we have the power to do as congressional members. That statutory authority. And so that is what we're here for, and we're waiting to speak to a supervisor to let us in here because... Stand up for our mayor.
We will be your eyes and your ears. And we will report to you, Mayor.
It's interesting that one set of behavior somehow is going to get a family rich overnight. And the other folk that were there in that video, the members of Congress, well, they're saying arrest them. Let me remind you that those January 6ers have been pardoned. Let me remind you that yet another January 6er was just arrested a few days ago for committing what? Another crime. So if we're going to talk about us keeping our streets safe, let's be real about who's causing crimes, who actually went through what we call due process, because no one denied the January 6th insurrectionists of their due process. They went to court, they either pled guilty or were found guilty, and they were sent to prison, and half of them, actually all of them, if their sentences said so, should still be in prison. Because we as Americans would be safer. We won't get into the fact that another one was already in trouble because they had already killed somebody. But I'll continue on. Right now, our Republican colleagues want to forfeit their constitutional oversight responsibilities. Let's talk about what's actually happening. In March, we learned that the Trump administration was dismantling the Department of Homeland Security's Office of Civil Rights and Civil Liberties and terminating staff at the Office of the Citizenship and Immigration Services Ombudsman. And in the Office of Immigration, Detention, Ombudsman, because they argue, quote, these offices have obstructed immigration enforcement and, quote, undermined DHS's mission. The Office of Civil Rights and Civil Liberties investigates public complaints about possible violations of civil rights and civil liberties in DHS activities, including immigration enforcement and discrimination. And in the Immigration Detention Ombudsman's it is their primary responsibility to conduct oversight on conditions at immigration detention centers. So why would the Trump administration want to dismantle offices tasked with conducting oversight of immigration enforcement and detention facilities? The simple answer is, without them, there will be no internal oversight offices to assess the legality of the Trump administration's policies on immigration enforcement. So what have the results been? Since Trump took office on January 20th, 9 detainees have died in ICE custody. In fact, in Trump's first month in office, more detainees died in ICE custody than at any time since fiscal year 2020. Congressional Democrats have engaged in oversight activities of immigration facilities across the country, from Florida, where a 44-year-old Haitian woman died in ICE custody, to Newark, New Jersey, where 3 of our Democratic colleagues visited an immigration detention facility to ensure the humane treatment of detainees. This wasn't about going in and breaking nobody out, y'all, especially when there were cameras rolling everywhere. That's not what they were there to do. Now, in a breathtaking act of executive obstruction of congressional oversight and the unprecedented weaponization of the Department of Justice, we have an interim U.S. attorney for New Jersey who for years has argued in court that Donald Trump is above the law. She has announced criminal charges against Congresswoman McIver for, quote, impeding and interfering with law enforcement. However, our power as members of Congress to conduct oversight is found in the Constitution and federal law. In fact, federal law explicitly prohibits DHS from, quote, preventing a member of Congress from entering for the purpose of conducting oversight any facility operated by
or for the Department of Homeland Security used to detain or otherwise house aliens, or to make any temporary modification at any such facility that in any way alters what is observed by a visiting member of Congress. It is against the law. Full stop. Separately, the court has consistently held that the speech and debate clause of the Constitution protects individual members from prosecution for legislative acts, including, quote, fact-finding, field investigations, and information gathering. The court has consistently held that the primary purpose of the speech and debate clause is to, quote, prevent intimidation by the executive and before a possibly hostile judiciary. So let's call this for what it is. This administration is criminalizing legislative oversight, and the Republicans on this committee are helping them to do so. Rep. McIver didn't engage in interference. It was ICE that engaged in interference while members of Congress attempted to conduct legitimate oversight of ICE facilities. Everyone, whether you are American or not, should be deeply disturbed and worried about Trump's abuse of power. They're attacking universities for teaching things they don't like. They're attacking law firms for representing clients that they don't like. This hearing and these charges are an attempt at political intimidation. The 3 members in Newark were exercising their constitutional duties to check an out-of-control executive branch. This entire situation happened because of the unjust arrest of Mayor Baraka. And not only were the members invited in and given a tour of the facility, this was after they so-called had broken the law. Now, I don't know about y'all, but where I'm from in Texas, I can tell you that I'm not used to having law enforcement see a crime happen right in front of their faces and then say, never mind, we'll just go about our business. In fact, why don't you go ahead and come on in? Come on in, we gonna do this tour because, oops, we did make a mistake because technically by law, we are supposed to allow you in. And wait a minute, while you're here, do y'all want something to drink? We got refreshments for you as well. And then after you conduct this oversight, and you actually gave a clean bill of health because you were never there to disrupt, you were always there to do your duty. They came out and they said, everything looks good. And then it wasn't at that moment that they decided to arrest members. It wasn't the next day. In fact, even as I sit here today, no member has been arrested. Now you tell me how many times you can see the robber go in the bank, steal the money, and then they say, well, never mind, we'll think about this later. That is what you call politicizing. And that is what we are here to talk about is wrong. But we got a few other issues with ICE right now, so I'm gonna get to them in a second. The DOJ, as I said already, has already dropped the charges against the mayor. Look, they're coming after everyone who uses their constitutional rights and duties to speak truth to power. The press, the courts, and now members of Congress. And to be perfectly honest, I had my team do the research. Under no other president, Democrat or Republican, can we find an incident where they have tried to arrest members of Congress. This is absolutely absurd that they were out there simply doing their duty. We have never seen ICE act in this way. In fact, it's not less oversight that we need right now, it's more. In fact, I'm gonna tell you, actually, I'm not gonna tell you. I can show you better than I can tell you. Roll the tape.
Shocking video showing the moment ICE agents smashed a car window and forcibly removed a man in New Bedford. 29-year-old Juan Francisco Mendez has no criminal record and was...
Definitely a chaotic scene on Eureka Street Thursday as Worcester police and ICE agents detained a mother and her 16-year-old daughter. That girl's face slammed into the ground as she was taken into custody. They have not been identified. Worcester police said officers were dispatched to the area for a report of a federal agent surrounded by about 24 people. When police arrived, they say the teen daughter was...
Agents smashed his window and dragged him out while his small children cried in the back seat and his partner recorded the incident.
You can't tell me that somebody in this building shouldn't do their jobs, because these people are out of control. You're talking about arresting members of Congress? These masked agents are running around acting this way? This is not okay. This shouldn't be about politics. We all should be on the same side saying we will not stand for this type of activity, but instead, they want to pretend like it's members of Congress that are the thugs. It's members of Congress that are the ones that are stoking this kind of violence. Let me tell you what those members of Congress were doing. They were trying to make sure that there would not be another mother that would lose her life in ICE custody as it was Mother's Day weekend. They decided that they just wanted to make sure that people were safe, because that is who we are supposed to be in this country. And honestly, for anybody that considers themselves to be a Christian, they should care about treating people in a humane way. And they should also care about due process. Everyone in this country under our Constitution is due process. With that, I will yield.
Ranking member yields back. With that, I'll now recognize the chairman of the full committee, the whole committee, Chairman Jim Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's be clear. Republicans have been consistent. We've condemned violence every time it happened, whether it was last week in New Jersey, whether it was January 6th, whether it was the summer of 2020. Every single time we said if there's violence, it's wrong. Been nice if the other side had done the same thing. Summer 2020, holy cow. Police being attacked all over the place. What are they doing? Raising money to bail out the bad guys while they're talking about defunding the police. So don't give me this that somehow we're being inconsistent. We have condemned it every single time. 4 years and 4 months ago today, January 20th, 2021, Joe Biden made 3 decisions that created this mess in our country that we've had to deal with. He said, we're no longer going to build a wall. We're no longer going to have remain in Mexico. And when you get here, you will not be detained. You will be released. Guess what? Everybody came. Go figure. 8 million people came into the country. 6 million people were released. Thank goodness for President Trump and his administration. Elected on this issue. And already his administration has deported over 135,000 criminal illegal aliens. CFPB and Coast Guard have seized 232,000 pounds of drugs at our southern border, and the FBI has arrested suspected MS-13 gang members, including high-ranking members in New York and Virginia. That's what enforcing our immigration laws looks like. That's what the president campaigned on. He's doing exactly what he said. And it all happened without any help from the other side. Rather than seeking to protect the people they represent, they're fighting for criminal illegal aliens to stay in this country. Now think about this too. First, it was sanctuary cities, local officials saying, we're not going to help ICE enforce federal law. Even when they get a detainer, they let them out of the jail when they're trying to come apprehend them. People have been in there. We had the situation in Denver where the illegal alien was in for auto theft, charged with auto theft, aggravated assault, and they said, we're not going to release him to ICE. ICE had sent a detainer saying, give us 48 hours, heads up. They gave him 40 minutes. They had to arrest the guy in the parking lot, and an ICE agent gets injured. They had to tase. It was bad for the migrant, bad for the law enforcement, and dangerous to the public. But that's what left-wing policies do. Sanctuary cities, then it was sanctuary states, whole states, sanctuary states, and saying we're not going to work with federal law enforcement. Then it was judges letting the bad guy out the back door while the good guys are coming in the front door to arrest him. And now we find out it could even be members of Congress. That's what we saw at Delaney Hall a couple weeks ago. It wasn't congressional oversight. ICE is an important job to do, and God bless the men and women who serve in ICE. They got a tough job. I know we got some here, been there. They got a hard job, and agitators who obstruct them from doing that part of their job are part of the problem. So I'm going to thank our witnesses for being here today. I want to thank the chairman for his good work in this subcommittee and on this issue in particular, and I yield back.
Chairman yields back, and I was remiss. I want to thank the witnesses for being here today as well. We appreciate you and your time. With that, I will yield to the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Raskin, for his opening statement.
Thank you kindly, Chairman Van Drew, and for your opening statement. This week's events show how MAGA has turned American justice completely upside down and inside out. Over the last week, we've been talking about a single rogue DOJ employee who unilaterally canceled more than $500 million in Department of Justice grants to local law enforcement and victims' rights organizations and those assisting the victims of rape and sexual assault across the country. That's what right-wing policies do. I would say to my friend, the chair of the full committee, we tried to restore that money. Nobody seemed to know how any of this happened, but our colleagues didn't utter a word against our amendment, and yet they all voted against it. What else happened? Well, a 33-year-old January 6 rioter who assaulted our police officers at the Capitol, and he smashed the glass pane through which Ashley Babbitt climbed before she was fatally shot by a Capitol officer, was arrested again yesterday. This time they got him for burglarizing neighbors' homes. This was a guy who was pardoned by President Trump, now robbing houses in Virginia. This Zachary Alam was serving an 8-year sentence after a jury convicted him of 7 criminal felonies and 3 misdemeanors when President Trump granted him clemency as part of the mass pardon of 1,600 insurrectionists and rioters for the thousands of crimes committed on that day. At sentencing, U.S. District Court Judge Friedrich described the testimony of police who recalled Alam as, quote, by far the loudest, most combative, and most violent of the January 6 rioters who attacked the police in the part of the Capitol that these officers were defending. And yesterday, the Trump Department of Justice agreed to pay nearly $5 million to the family of Ashley Babbitt, the rioter who tried to storm the House Speaker's lobby on January 6 after she broke into the Capitol and after the aforementioned Mr. Alam broke that window. The Department of Justice originally took the position that her wrongful death lawsuit brought by her family was wholly without merit, no basis, and that Babbitt's civil rights had never been violated by the police, and that the police officer acted reasonably in defense of members of Congress and in defense of Vice President Pence. A Capitol Police investigation cleared the officer involved, saying his actions at the height of the riot, quote, potentially saved members and staff from serious injury and possible death from a large crowd of rioters who had forced their way into the Capitol, into the House chamber, where members and staff were steps away. In 2023, then House Speaker Kevin McCarthy said, I think the police officer did his job. Now, although Trump's new attorney general is set to give $5 million to the rioter's family, Trump has not proposed to give a penny to the more than 140 police officers injured, wounded, hospitalized, disfigured, and or disabled in their violence, and nothing to their families. He's proposed no money payments to the bereaved family of Officer Brian Sicknick, an Army veteran with 2 tours abroad who died at age 42 here on January 7th, 2021, the very next day after being brutalized by rioters. The decision to give millions of dollars to the Babbitt family and nothing to the families of the police officers who defended this Capitol, who defended us, exacerbates the insult of Speaker Johnson's continuing refusal to hang a simple plaque in honor of the officers who defended the Capitol and the Congress and the Vice President, a plaque mandated by law and now more than 2 years overdue on the West Front of the Capitol. The Speaker's stubborn refusal to respect the law is craven submission to the executive branch, to Donald Trump, who wants to pretend that the rampaging mob that he sent to Congress was made up of patriotic heroes and that the people he pardoned were, quote, hostages and, quote, political prisoners. A hostage is someone who's been illegally abducted by a terrorist group like Hamas and held for a financial or political ransom. A political prisoner is someone like Alexei Navalny or Nelson Mandela, who's been imprisoned for ideological reasons, not for violently assaulting the police or engaging in seditious conspiracy or destroying federal property. But the administration's effort to create big news yesterday was Trump's acting U.S. attorney in New Jersey, a blatantly partisan prosecutor who has bragged about working to turn New Jersey red. Well, she announced her intention to indict our colleague, Congresswoman LaMonica McIver, on charges of assaulting, resisting, and obstructing law enforcement based on the now famous May 9th incident outside of Delaney Hall, an ICE detention facility in McIver's district, where she was conducting a scheduled oversight visit with other members of Congress, including our 80-year-old colleague, Bonnie Watson-Coleman, and the mayor of Newark. Well, Delaney Hall is operated by the private prison company GEO, a major Republican donor that gave $1 million to Make America Great Again, Inc., and has faced numerous lawsuits for its treatment of detainees in unsafe conditions. The members had a lawful right to be there and to investigate, and even after ICE initiated a scuffle to arrest the mayor of Newark on public property, the House members were let in to tour the facility to conduct nonviolent oversight, and the tour went smoothly. This indictment is a manifest fraud, clearly designed to distract America this week from the administration's savage and unpopular effort to strip 14 million Americans of their Medicaid and health coverage and 11 million Americans of Head Start, Meals on Wheels, and other nutritional assistance programs like SNAP. Representative McIver was, of course, executing one of the core duties of a member of Congress, oversight, pursuant to her precise statutory right to enter and visit an ICE facility. The Supreme Court has repeatedly held that oversight is a central element of the legislative process, because if we can't research the facts on the ground, we don't know what laws to pass. This, for the Department of Justice to charge McIver with assault, is an outrage against the Constitution, which protects members of Congress from civil and criminal prosecution for performance of their core legislative duties. It is also a scandal in light of the DOJ's constant backing of cop-beating insurrectionists, including with the shocking policy that these pardons can even apply to criminal charges wholly unrelated to the events of January 6th, as well as the DOJ's jaw-dropping decision to fire more than a dozen senior criminal prosecutors simply because they had worked on the January 6th case. Yet now we've got colleagues who celebrate January 6th insurrectionists actually calling for prosecution of members of the House for doing their jobs. Representative Buddy Carter called our colleagues rioters. Representative Bishop actually said this was an insurrection. I didn't know that was in his vocabulary, but this was an insurrection, and he said it was a debacle worse than 9/11. No police officers or ICE agents were injured at Delaney Hall. No one died. No one had a heart attack like Officer Fanone did. There were no strokes. There were no broken jaws, no broken necks. Nobody was forced out of police work like Sergeant Gonell was. Yet we've got members of Congress who would gladly jettison the speech and debate clause, which protects all of us in our work, the First Amendment, and the Article I powers of Congress to score a few cheap political points at the expense of their own colleagues. In Trump world, violent insurrectionists and cop-beating extremists are heroes. They're martyrs. They're patriots. Members of Congress performing oversight functions are criminals and insurrectionists. And veteran criminal prosecutors of January 6 felons are fired, so Donald Trump can continue to pander to his private militia of pardoned rioters and insurrectionists, and a reserve army of extremists who've proven themselves willing to stand back and stand by. Let me show you what a real assault on police officers looks like. If you'd roll the tape. Mr. Chairman, if this is an oversight hearing on ICE and ICE believes a real assault took place in New Jersey, where are they? Why are they not present today? The star of the show is absent, and that, my friends, is no oversight. I yield back.
Ranking member of the full committee yields back. Without objection, Ms. Dove from California and Mr. Garcia from Illinois are permitted to participate in today's hearings for the purpose of questioning the witnesses if a member yields them time for that purpose, and that is true for both Republican and Democrat. With that being said, without objection, all opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witnesses. Mr. Andrew Arthur. Mr. Arthur is a resident fellow in Law and Policy at the Center for Immigration Studies. He previously served as an immigration judge for nearly 9 years, as a House staffer, including for this committee and with the Department of Justice. Mr. Charles Marino. Mr. Marino is a former senior law enforcement advisor at the Department of Homeland Security to then Secretary Janet Napolitano, and the founder and CEO of Sentinel, a security and intelligence advisory firm. He is an adjunct professor of national security at the University of South Carolina. Mr. Scott Mikowski. Mr. Mikowski is a retired law enforcement officer who served more than 24 years with what was then called the Immigration and Naturalization Services. Don't mean to date you. And U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. When he retired, Mr. Mikowski was serving as the Deputy Director of ICE in the city of New York. Mr. Jason Hauser. Mr. Hauser previously served as Chief of Staff of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement from 2021 to 2023. Prior to that, he served as a senior advisor to the Commissioner at Customs and Border Protection, as an Assistant Director for Legislative Affairs, and as Deputy Chief of Staff at the Department of Homeland Security. We are going to begin by swearing you all in today. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. Mr. Arthur, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Van Drew, Ranking Member Crockett, Chairman Jordan, and Ranking Member Raskin, thank you for inviting me here today. In June, I'll mark my 33rd year of immigration practice. Many of the issues we'll discuss today have been constant during that period, though others are more novel. One constant is the power of the legislative branch to decide which foreign nationals should be admitted, which should be removed, and which should be detained. The executive branch is duty-bound to faithfully execute those laws, and until late, consistently did so. It was the refusal of the last administration to detain migrants whom it was required to remove, and its granting entry to those Congress expressly stated were inadmissible, that triggered the largest migration crisis in this country's history, and that facilitated the entry of nearly 8 million clearly inadmissible aliens, most of whom remain. Consequently, the center estimates roughly 15.4 million aliens subject to removal are in the United States today. Polls and post-election analysis indicate the 2024 election was a referendum on those policies, with the American people demanding the removal of those here illegally. The best proof of this support is the bipartisan passage of the Laken-Riley Act, the first law passed in this Congress, which constrained border and port releases, but more importantly, forced the executive to comply with Congress's criminal detention mandates. The Trump administration has responded with a three-pronged program to drive down the unauthorized population. One, a massive border security effort with Mexico's assistance. Two, high-profile operations to apprehend and detain criminal aliens in the interior. And three, encouraging those here illegally to self-deport. Many elected officials at the state, local, and federal levels have pushed back against interior enforcement. However, the Biden administration argued that strict enforcement impeded its efforts to advance, quote, equity for all, close quote, and many of the president's opponents appear to agree. They also argued that the means the administration is using to enforce the laws have created fear and disrupted communities. It's common for those wanted by the authorities to be anxious, but to the degree these operations focus on criminals for whom detention and removal is mandated, those operations make communities, and immigrant communities in particular, safer. Regardless, just last week, Arlington County, Virginia, site of a September 11th terror attack targeting the Pentagon, in which 184 innocent people were murdered, barred local police from notifying ICE whenever those local police arrest terrorists and human traffickers. Arlington is far from the only so-called sanctuary jurisdiction. Numerous officials I spoke to in California when I was there last month complained about the public safety implications of that state sanctuary law, SB 54, which hamstrings state and local officers in assisting ICE. By law, states and localities are barred from prohibiting their cops from communicating with ICE, and yet that is the purpose of many of those sanctuary policies. Likely the most short-sighted sanctuary schemes, however, attempt to bar ICE from detaining immigrants in state and private facilities in their jurisdictions. The upshot of such policies is that the agency instead must detain those aliens in more enforcement-friendly jurisdictions far away from their families and their attorneys. Respectfully, the heated rhetoric surrounding enforcement is endangering our immigration officers. 6 days ago, 2 men were arrested on a criminal complaint alleging they caused a car chase in downtown Los Angeles that impeded and endangered ICE officers. Just yesterday, in my home state of North Carolina, a man appeared in court on charges that he, quote, threatened to kill ICE agents and Charlotte Mecklenburg Police Department officers if immigration enforcement actions did not stop, close quote. If this continues, people, ICE officers, members of the public, those who seek to impede immigration efforts are going to get hurt and possibly killed. But this rancor shows no sign of abating. The immigration laws mandate that certain aliens, criminals in particular, be arrested, detained, prosecuted, and usually removed. So long as those laws remain on the books, it's the duty of DHS to fully, faithfully, and yes, safely and humanely enforce those laws. Efforts to challenge such enforcement should be limited to Congress and the courts and in peaceful discourse and must not risk the lives of the officers themselves or the public as a whole. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you, sir. Chairman Jordan, Chairman Van Drew, Ranking Member Raskin, and Ranking Member Crockett, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today to testify regarding the numerous current threats to ICE operations as the agency, along with law enforcement throughout the entirety of the federal government, works diligently to ensure the homeland security of the United States and the safety of the American public. As a former career official with the Department of Homeland Security, working under both Republican and Democratic leadership to help protect the country by creating and implementing Homeland Security policies and programs, I am keenly aware of the ever-present dynamics between politics and the creation of national security strategy, especially in the areas of border security and immigration enforcement. I continue my work in national security today as the CEO of Sentinel, a global risk and intelligence consulting firm, and as an adjunct professor at the University of South Carolina, teaching future generations the impact of politics on the development of national security strategy. The current volume of threats against the United States remains robust in volume, more diverse in type, and originates from more places than at any time in our history. And while the threat environment is constantly evolving, what must remain consistent as an essential foundation to secure the homeland is the indisputable need for border security, immigration enforcement, and thorough end-to-end vetting of those entering the U.S. to prevent criminal and terrorist threats from entering the country. Unfortunately, the border and immigration policies of the previous administration have undoubtedly made the country less safe by allowing very dangerous criminals and national security threats to enter the country, directly undercutting the very purpose for creating the Department of Homeland Security, subverting the statutory responsibilities of the Border Patrol, ICE, and practically every other agency tasked with protecting the homeland, and making their jobs exponentially more dangerous. In addition to these known, and in some cases unknown, physical violent threats to the everyday mission of law enforcement and the American people, we are also dealing with the impact of politics on a mission that should universally be supported, enforcing the law in the effort to safeguard the country. Inept policies and political positions of sanctuary cities, for example, which fly in the face of common sense when it comes to protecting law-abiding citizens, also creates more dangerous conditions for federal agents enforcing the immigration laws of the country and for all of law enforcement for that matter. Political positions of not allowing state and local law enforcement to support ICE operations, no cash bail, and the release of violent repeat offenders, including those in the country illegally who should be prioritized for deportation, creates a protective shield for the most dangerous criminals from other countries in the U.S. illegally. It also endangers lives when politicians alert their communities of ICE operations or when they offer guidance to illegal migrants regarding how to evade ICE. It also further promotes to the community that in some cases they may do the same. There must be bipartisan agreement when it comes to the protection of the country and support for those who enforce the rule of law, for no civilized society has survived without it. There must also be universal consensus that despite political policy objections, elected officials at all levels must be held accountable when crossing the red line of obstruction and assault of law enforcement officials. What we saw in New Jersey at Delaney Hall Detention Center was not congressional oversight. It was an ambush, and it was violent obstruction, and it cannot be tolerated by this body. As I've discussed, there are enough threats against this country, against law-abiding citizens, and the abilities to safely conduct ICE operations. There should not be additional threats originating from elected leaders against those doing their jobs, a job that the American people voted overwhelmingly in favor of them doing. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Marino. Mr. Mikowski, you may begin.
Good morning, Chairman Vandrew, Ranking Member Crockett, Chairman Jordan, and Ranking Member Raskin. I'm honored to appear before you today. My name is Scott Mikowski, and I proudly served this nation for 2 decades as a law enforcement officer and with the United States military. I retired from service from DHS in 2018 as a Deputy Field Office Director in New York City. My views are personal, shaped by 24 years of frontline duty and 34 years in the U.S. Army. Today, I speak not just from experience, but from urgency. ICE detention centers and ERO's mission are not optional. They are essential to the rule of law. Without them, our immigration system and our communities collapse into chaos. ERO's mission is straightforward: protect communities by arresting, removing individuals who pose threat to public safety or who violate federal immigration law. I spent years targeting the most dangerous elements in our nation: MS-13 gang members, drug traffickers, human rights violators, foreign fugitives. These were not theoretical threats. These were real people with real histories of violence and harm. Operations like Operation Matador and All In were successful because they were strategically designed, intelligence-driven, and supported by strong federal infrastructure and funding, including detention beds. Immigration detention is not punitive. It is a lawful tool to ensure compliance with immigration proceedings and final orders of removal. Yet 1.4 million of those ordered removed are still roaming free, a population that drives the need for more bed space. Over 60% of ICE's detained population is held under mandatory detention laws. Individuals with criminal records, flight risks, and even those that pose threat to national security. Detention is about guaranteeing aliens appear in court and that their rights are respected. It's also important to note that attorneys, family members can visit families and provide support, and that removal orders, once lawful and final, can be carried out safely, responsibly. Effective GPS monitoring, known as the ISAP program, is useful to ensure high-risk cases are able to be held in detention when detention beds are fully utilized. Now let's talk about Newark. What occurred at Delaney Hall in Newark recently was not civil disobedience, it was chaos. I've seen this before in New York. I personally witnessed a high-profile arrest spiral into pandemonium when protesters, misinformed and misled, physically blocked a medically necessary EMS transfer. They endangered the detainee's life, the officer's life, the general public's life, and ICE personnel. The Newark protest, which led to the arrest of sitting Mayor Ras Baraka, echoed that same recklessness. These actions just don't disrupt operations. They escalate risk, threaten lives, and turn lawful enforcement into a spectacle. Protest is a constitutional right. Interfering with lawful enforcement is not. Local non-cooperation laws, including sanctuary city policies, compound this threat. When local authorities refuse to share information or deny access, it drives enforcement into uncontrolled environments, homes, streets, workplaces, and that's where the danger really multiplies. It also increases costs and delays removal while weakening victim protections, intelligence sharing, and court coordination. Consider this. Nearly 8 million aliens are on the non-detained docket today. Fewer than 50,000 are in custody. When we demonize detention or defund its alternatives, we paralyze the system. We hand over the reins to not justice, but chaos. To the members of the subcommittee, I urge you to look beyond the rhetoric. The men and women of ICE are doing a job that was mandated by Congress. Acting Director for ICE, Todd Lyons, has been relentless in his efforts atop an agency that was abolished from within by the last administration. He's maximizing limited resources to enforce law again, as Congress intended. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mikowski. Mr. Hauser, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, ranking member, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I'm here to speak plainly about something I care deeply about: the safety and integrity of ICE officers who serve our country on the front lines of immigration enforcement. I had the honor and privilege of serving as ICE Chief of Staff during a time of immense pressure and operational demand. I've seen firsthand the complexity and danger of the job. ICE officers perform their duties with courage, and they deserve policies that support, not endanger them. Unfortunately, that is not what is happening today. The current administration has expanded interior enforcement in ways that not just are overreaching, but are reckless. They're targeting people without criminal records, shutting down legal pathways, and revoking protections. The result? More arrests of non-criminals. These numbers might look good on press releases, but they put officers at greater risk, erode public trust in the agency, and make real enforcement harder. ICE operations are the most complex in federal law enforcement and should be respected. A simple arrest in ICE does not equate directly to more detained in ICE custody. Additionally, it does not equate cleanly to removals, and this sort of narrative needs to be stopped. The White House is driving directives and policy through political theater. This is short-sighted and dangerous. It stirs backlash that makes it harder for ICE to go after actual threats, violent offenders, cartel members, and traffickers, and it doesn't stop there. The administration is pulling in officers from other agencies from across the federal law enforcement, CBP, and the Department of Homeland Security, creating gaps. And those officers are not highly skilled or trained in interior immigration enforcement. That weakens our border security and turns immigration enforcement into a shell game. Worse still, ICE is now expected to take on and manage a vast expansion of cooperation and oversight of local law enforcement carrying out immigration enforcement. This expansion creates confusion, legal risk, and potential for real harm. It expands the administrative burdens on ICE officers and takes them away from their public safety operations. All this is stressing our resources and making the system more chaotic. Beds in detention centers are limited. When they're filled with non-criminals, that space isn't there for dangerous offenders. We clog the system with cases that go nowhere because many of these individuals can't even be removed. They're protected by law, have claims pending, or come from countries that won't take them back. It's not enforcement, it's theater. It's a churn that misleads the public, burns out the workforce, and accomplishes very little. Let me be clear. I support vigorous enforcement within ICE. However, strength comes from strategy, not rounding up the wrong people for the wrong reasons. When ICE is turned into a blunt political tool, officers are the ones who suffer, much like we saw at Delaney Hall. They're the face the public sees. They're the ones caught on video. When a mother is arrested in front of her kids, it's the officer, not the policymaker, who carries out that weight. This undermines morale within ICE, it damages trust, and it puts lives in danger. So what can we do? Congress has a role, and the subcommittee can help restore balance and safety. We need to codify enforcement priorities so officers focus on real threats. We must prohibit untrained law enforcement officers that are not trained in immigration enforcement from carrying out ICE and ERO's job. We must require ICE to adopt modern transparency tools like body-worn cameras, like we saw it used at Delaney Hall. We also need to support programs that reduce the need for at-large arrests, protecting the officer and the migrants. And we also must protect ICE officers from threats, specifically like doxing, with real legal safeguards. We also need to stop pulling agents from vital investigations, like human trafficking and drug smuggling, to chase landscapers and line cooks that do not have final orders of removal and are most likely from countries that they cannot be removed to. In short, ICE needs a clear mission, one based on law, safety, and common sense, not political showmanship. I'm proud of the men and women who I served with at ICE, and I would serve them again. They deserve better, and the American people deserve an immigration system that works for everyone. We owe that to the taxpayer. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hauser. We're now going to proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions. I will start by recognizing the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly appreciate all the witnesses being here today. During Trump's first 100 days, ICE arrested 67,000 illegal aliens and removed almost 66,000 from this country. Of those, almost 50,000 were criminal illegal aliens, either with a criminal record or facing criminal charges. Mr. Arthur, what categories of aliens are generally held in ICE detention?
Generally, it's criminals, individuals who are subject to mandatory detention because of crimes under Sections 236C and 241A2, in addition to individuals who are apprehended entering the United States subject to mandatory detention under Section 235B.
Okay, and Mr. Mikowski, this may be something, I don't know, you maybe can help me understand, but my understanding was when folks came across the border here, the background check we didn't really go back to their home country. So how do we eventually identify those? In other words, we're looking for crimes they committed in the United States, but we don't know if from Guatemala, wherever they came from. How is it that we eventually figure that out, and why is it that we don't know when they're coming? Mr. Bukowski or Mr. Arthur, either one, Morena, whoever may have the answer to that.
Well, the problem has been the lack of thorough vetting for any of these illegal migrants that have been allowed to come into the United States. So never mind the countries of origin that oftentimes can't be verified. We don't even know who these individuals are. And we know that trickles down all the way to the unaccompanied minors. With the lack of DNA testing that was done away with early in the Biden administration, we now have, well over 350,000 that are missing within the interior of the country. So this becomes a guessing game now for authorities who are trying to rectify this system under the Trump administration. It's challenging. And then when you finally do discover the countries of origin, sometimes they don't want to accept these illegal migrants back.
One thing I found fairly interesting is when I went to the border, we saw thousands of IDs thrown down south of the border. So in other words, folks coming in, they had an ID in hand and they tossed it on the ground before they come across. And talking about the 350,000 children that the Biden administration lost, we don't know where they're at, what they're being trafficked into. But I had an individual who came across, he was 31 years old. He identified as an unaccompanied minor and raped a 14-year-old girl in a restaurant, in a restroom. And he already had a criminal record, but it's amazing to me that we didn't know his record when he came here. But then when you go see the border and you see all these thousands of IDs laying across that southern border, they don't want you to know who they are when they're coming here. And so, Mr. Arthur, why are these ICE detention centers, why are they so very important?
ICE detention is absolutely crucial for the enforcement of the law. ICE detention serves the two purposes: one, ensuring that individuals will show up for their immigration proceedings and their removal, but more importantly, to ensure that individuals who pose a danger to the community aren't allowed to be in the community while we go through that process. In fact, any individual who is eligible for bond can ask for bond if they don't have a crime. They can ask for bond from an immigration judge. I heard thousands of these cases. If they didn't pose a danger to the community and they weren't a flight risk, they were eligible for bond. Otherwise, they'd be detained because they're not going to show up.
Mr. Bukowski, you said you retired in 2018 from ICE. What was it like then compared to what you've heard from your colleagues in the last few years? How does the morale, what's going on, and what are they seeing on the streets?
And thank you for the question, sir. My experience was ICE officers are out there every day doing a job that Congress mandated. It's codified. I mean, there's funding for it. There's directives that come directly from Congress. And the men and women are out there every single day. And
so when you say codified, it's the law.
Yes, sir.
And so it always amazes me that how when we're enforcing certain laws, everybody comes up in arms. But to me, it's just a matter of we are trying to enforce the laws on the books. You guys, the officers on the street are trying to do what Congress has mandated. So what are you seeing with the morale now? Was it better? I assume it would have been better in 2018.
Yes, sir. They felt under the last administration they were totally abandoned, left out to dry. It was a field day. They weren't doing their jobs. They were sitting there. Nobody really cared. Meaning the people there felt like ICE was literally abolished without an actual order from Congress abolishing ICE.
So I'm running out of time, but so the same party that wanted to defund the police have basically attacked ICE for doing their job.
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Alabama leads back. I will recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've got a lot of people out here in the audience, and if you came in support, to show your support for Representative LaMonica McIver, would you stand up, please? Okay, that looks like around 60 folks. Thank y'all for coming, and you may be seated. And let the record reflect, Mr. Chairman, the vast number of people who came in support of Representative LaMonica McIver.
Without objection.
The Trump administration has weaponized justice, using the Department of Injustice to carry forward an assault on liberty. Trump has threatened and intimidated a number of lawyers and powerful law firms into submission. He has put powerful institutions of higher learning under his thumb, and he has forced powerful media companies to bow down and kiss his ring. Now he's threatening and trying to intimidate his adversaries in elective office. Last month, Trump's Department of Injustice arrested a female judge doing her job at the courthouse in Milwaukee. They then arrested the mayor of Newark, in the same city that he leads. And now, yesterday, they have filed charges against a member of the House of Representatives. And today, we are engaged in a pre-planned hearing entitled, quote, "Examining Threats to ICE Operations," end quote, while producing a highly prejudicial, expertly edited video published to taint the jury pool and shape a false narrative on Representative McIver's actions. MAGA Republicans are using this hearing to justify the charges against her. And in support of the charges, they publish more video that demonizes people being held in private, for-profit ICE detention facilities. What is really happening is that Trump and his MAGA enablers are misusing their positions of power to prosecute people who refuse to lay down and get run over as they assault our liberties. And they are trying to intimidate members of Congress from performing our duties. That's why we are really here today. Last night, Trump's personal attorney, who he appointed to be interim United States Attorney for New Jersey, blatantly abused her authority to target a sitting congresswoman who had been roughed up by armed, mask-wearing ICE agents, males. This interim U.S. attorney targeted my colleague, but just because Representative McIver had the audacity to do her job rather than taking the Trump administration's word that everything was fine. Members of Congress have the legal authority to visit ICE facilities so that we can perform oversight. It's one of the things we are elected to do. But this administration has become increasingly authoritarian and will not tolerate anyone asking questions. That's why Trump and my Republican colleagues call for the impeachment of any judge who rules against this administration. It is why the Trump administration targets students who expressed dissent. And it's why Trump muzzled the big law firms that previously stood up for civil liberties and have now agreed to stay quiet and do his bidding. The Trump administration continues to abandon the Constitution, and the Department of Justice continues to politicize the pursuit of justice. They've come after judges, mayors, members of Congress, and our neighbors and our communities. Who's next? Is it you? Representative McIver has her legal rights. They've threatened her, and in threatening her, they threaten us. No one is safe once you can be targeted just for asking questions and trying to ensure that the government is following the law. Now, Mr. Hauser, right now our MAGA Republicans are trying to pass a massive spending bill that would increase the national debt by $3.3 trillion and give ICE a staggering $73 billion to build more private, for-profit detention facilities. Can you please explain how this massive cash infusion, and especially the $45 billion expansion of immigration detention, is neither wise, strategic, or safe?
Sir, it clearly shows the need for oversight as they expand detention. You're going to outsize the need of what ICE actually needs operationally. Additionally, it will take deportation officers off the streets and now will be in these facilities, so actually making us less safe. Additionally, the idea that you're going to detain 100 to 150,000 people and spend $45 billion or $70 billion to do it, if you took that same money and just put it to fix the broken immigration system now, you could hire thousands of individuals that could be adjudicating cases, immigration judges, resettlement services. Sir, quite frankly, you could give a couple $2 billion to a country to take some of the migrants back themselves and they would go. The idea that you're going to put this into detention and that will fix the system is a bit absurd.
Well, they want the billions.
Gentleman's
to go
time has
into their
expired.
Political supporters' pocketbooks.
The gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman yields back. Okay, and I recognize the gentleman from the great state of Texas, Mr. Gill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding this hearing today on what I believe to be one of the most, probably the most important issue that our country faces right now, which is illegal immigration. Mr. Hauser, I've got a few questions for you. You were Chief of Staff for ICE, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What years were you there?
2021 to 2023.
So that was during the Biden administration, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Got it. So presumably you're well-versed in border security and immigration enforcement, is that right?
Yes, sir. I would say that I'm very aware. I also worked at CBP under the Obama administration. Yes, sir.
Got it. So you've got a lot of experience there. I'm going to ask you a few questions. In an interview with the Daily Blast on February 28th, 2024, you mentioned, quote, "You can't deter and punish your way to lowering encounters at the border," end quote. Do you think you were right or wrong about that?
100%, sir. What we've seen...
100% what? Right or wrong?
100% I was correct.
You were correct about that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The idea that you just dismantle an immigration system is not... There was a mandate to the Trump administration.
Illegal alien border encounters are down 95% right now. I think you were wrong about that. You also said, quote, "The idea that you can turn off the border is just not factual." Do you think that was right or wrong?
Sir, the threats that we're still seeing across the border...
Do you think you were right or wrong about that statement?
What's that, sir?
My question is, were you right or wrong about that statement?
When you
That
turn
can
off
just
the
turn off
immigration
border?
system, sir, yes, you will not see encounters. Yes.
Well, southwestern border encounters are at a 15-year low under President Trump. Another thing that you mentioned, quote, "Just shutting off the border to asylum seekers is not going to do that," meaning close the border. What I think is going to do that is make it more erratic and sporadic for the sort of large surges of migrants you would see coming across the border. Do you think that was right or wrong?
100% correct. It was correct, sir. We're going to see that over the next couple of years.
Border apprehensions are down now because President Trump has secured our border. He's stopped the flow of illegal aliens coming across our border and coming to our border. Do you think that we have a better or worse border situation now than we did under Joe Biden?
Sir, I believe the border is secure.
You believe the border is secure, that's right. But you were wrong about a lot of other things, about what would secure the border, is that right?
No, sir, it's only been 100 days.
You were wrong about what it would take to stop the flow of illegal aliens coming into the United States. You were wrong that secure enforcement that we're seeing under President Trump would stop the flow of illegal aliens. You ought to keep that in mind as you're going to the media and mouthing off about the president.
Can I answer that question?
Let me ask you another question. This is from a New York Times op-ed that you wrote just a month ago.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned, quote, "Federal law enforcement under President Trump is engaged in dangerous political theater." What about President Trump's law enforcement do you think is dangerous political theater? Do you think that
Sir, I think
seizing
setting
235,000 pounds of
quotas
fentanyl
by
at the
political
border is
appointees in
dangerous
the White
political
House
theater?
is a problem.
Do you think seizing fentanyl at our border is dangerous political theater? Do you know who Gilberto Avila Jara is?
So that's exactly where ICE should have their resources focused. That's exactly where
And
this
we did,
administration
and he
is
was
beginning to turn
arrested
them away
last
from.
month and charged with over 20 sex crimes against minors.
Yes, sir.
These were the kind of people that Joe Biden
2,000
and
CBP
under your
officers off
leadership
the
were
border
coming into
over
our
the next
country.
3 months doesn't make us more safe. Taking HSI agents away from drug interdiction, and
taking murderers and
trafficking,
rapists
human
off our
smuggling
streets makes the
doesn't
American
make us
people more safe. It's your testimony that taking murderers and rapists off our streets does not make us more safe?
What I'm saying,
is that what
sir,
you're telling me?
what we have heard from this administration is over the next few months, there's going to be thousands of law enforcement focused on non-criminal migrants.
We'll see.
instead
You
of
were
the
you were
exact
wrong
same
about a
threats
lot
we
of things.
both
I don't
agree
put a
over.
whole lot of stock into that, candidly, and I don't think the American people do either. Do you support amnesty?
No, sir.
Do you support amnesty for illegal aliens?
No, sir.
In this New York Times article, you wrote, quote, "That means that the best solution for public safety is not mass deportations.
No, I
it's giving
support
undocumented
immigration
I'm
support
speaking
for
right
migrants
now.
that need
This is my
protection
time,
under our
not
law.
yours. I'm speaking. It's giving undocumented immigrants who have been in the United States for a long time the opportunity to come forward, pay a fine, and gain legal status." That
Yes, sir.
sounds a lot like amnesty to me, doesn't it, to
It's
you?
a process, sir, under the law that could exercise and allow them for
That's
migrants to come out
amnesty.
of the shadows and then focus.
That's what amnesty is. This is a deliberate semantic obfuscation, and you know it, and I know it, and the American people know it as
it's not,
well. Do you think that illegal aliens should be given welfare once they get amnesty?
Sir, that's not my department.
You've got a lot of opinions on a whole lot of different things. You don't have an opinion
Areas
on that?
where I've worked for 20 years, sir. Yes, sir.
And finally, let me ask you, do you think that Biden was successful at stopping illegal immigration?
There was failures at the beginning of the Biden administration to deal with the flow of migrants post-COVID, and then there was failures of implementation of policies across all of the immigration system. That's the same problems we're seeing now. The idea that you can enforce your way out of immigration and the challenges that we see across the Western Hemisphere, it's not going to work.
We had an open border under Biden. The border's secure now. I think that's a successful Trump policy and a failure of the Biden administration. I yield my time back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. With that, stay tuned. You ready?
As ready as I'm
She
going
don't
to be.
know? Okay. I yield to the gentle lady from the great state of Texas, the ranking member of the subcommittee, Ms. Crockett.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Hauser, thank you so much for your service. I do want to make sure that we are clear on your credentials because you actually have them. I have that you were the Assistant Director of Legislative Affairs at Homeland Security, correct?
At one time, yes, ma'am, about 15 years ago.
You were Deputy Chief of Staff at Homeland as well?
Yes, ma'am.
You served as a Senior Advisor to the Commission as Homeland's Custom and Border Protections,
Yes, ma'am.
as well as you recently served as the Chief of Staff for ICE.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you've done a few things.
I'm also a combat veteran. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, thank you for your service in all ways. Here, listen, I have a series of issues of what's going on because I will say that the Republicans were right. Democrats lost on immigration. When you look at all the polling, when you talk to people, they lost on immigration. And frankly, I am concerned that we did not have conversations that went beyond just talking about the humanity, because there are people that literally don't care about humanity, which is why we are able to have this administration doing the things that they're doing. Talking about the fact that border crossings are down 95%, well, I don't know if I can trust that number or not. You know why? Because first of all, they've been going out, they've been firing all of the persons that usually deal with data, science, and facts all over in all agencies, in addition to the fact that even if that is a real number, we don't know if they got to that number just because, well, this is a lawless administration that is consistently in violation of people's constitutional rights, the Constitution in and of itself, court orders. So we can't really explain exactly why and how, even if that is true. And at some point in time, you have to say there is a balancing test. Either we are going to follow the law fully or we're not at all. And frankly, what I've seen out of this administration is that they don't want to follow the law. But there is something that you said in your opening remarks that really stuck with me. There was a line that I wrote down. You said, line cooks and landscapers. Now, I have talked to those that are in construction. I have talked to those that are farmers. I have talked to a lot of people that have said that because of the reckless acts of so many of these ICE agents, they can't even get their workers to show up to work because of what they're doing. Now, you correct me if I'm wrong. As somebody that practiced criminal law, I never saw that we needed ICE to go and arrest somebody, say, for murder. Is ICE the only agency that has the authority to arrest somebody, say, if they go out and commit murder?
No, ma'am, they're not. But
what about aggravated robbery?
No, ma'am.
What about rape?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so in fact, 9 times out of 10, the primary arresting agency when it comes to, say, committing a crime such as aggravated robbery, rape, murder, would that be ICE? Would that be the primary arresting and investigatory agency to do that in the first place?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so I just wanted to make sure I was on the right page because I get a little confused sometimes when we're around here. Now, we have talked about a lot of the kind of back and forth between the branches. And this idea of checks and balances seems to escape certain folk in the chamber. And so I really want to ask you just a couple of questions to make sure I'm not the one that has lost my marbles. Who has the right to conduct oversight? Or let me ask you this way. Does Congress have the power to conduct federal oversight over detention facilities?
Yes, ma'am, and quite frankly, a bit of confusion that I've been hearing today. Oversight by Congress is, of course, mandated by law, but additionally, oversight also, not only in the immigration space, protects the migrants, but also protects law enforcement and through public safety in making sure they have the resources they need. In my position, over 15 years at the department, I oversaw hundreds of visits by congressional members, advocacy groups, immigration groups, law enforcement groups, and in no way did I ever see the sort of situation that we saw in Delaney Hall, where there was a powder keg driven by the political theater being driven by the White House.
That's exactly right. And that's actually why I wanted to make sure I talked about the fact that you had credentials and you've actually been in this space. That was not normal. And the idea that they would somehow say that it's their colleagues that were the ones that were driving it, which is why I made sure that I showed video footage of Representative McIver very calmly telling them why she was there. And frankly, it is sad that we do have to go through this kind of political theater because, listen, we all know what it is. That's why they hired everybody from Fox News, because all they're trying to do is put on for a show. This is not the Apprentice show. This is supposed to be about the American people, and I want us to start to refocus our attention on the American people and stop demonizing every daggone person that ends up in custody of ICE, because they are not necessarily demons just because ICE decided to round them up. So thank you for your testimony.
Can I answer that question?
No. The gentle lady yields back. The committee will be in order. I understand your enthusiasm, but we have rules in the way we run the committee for both sides of the aisle. With that being said, I will recognize the gentleman from the great state of Ohio, the chairman of the whole Judiciary Committee, Congressman Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mikowski, who are all these people in ICE detention facilities that Democrats went on the street? Who are these folks? Are they all just apple pie asylum-seeking folks, or who else might be in there?
Sir, thank you for the question. First and foremost, they're immigration law violators. They violated the basic laws, the immigration laws that are codified by Congress. I'll say it again.
So they broke the law?
Yes, sir. That's first and foremost. They're not a United States citizen.
Any of them violent? In addition to breaking the law, any of them violent people inside these detention centers?
Absolutely, sir.
Any of them gang members?
Absolutely, sir.
Any of them members of MS-13?
Absolutely, sir.
Any of them Trendy Aragua gang members?
Again, sir, yes.
So they're not just all warm and fuzzy folks that the Democrats want out on the street, right? They're bad guys. Some of them are bad guys, really bad guys. Now, some of them are just asylum seekers, but some of them are really bad guys. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir, it's fair to say.
Yeah, because you worked in these facilities, is that right?
I've worked in them, sir, yes.
You know them better than anyone in this hearing room. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and before they go to detention, they have to get apprehended somewhere. They have to get arrested or taken into custody by ICE. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You got to get them somewhere. You know, maybe it's on the border, maybe it's somewhere else. But you have to get them before you take them to the ICE detention facility.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you ever think that you would see Democrat mayors in all kinds of urban areas around this country and Democrat city councils pass resolutions say, don't work with ICE when they come to apprehend gang members, bad guys, MS-13 violent offenders? Did you ever think you'd see that?
Not here in the United States, sir.
But that's exactly what's happening around the country, isn't it?
Yes, sir. In my home state of New Jersey, that's fact.
Yeah, it's happening everywhere. New Jersey, Denver, Boston, you name it. It's happening. And did you ever think you'd see governors and state legislatures do the same thing and say, you know what? Our whole darn state is going to be a sanctuary state. Don't work with ICE when they're coming to enforce the law. Did you ever think you'd see that?
No, sir.
Did you ever think you would see judges in their chambers tell the bad guy, hey, talk to his lawyer, hey, slip out the back door because the ICE agents are coming in the front door to enforce federal law? Did you ever think you'd see that?
No, sir.
And did you ever think you would see what happened last week or 2 weeks ago, I should say, in New Jersey? Did you ever think you'd see members of Congress engage in that kind of behavior?
Sir, After what I witnessed in 2018, yes, in New York City, I didn't put it past anybody, but I find that behavior to be absurd.
Well, in other words, Mr. McCall, it's gotten so bad, nothing surprises you now with what the left's going to do.
Nothing, sir.
I know, and that's where the American people are, and that's why they appreciate what the Trump administration is doing. Why is it better to arrest people at the jails or at the courthouse, Mr. Mikowski, than it is out on the street? Why is that better?
Well, I believe my colleague had touched on it, but it's much safer for the alien, the person involved, and it's also safer for the general public. Most importantly, the officers. The rule of thumb is safety first.
It's safer for everyone, right?
Yes, sir.
It's safer for everyone. Safer for the migrant, safer for law enforcement, safer for the general public, because you don't want to happen what has happened already because of the crazy left-wing policies that some of these cities and states and now judges have. When you could send two, it's cheaper for the taxpayers. Instead of sending 6 guys to arrest him on the street, you can send 2 guys to get him at the courthouse or at the jail. But that side says no. We're for the sanctuary policies. We're for making it tougher on law enforcement. We're for endangering the community. We're for making it tougher on the migrant and going out and arresting them on the street. Really, one of the craziest things I've ever heard. Would you agree, Mr. Mikowski?
Yes, sir. And to your point, we talk about sanctuary cities, and my colleague was mentioning like deportation officers need to be on the street. Imagine if they would just honor detainers, they rolled over into custody, and I could send people over there to pick them up in a facility, not taking the officers away from an enforcement action. Okay, so deportation officers are very vital.
Yes.
And you know, the peaceful transfer from one facility to the other is just common sense, sir.
No, we call that, in economics, you call that opportunity cost, right? Because it's safer for the officer, safer for the public, safer for the migrant, but it also, when you have to send 6 of them out on the street, there's the opportunity lost that you now have 4 extra agents there when they could be out doing other good work protecting the public. That's how dumb, there's no other word for it, how dumb this whole sanctuary policy is. Thank you for your work.
The chairman from Ohio yields back. I recognize the gentleman, the ranking member from the great state of Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
And thank you, Chairman Van Drew. Even ICE and the Department of Homeland Security recognize that, quote, any member of Congress has the right to show up for an inspection at one of our facilities in their oversight capability. Mr. Hauser, is that the general policy that you know?
Yes, sir.
Okay. ICE has also, along with lots of other parts of the administration, has been repudiated by the federal judiciary, including the Supreme Court. There are now more than 160 preliminary injunctions and temporary restraining orders that have been entered by federal judges, Republican appointees, Democratic appointees against a reign of lawlessness and complete disregard for the Constitution. President Trump has had to be instructed to bring back a man who the Department of Justice admitted had been deported due to an administrative error. He was sent to a torturer's prison in El Salvador due to what they confessed was administrative error. Do you agree that ICE has been violating the law repeatedly over the last few months?
Sir, I would say the administration and the White House has been directing lawless action.
The U.S. Supreme Court even had to issue an emergency order at 1 in the morning on April 19th to stop an unlawful attempt by the administration to conduct a mass deportation of Venezuelans without any due process whatsoever. They told them to turn the vans and the buses around. There had been no hearings, no opportunity to be represented, no opportunity to hear even the charges against them, no court orders. And just this last Friday, the Supreme Court upheld this ban on deportations, reaffirming once again that every immigrant in the country is entitled to due process. The 2 most beautiful words in the English language. It's due process that separates our rights and freedoms from arbitrary power by the state. And if you have a single libertarian bone in your body, you will understand what due process is all about. Now, why is congressional oversight important, Mr. Hauser, if the courts are there as a backstop against lawlessness by an executive branch?
Sir, Congress's role, especially in immigration enforcement, is extremely critical for just the simple fact that we have tens of thousands of human beings in custody. And their care and the carrying out of our public safety and our law enforcement operations need critical oversight and accountability.
So when you were chief of staff at ICE, how many congressional delegations would you say happened at ICE facilities?
Hundreds, sir. And as we've all talked about, we saw large demands and migratory flow to the border. We were dealing with bipartisan, visits continuously week after week.
These were Democrats and Republicans together coming to visit. So there's nothing strange about members of Congress doing it. Both parties have done it, right?
No, sir.
Did anything like what just occurred at Delaney Hall, where members of Congress were pushed and manhandled and threatened with arrest, and there was a melee, did anything like that ever happen in your experience?
No, sir. And what I saw there was sort of this distilling of what I consider the direction of enforcement, immigration enforcement, in the political theater of this. That was the outcome that some people in the White House wanted. And they're putting that pressure both on the non-migrants that are non-criminal, that don't have final order removal, and also on the ICE officers.
Well, you mentioned the phrase political theater several times, and that's interesting to me because I remember at the end of the Biden administration when there was a struggle to get the two parties together and there was agreement, a bipartisan agreement on legislation at the border. And you had the most conservative Republicans in the Senate hailing it and saying it's a huge breakthrough. You had liberal Democrats getting behind it, and everybody was saying, well, it's not perfect, but we'll do this. And it was sailing through the Senate, it's coming over to the House, and then President Trump, former President Trump at that point, announced he was totally opposed to it. He didn't want border legislation. He wanted a border crisis to run against. In other words, he wanted political theater. I wonder, was that your perception of that same episode?
Absolutely, sir. And when you watch the videos of what happened at Delaney Hall, ICE officers are trained from the beginning of when they enter the agency on assessing threat and risk. And clearly, and they sort of apply that threat and risk to what they carry out in operations. And I believe everybody on this panel would agree that then they allowed the Congresswoman to then enter the facility and take the tour. So the idea that there was outside political pressure or influence directed at ICE agents and that created this powder keg of what happened there is pretty clear and logical to me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My time's up.
I thank the ranking member. I am going to yield 5 minutes to myself. So, I like to keep things simple sometimes. I'm from Jersey too. And sometimes simple truths really kind of display more complex truths as well. So I think there's a few simple truths. And I'm going to ask all of you, and I'm going to ask for a really quick, yes or no answer. I believe open borders, sanctuary cities, and sanctuary states where you're releasing individuals back into the community, including dangerous criminals who have been guilty and have committed crimes like rape on minors, like murder, like disfigurement, like dealing and selling drugs, just to name a few, like violating gun laws, all of that. I think that's really bad. I don't think we should let that happen. Let's really get down to what this is all about. In the last administration, we let people like that come across the border and come into the United States of America. Would you agree with me that that's bad? Mr. Arthur, quickly, yes or no?
Yes, I do, sir.
Mr. Marino, yes
Yes.
or no? Mr. Mikowski, yes or no?
Absolutely, sir.
Mr.
Yes.
Hauser, yes or no? Okay, so that's something we've already done better on. We're straightening that out now. We are not allowing those individuals to come into the United States of America. Do you believe, as I do, that as members of Congress, and you can state this, don't be afraid to say it, that we have an added level of responsibility, the way that we comport ourselves, whether we are Republicans, whether we are Democrats, whatever we are, that we should behave in a certain fashion. We write laws. So you would believe that we would follow the rule and believe in the rule of law itself. So and I believe we do have oversight. It's a process. You behave a certain way. It doesn't mean that you agree with everybody. It doesn't mean you don't investigate, but that you, as a member of Congress, as a congressman or a congresswoman, behave in an appropriate fashion lawfully, not in a combative assault type of way. Would you believe that that is true? Mr. Arthur, yes or no?
Yes, and I attempted to comport myself that way when I was an Oversight Counsel.
I'm sure you did. Mr. Marino, yes or no?
Absolutely, yes.
Mr. Mikowski, yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hauser, yes or no?
Absolutely, sir. It's what the military.
So we saw the video. You saw the video. I don't have to say any words. Look at the video. Even all you who came here with a certain focus in your mind and were told to believe something, look at the video and see what it shows. That's all I'll say. Thirdly, do you think there's a financial effect on all of us in America while we debate the great issues of the day? How much should we spend? Where should we spend it? What should we do with the fiscal resources that we have, with the dollars that we bring in through taxation? Do you believe it's inappropriate to fund illegals, including illegal criminals, which we have? I could ask you that question. In fact, I'll ask a real question very quickly. In the past administration, did we at times fund illegal aliens? I'm sorry, illegal criminal aliens.
Absolutely.
Did we fund illegal criminal aliens?
Yes, sir.
Did we fund illegal criminal aliens in the last
Yes, sir.
administration? Did we, Mr. Hauser,
What does fund mean, sir? Like,
give them stuff, give them housing, give them clothing, give them transportation, give them education, give them, in some cases, debit cards. Did we do that?
we have provided resources to migrants
Right.
for 60
We funded
years.
them.
60 years, sir.
We funded them. Not
The first
illegal
Trump
bad
administration.
people we didn't. No, I disagree, and that's wrong. And would you believe that cost people? We don't even have to go into it. Of course it costs the taxpayer. Of course, when resources are sparse, and we'll argue about Medicaid and SNAP and all these things, how about we don't give money to people who are really bad people doing bad things, send them back to the country of origin? Maybe that's a good idea. And I did want to address the ranking member, not the ranking member of the subcommittee, Mr. Raskin. He always loves to talk about the Senate bill, so I always have to talk about it as well. It was a bad bill. I didn't know, I knew it was a bad bill the minute we saw it in judiciary. Had nothing to do with Donald Trump. It codified illegal aliens. It allowed up to 1.8 million to come into the country before anything was done. It did nothing about catch and release. It did nothing about the wall. It didn't rebuild the wall. It did nothing when in the past we had Title 42, and it didn't do anything about the Remain in Mexico policy. Now, real quickly, would you agree that some of those policies in the past administration were good, and that we really didn't need a whole lot more legislation, that we could have done it through the president at the time under the Biden administration? Yes or no?
Absolutely.
Mr. Marino,
Yes,
yes
sir.
or no? Mr. Mikowski, yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hauser,
Sir,
yes
can
or
you
no?
just give me the question one more time?
All the things that I just mentioned, all the things that could be done to protect our borders. We had the biggest disaster in border crossings in our American history. Couldn't we have prevented that purely by presidential action, not by a faulty, bad Senate bill? I think you're going to see a good bill come out of this Congress.
Sir, I would
That
only
bill was a
state
bad
that this
bill.
is only the first 100 days. You're going to see border surges.
I didn't ask that question.
Until we don't need the Alien and Sedition Act to carry out
What-
immigration
nobody's
enforcement.
talking
We have
about
Title 8.
Do you believe that we could have done better in the Biden administration through presidential action than we did?
Sir, clearly.
Yes or no? Yes
at the
or
beginning,
no?
Sir, there was mistakes.
Yes or no? Yes, we screwed up. We did a bad job in the Biden administration. Even you've got to kind of admit that. And now we're trying to straighten out the mess. With that, I will yield back. And I yield to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Moskowitz. You may even have a joke or two for us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not a joke, just a quick clarification. The bill that he's talking about that was terrible was a Republican bill, so it's fine. It happens. I just a quick clarification of.
If it's bad, it's bad. I don't care what party.
I just wanted to remind people that it was a conservative, very conservative, Republican senator who had drafted that bill. With that, I want to yield as much time as she may consume to the ranking member, Jasmine Crockett.
All right. Mr. Hauser, it's back to us. I like games every once in a while, and so I have some questions. The questions are going to be, is it political theater or progress? You ready? The first question is going to be, doing an executive order revoking birthright citizenship, political theater or progress?
Political theater, it doesn't help the mission of ICE.
Okay. How about revoking student visas?
It takes up the time of ICE officers and is political theater, and it takes away from the national security and public safety mission.
How about bashing car windows of people with no criminal record?
That's driven from quotas of arrests being driven by the White House. And that is politicization of ICE immigration enforcement, so it's political theater.
How about deporting people who are even citizens? That's not even deportation, but you know what I'm saying.
It's political theater, and I believe that this White House is getting the outcome, the reaction that they want and they desire.
How about arresting political opponents?
That would be political theater.
Yeah, so here's the deal. I know that you've been cut off a number of times as you have tried to give answers to various questions. Thank you so much for explaining that even this committee hearing is actually a bunch of political theater, because there's a lot of things that we could be talking about. We could be talking about the fact that we are currently in reconciliation, and while everyone else has been told to do things such as make sure that you take food out of people's mouths, make sure that you get rid of people's health care, make sure that you are harming our federal workers even more by making sure that the resources that they need to be able to do their job just kind of disappear. But at the same time, I think the way that Mr. Moskowitz figured it, it would be approximately $44,000 as relates to a bonus for each ICE agent. Is that correct?
It's incorrect. It was $42,000.
Okay, my bad. But the reality is that we do have real problems. And I don't know how we're gonna get to real solutions if we continue to just make everything about politics. As it was properly outlined by the gentleman from Florida, that was a Republican bill. And I'll be perfectly honest with you, I wasn't really a big fan of the bill myself on my side. So I know that there was a lot of conservative stuff in that bill that was going to be harmful. And with that, I am gonna yield back to the gentleman from Florida.
Yeah, and I'm gonna yield time to the ranking member in a second. Mr. Marino, on that topic of bonuses, just real quick, do you support ICE agents getting $42,000 worth of bonuses? There's $800 billion for bonuses. Okay. I say billion, I'm sorry, million, I apologize. $800 million in there for bonuses. Do you support that?
Yeah, what kind of bonuses are we talking about? Are we talking retention bonuses?
This is a great question, Mr. Marino. Great question. They didn't say at all in the backup. Yeah. There was no documentation at all what the bonuses were for or what it would be. It was just $800 million for bonuses. It sounded like a lot of money for federal employees for bonuses. Not that we don't want to treat our federal employees great, of course we do. But I had suggested $500 million for bonuses, and they said, no, $500 million sounds a little better, right?
Well, look.
Or zero. Are you at zero for bonuses, maybe?
I never received a $42,000 bonus.
Good, perfect, we agree. I would like
However, times are different. Recruiting is tougher. Retention is a challenge. And if that's something that it's needed for, I would support
it. So do you support those bonuses for NOAA, FEMA, the Pentagon, all of the departments, or just ICE?
I would support strategic use of retention bonuses where they were needed.
Okay. I'd like to yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. Moskowitz. Mr. Hauser introduced the important idea of political theater. You've introduced the idea of bureaucratic bloat. And our ranking member on the subcommittee has talked about the assault on the living standards of millions and millions of people in the country and their health care. I just want to add one final piece of this, which is that Donald Trump and his family have been making more than $1 billion a month since they got into office on the crypto scam, and now he's collecting a $400 million airplane from the dictator of Qatar. There is an absolute ripoff of the taxpayers taking place in a prostitution of the presidency. And I think that completes the picture of what's taking place in our country today. I yield back to the gentleman, and thank you.
And I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Florida yields. I recognize the gentleman from Missouri, Dr. Onder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all our witnesses for being here. Mr. Hauser, thank you for your service to our country as a combat veteran. but no thank you to the Biden administration for precipitating the worst border crisis in American history. I would say that Joe Biden and his administration were incompetent, but I think it was intentional. It was intentional that he flooded at least 8 million illegal aliens into our country. And what is the Democrat solution? The Democrat solution seems to be, unless you've been convicted of a violent crime, you can stay. Not only can you stay, but we will pass amnesty bills to support you. We will block enforcement of immigration laws and endanger ICE officers with sanctuary city policies. We'll give you welfare. We'll give you health care. We'll give you free education. You know, if you want to come here as a birthright tourist, your kids will be citizens, and that will help you to stay in the country permanently. We'll give you free stays at luxury hotels. Oh yeah, Biden and his administration have really done a great job. Donald Trump has lowered illegal border crossings by 95%. Somehow that doesn't count. There are going to be surges later on, don't you know? Well, you know, this all gets away from the purpose of this hearing, which is the fact that activist protests, including those by members of Congress, obstruct immigration enforcement and undermine public safety. In April and May alone, there were more than 14 demonstrations planned across 12 states targeting ICE detention centers and related facilities. These types of demonstrations physically impede ICE detention center operations on purpose and inhibit the successful processing of detained illegal aliens. And you know what? I do care whether illegal aliens have committed violent crimes, of course. But I think every illegal immigrant, as you've pointed out, Mr. Michkowski, has broken the law and needs to leave. And to me, due process is you prove that they're not here legally, they get the hell out of our country.
The gentleman yield for a friendly motion.
No, I do not. It's my time. You've spoken about 4 times so far in this hearing. For example, on May 4th, 2025, activists protested an ICE field office as a detention bus left, with law enforcement agents forced to surround the bus to prevent interference, diverting staff from other duties and delaying detainee transfers. The protests directly impeded law enforcement, federal law, and put ICE officers at risk. Mr. Michkowski, do law enforcement officers and ICE officers, do they receive training how to deal with crowds and riots?
Sir, yes, sir, they do.
I'm sorry, is the time clock is, I don't know how much, I think I have some time left, but the time clock went black. Oh, there we go. Okay. How are ICE officials trained to react when a gate would be broken and stormed by a group of raucous protesters?
Sir, from what I saw in the video, I think they handled themselves the way they could, the best they could in that situation. I mean, what I saw was a lot of belly bumping from lawmakers, putting their hands on the officers, whether you agree or not agree. It's unlawful.
Yeah.
It shouldn't happen.
Well, there's assault and there's battery, and when you touch another person without their consent, that's battery. And battery of a law enforcement officer, is that a violation of the law?
Yes, sir.
Even if you're a member of Congress?
Yes, sir.
We members of Congress aren't above the law.
Absolutely, sir. And they were trying to protect maybe the facility. There was a lot of commotion there. Their number one concern at that moment is making sure nobody enters a secure environment and that could pose risk to a detainee or a congressperson or anybody else in that situation, sir.
Right, right. Why do DHS and ICE officers, why do they wear body cams?
Sir, can I answer that question?
Sure.
As Chief of Staff of ICE, I implemented the first policy for body-worn cameras, and they created a pilot within Homeland Security investigations to carry that out. That, in the last year, has been rescinded by the current administration.
Okay.
So they are not funding, and they are not moving forward with the body-worn camera program under the Trump administration. But I was glad to see, quite frankly, in the criminal complaint against the Congresswoman, that some of the officers still had their cameras on.
Yeah.
So hopefully this Congress
and we have footage
commit to fully
we have
implementing this across immigration.
footage of officers being assaulted.
Mr. Under, if I could respond to that question.
Yes.
It's a twofold purpose. One, it protects the officer from any allegations that they engaged in violations of civil rights laws, and it also reminds the officer of the fact that somebody's always watching.
And Mr. Arthur, why do ICE officers occasionally wear masks?
ICE officers occasionally wear a mask because, unfortunately, in this heated environment, they get doxxed, they get attacked, they get threatened at their homes. People disclose where they live, disclose their phone numbers, where their children go to school.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you all for your testimony. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. That concludes today's hearing. We thank our witnesses.
Mr. Chairman, can I have a UC request? Is it okay?
Absolutely.
There's two articles. One is, this is a letter from members of the New Jersey delegation to the committee condemning efforts by the administration to politicize lawful congressional oversight.
By the way, that's some of the New Jersey delegation.
Oh, from some members of the New Jersey delegation, yeah. And then this one is from the Washington Post. Elon Musk, enemy of open borders, launched his career as an illegal alien.
Without objection.
I've got a UC as well. This is from the Associated Press. President Trump's first 3 children did not receive birthright citizenship. This is an article that came out of the fact that Donald Trump Jr. as well as Eric and Ivanka were born to a woman who was not a U.S. citizen at the time.
Without objection. It concludes today's hearing. We thank our witnesses for appearing before the subcommittee and spending their time with us. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witnesses or additional materials for the record. Without objection, this hearing is adjourned.
Exclude the hail damage. In another case involving Nicolette Little, I was able to finalize an estimate only after arranging for my team lead to personally review and approve it. At one point, an all-state staff adjuster who was assigned to assist me in getting claims approved advised me to remove coverage for the wind-damaged shingles based on a misunderstanding of standard damage indicators. He claimed a creased shingle was not wind-damaged because it was not torn. However, industry standard indicators of wind damage recognized across all carriers I've ever worked for include torn shingles, blown off tabs, and shingle creasing, making this directive contrary to basic industry training. In my professional opinion, the claims handling process I observed from Allstate prioritized minimizing payouts, often at the expense of accurately addressing documented storm damage.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schroeder. Our next witness is Mr. Cliff Milliken. Mr. Milliken is an adjuster who works for Allstate through Pilot Catastrophe. He has a connection to Ms. Miguel as well. He was sent out to conduct a re-inspection of Ms. Miguel's home. Mr. Milliken, the floor is yours.
I've worked as a claims adjuster for Pilot Catastrophe since 2014. By 2016, I transitioned to a full-time adjusting, working primarily for Allstate, and have been deployed consistently for over 8 years. Since 2020, I've observed significant changes in Allstate's claim handling that, in my view, undermine the interest of policyholders and erode trust in the insurance industry. First, Allstate has increasingly relied on third-party non-licensed inspectors, or so-called picture takers, instead of licensed adjusters to inspect damaged properties. These individuals are not trained nor licensed adjusters. They merely take random pictures and upload them to a portal where an often inexperienced inside adjuster grabs the photo package, reviews, and attempts to write an estimate. The estimate is then sent to a reviewer who then determines coverage and often mandates revisions. This is without transparency, as the reviewer's name does not go on the estimate. This process confuses policyholders who mistake the picture takers for adjusters, and then the policyholder never has an in-person experience with the adjuster who actually submits the approved estimate. This process also increases the likelihood of missing damage, which is often to Allstate's benefit. Field adjusters like me are in the best position to address the damage to a property. We are licensed and we are the ones who physically inspect the property in person, and we have training to assess damage appropriately. After we, as the adjuster, inspect a property, we write an estimate which explains the observed damage and estimates the minimal cost of repair. Second, Allstate has stripped all field adjusters, regardless of experience, of decision-making authority. Adjusters now act just as glorified picture takers, submitting our work to the reviewer who approves or denies the estimate and dictates revisions. In the overwhelming majority of cases, Allstate reviewers who have never been to the loss instruct the adjuster to alter and delete factual and causal findings in our estimate. Frequently, these alterations and deletions are simply false. Reviewers at times force adjusters to use material not of like kind and quality and not to consider engineer reports because they weren't ordered by Allstate, and to issue denial letters that the adjuster must sign even when the adjuster disagrees with the decision and believes it to be false. There is no option for a discussion. It's the reviewer's decision, and that's final. If an adjuster resists, the claim is reassigned to someone who will comply. In most cases, the alterations and deletions drive the estimate down, meaning the insureds receive less money than required to indemnify them for the loss. As adjusters, we pride ourselves in having integrity, so when forced to do things that we do not agree with, we feel obligated to express that with the insured. When I've explained this to policyholders that I didn't make the decision, I was reprimanded and told this is not permitted. In one case, I was sent out as a supplemental field adjuster to look at the property for Miss Natalia McGill and her husband. While on site with the public adjuster, I reviewed the engineering report that was provided by the public adjuster, a brick expert report, again provided by the public adjuster, and discussed the inspection results with the public adjuster. And while on site, I agreed with the PA that the estimate over $400,000 appeared to represent the covered damages. I then reviewed all the information and drafted an estimate that considered the recommendations laid out by that engineer that would have attempted to bring the McGills back to the pre-loss condition using the most cost-effective option. My estimate totaled nearly $200,000. I felt I had figured a method of using chimney brick to make spot repairs and replace the full chimney with a similar product, saving Allstate from replacing all the brick on the entire home. I then submitted my estimate to the reviewer, who instructed me to make changes to my estimate. After doing so, I submitted a revised approved estimate for $100,000 or thereabout. I believe some of these alterations were wrong because they contradicted the engineering report and the brick expert report without getting a second opinion from another engineer. These new practices are wrong, and the people most affected by them are the ones who lack the resources to fight back, like the poor and the elderly. Allstate is even making it so difficult for those who do hire experienced contractors, public adjusters, or attorneys to represent them that many merely lose interest and quit because the time involved is not worth the compensation and the effort. The tactic seems to be working as designed. As an adjuster, I'm ethically obligated to write accurate estimates that fully account for all covered damage, regardless of a policyholder's demeanor or tenure. Insurance contracts are built on trust, promising ethical and fair claims handling. These new current practices risk violating that trust, leaving policyholders underserved. I urge this committee to investigate these practices to ensure that the insurance industry upholds its duty to protect policyholders. Transparency in claims decisions, accountability for reviewers, and restoring the adjuster's authority could help rebuild trust and fairness. Thank you for addressing this issue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Milliken. Our next witness is Mr. Doug Quinn. Mr. Quinn is the Executive Director of the American Policyholder Association, which is a nonprofit that tracks and reports fraud committed by insurers against their policyholders. Mr. Quinn, it's good to have you. The floor is yours.
I'm Douglas Quinn, Executive Director of the American Policyholder Association. We're a nonprofit watchdog group that monitors and reports on insurer fraud against property owners. The APA formed after Superstorm Sandy. My home was flooded, I was at my weakest moment, and instead of helping me, my insurer hired U.S. Forensics, an engineering firm who created a report that an independent engineer determined was false. My insurer denied coverage for the worst damage to my home. Despite being fully insured, it took me 7 years to rebuild and get back home. At 61 years old, this is one of the most traumatizing betrayals of my life. I was not alone. In the Sandy engineering fraud scandal, CBS News, 60 Minutes, and PBS Frontline all reported on policyholders wrongfully denied nearly $500 million in claims. When asked if he participated in fraud, an insurer's claims executive pled the Fifth Amendment. Thousands of families paid for insurance as a safety net only to be betrayed on their claims. For many, it was the end of the American dream as they lost their homes. This wasn't the first time insurers defrauded policyholders, and it won't be the last. The APA routinely receives reports of insurer fraud. Often, the insurer will hire an engineering firm to inspect the property and write a report, which will then be manipulated to reach a predetermined outcome. Insurers are shielded by plausible deniability that the engineers commit the fraud, but the insurers are the ones driving it. They continue to use U.S. forensics and other fraudsters. Insurers play the same shell game with adjusters. Many adjusters inspecting homes aren't employed by the insurer, but rather by third-party administrators. They technically a separate company. These TPAs are simply alter egos of the insurers and commit the same fraud the engineers do. Trained adjusters write an honest estimate only to be instructed to alter and delete facts by a reviewer. This isn't just a few bad apples. It's industry-wide and has been for decades. It happened in Katrina, it happened in Sandy, it happened in Irma, and it's happening right now. I worked in the insurance industry for 30 years. There are thousands of dedicated, honest professionals who take pride in helping families recover after a loss. Many of those professionals would be appalled to learn what happens to policyholders during claims. Those aware of the fraud are afraid to speak out, and for good reason. In this regard, insurers are like gangsters. Those who speak out get blacklisted, harassed, and sued. After Katrina, 2 employees blew the whistle on State Farm's plan to shift claims to the National Flood Insurance Program using systemic engineering fraud. State Farm sued the 2 sisters, but after years of litigation, State Farm agreed to pay the federal government $100 million to settle the case. Recently, Jordan Lee, a young insurance adjuster, reported that a TPA he worked for altered his reports. The insurer that hired the TPA, Heritage Insurance, is now suing Jordan for defamation, even though he did not accuse Heritage of changing the reports, but rather the TPA they employed. However, Florida regulators recently hit Heritage with a historic $1 million fine for multiple violations in handling of insurance claims. Jordan's a kid. He doesn't have any money. Most people believe that they're suing Jordan not for money, but rather to silence he and other whistleblowers. Many assert that the insurance industry's playbook is break the law and ruin the whistleblower. I routinely speak to insurance insiders who are terrified of retaliation. If it wasn't for whistleblowers like Jordan Lee, journalists like the Washington Post's Brianna Sachs, and honest plaintiffs' attorneys like Stephen Bush, we would never even hear about the fraud. In fact, all too often, we don't. Insurers are committing fraud and ruining the lives of the very people who pay them for protection. Premiums are skyrocketing, but Americans receive less in claims. The American consumer is being squeezed. The fraud is about more than money. Americans buy insurance for protection in their weakest moments, when their homes are wind damaged or burned and they're scrambling to find housing for their family and schools for their children. The last thing survivors need is a war with their insurance company. The stress destroys marriages and spoils childhoods. The fraud also affects the federal government. When their insurer denies valid claims, homeowners are forced to rely on FEMA and federal aid. The American taxpayer is now subsidizing the fraud. This would not be possible if insurer fraudsters were held accountable for their actions, but states have proven incapable of doing so. The APA has given gift-wrapped fraud cases to state authorities only to have them languish without results. It's time for federal enforcement. It's time for federal prosecutions. It's time for these criminal organizations to be brought to justice. To this panel, I say, the American public needs you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Quinn. Our final witness is Mr. Jacob Vertel. Mr. Vertel is a husband, a father, and a State Farm policyholder. He resides in North Carolina. He and his family suffered devastating damage to their home after a tornado, and he's here to testify to that effect. Mr. Vertel, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Early on the morning of September 27th, my family was awoken by a tree crashing through our roof. My wife and in-laws, who were in town visiting at the time, rushed into our toddler's room to make sure he was unharmed. The storm was still raging, so we moved my pregnant wife and child to the floor next to our kitchen island in our single-story ranch home, where we felt it was safest. Before we lost power, I was able to file a claim with State Farm. At that moment, I didn't realize just how severe the storm was. I was simply focused on figuring out where my family would stay that evening. While on the call, we abruptly lost power and cell service. For the next several hours, we sought cover as a total of 4 trees fell on our home and water poured through half the house. Once the storm subsided, all 5 of us camped together for 3 days in what we assumed to be the safest section of the home. With my wife's pregnancy being high risk, it was critical that she had access to medical care, and our 2-year-old son needed a safe environment. The moment I could, I evacuated my family to my in-laws' home in Ohio. With them safe, I returned to North Carolina to begin the insurance process and to find a place for us to stay once water was restored to the area. Our first inspection with State Farm was on October 7th, 10 days after Hurricane Helene. The inspection seemed to go well enough. While on site, I spoke to the inspector about the ample additional living expense coverage included in our policy. You can imagine my dismay when I received a voicemail the next day walking back the information he shared, instead stating that our home was being considered habitable by State Farm. A home where I watched water pour through the outlets, where the sky is visible from our 2-year-old's bedroom, our nursery to be, our living room, and our bathroom. At that time, cell service in Asheville was still limited, so my wife from Ohio was trying to speak with State Farm. The few times I managed to get on the phone with her, she gave me agonizing updates about the undue stress being put on her, as the basic commitments of our policy were already being aggressively denied. It became clear we needed support and did not have the capacity to take this on ourselves, so we hired a public adjuster. Not long after, our decision to hire a public adjuster was reaffirmed when we received our first estimate of the damage from State Farm. The sum we were to receive would not even cover fixing the roof, let alone repairing our entire home. From there, we watched as our case was handled with little communication from State Farm. Emails went unanswered for weeks at a time. We were told that State Farm had issued a payment on our claim on October 24th. That check did not show up. 1 month after the storm, I moved my family back to Asheville into a rental at our own expense. From this new home base, we spent months driving across town trying to protect our house from further damage. Draining tarps, resecuring them, setting rodent traps, doing all we could to prevent the pipes from bursting. Covered only by tarps, our home struggled to retain heat during the mountain winter. During this period, Buncombe County placed a placard on our home stating that the property was not safe to occupy or enter. After 3 months of no movement, we were hopeful things would finally start progressing when State Farm assigned a new adjuster to our case. The damage payment that was supposedly issued in October was reissued in December. However, we quickly lost hope again when it became evident that we were starting over from scratch, having to provide all claim information again. It was as if all information from the previous 3 months was lost. All the while, State Farm communication remained scarce. Re-inspections were discussed, then no one would show up. And the little communication we did receive, it became clear that this new adjuster was not qualified to speak on general home construction and repair. We repeatedly reaffirmed the need for critical repairs, only to be met with the adjuster's opinion of, "I don't think that is necessary." He dismissed formal inspections conducted by contractors and mitigation specialists. The broken trusses struggling to hold up our roof simply were not a matter of opinion. After 123 days of our home sitting untouched and relentless communication on our end, a re-inspection was finally scheduled. During this inspection, as we stood staring at our gutted home, State Farm's adjuster admitted that their initial estimate was too low and said he would be refiling for the policy limit. Even so, an hour later, we stood in front of the county's unsafe structure notice as he told my now 8-month pregnant wife that separate living accommodations for our family were not required and that the county notice, which we had provided at least half a dozen times, did not matter in the eyes of State Farm. Despite dismissing the need for coverage, this adjuster then admitted he was unfamiliar with our specific policy, instead citing a policy that did not apply to us. He went on to say that he would see what he could do about covering additional living expenses now that it was winter. After dealing with State Farm for 5 months, it was no surprise that when a revised estimate of the damages came through in February, only minuscule adjustments were made. Expenses we had already covered personally and for which we had provided State Farm with invoices were short paid. Again, we found ourselves needing to continue covering expenses out of pocket while still being unable to fix our home. At that point, we sought legal assistance and were ultimately forced to file suit against State Farm. After 157 days, only after we took legal action, the structural engineer we had been requesting for months was finally sent by State Farm. Now, 228 days after the storm, our home remains untouched with no progress being made. My wife, who was 3 months pregnant at the time of the storm, gave birth to our daughter 2.5 months ago. Our son turned 3 in April. What could have been just a blip in his childhood has become a major event in his life as he repeatedly asks to go back home. We need State Farm to give us our life back. Thank you for hearing our experience.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vitale. Thanks to all of the witnesses. We'll now have some rounds of questioning. I will start, and let me start with you, Ms. Miguel. So it's September 27th, 2024, Hurricane Helene hits Georgia, hits your home, causing very significant damage. I think we've got a picture of some of the damage here. Let's have a look. Does this look pretty familiar to you?
It does.
It looks pretty severe. I mean, that's a massive tree right there in the front part of your home, and you're an Allstate policyholder, is that correct?
Correct.
And Allstate sends out an adjuster, you said pretty quickly just a moment ago, is that
About
correct?
3 weeks after.
Oh, well, that's not very quick. Okay, 3 weeks after. All right, and that you were told at the time in this first inspection verbally that the adjuster agreed with you this was very severe damage. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
I think we maybe have a second picture. Let's look at another view of this just to give a real impression. Here's a breezeway that looks to be nearly completely destroyed. You can see some of that roof damage, quite extensive, that you were talking about in your testimony. All of this looks familiar to you, I'm sure.
Yes.
Now, after this first adjuster agrees with you that yes, there's very significant damage, what did Allstate, when they finally came back with an actual assessment, a real number, what was that number again?
$46,000.
$46,000. So you went to considerable expense on your own. You hired your own independent adjuster to come back out and do all of this over again. And that person, looking at all of this evidence, that person found that the damage was in the neighborhood of what?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, how your independent adjuster, how much did that person estimate the damage was?
$497,000.
$497,000. Allstate offered you 40, basically.
Correct.
And you're still waiting for this process to be resolved all this time later. Is that right?
That's right.
Let me just ask you now, Mr. Schroeder, because you were that first adjuster who worked for Allstate who came out to look at this home. You were a field adjuster deployed for Allstate through Pilot Catastrophe. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you were the first one to inspect Ms. Miguel's home after the hurricane. Is that right?
Yeah.
And you went in person, I think. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you spent several hours, Ms. Miguel said in her testimony a moment ago, you spent several hours doing a very thorough inspection. Is that your memory also?
Yeah, that's correct.
And how serious would you say the damage was in your own, just your personal recollection?
Extremely, probably the most serious that I saw on this deployment.
Wow, the most serious that you saw on the deployment, which makes sense given these photos. So you start, if I understand correctly, you start to prepare an estimate for a full replacement of this breezeway right here. Does that sound right?
Yeah, that's correct.
But then you were instructed, you were told by the higher ups, no, we're not going to do a full replacement of the breezeway. So only do an assessment for a partial replacement of the breezeway. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
okay.
correct.
So then you start working on that, and you're working to get as big of a damage claim as you can for Ms. Miguel in line with the facts after you've already been told, no, we're not going to do the full thing. And then before you can even complete your work, you're taken off the case. Is that right?
Yes.
Why do you think that happened?
I was told it was due to time I was taking too long, but I don't believe that is the case. I think that Allstate saw from this and my recently prior estimates of being very thorough and complete and going back and forth with reviewers on coverage, that it was going to be a higher estimate, and it would be more cost effective to reassign it to an adjuster that would listen better.
Yeah, an adjuster who would lowball the policyholder. Really, I mean, that's what we're talking about. You're removed from the case. They took 3 weeks to send you out to begin with, and then all of a sudden, boom, you're removed once it looks like you're actually going to do some justice for Ms. Miguel. Let me just ask you more broadly, Mr. Schroeder, have you ever been told to change estimates to reduce payouts?
Yeah, frequently.
And when you've pushed back on this, if you've ever said no, what happens then?
If I say no, then the claims typically get reassigned due to, they say, either lack of compliance or other reasons, like I'm taking too long.
In your experience, was this kind of thing a one-off thing, or was this a pattern?
This was definitely a pattern.
Is it fair to say then that Allstate's priority in your experience was not getting the best possible award for their clients, it was in protecting their bottom line?
Certainly in protecting their bottom line, yeah.
Mr. Milliken, let me just come to you, because you were then yet another adjuster in this same case sent out to look at Ms. Miguel's property. You worked as a field adjuster for Allstate through pilot catastrophe for about 8 years. Do I have that right?
At least 8 years, yes.
Yeah. In that time, you have personally inspected hundreds of properties damaged after storms and disasters. Is that fair to say?
Thousands.
Thousands. And you're trained to determine the extent and cause of the damage and how much it costs to repair it. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
All right, so let me just ask you about Ms. Miguel's claim. You were assigned to re-inspect her home, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you testified earlier that you went about that diligently. You could see that there was very extensive damage. That was your initial impression. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And you reviewed all of the reports. There was an engineer's report by this time. There was the public adjuster's report. You reviewed all of those things diligently. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
When you submitted your report to Allstate recommending several $100,000 worth of payments to Ms. Miguel and her husband, what happened then?
My estimate was rejected, and I was advised to alter it to a lower figure.
So you were told to alter the estimate and to alter your findings as well?
I was told to alter my estimate. I don't know that the findings was told to be altered.
Were the alterations that you were told to make, were those consistent with your own review of the property and your own assessment of the damage?
No, sir.
Did you write that up in a detailed estimate, what you were told to do?
I did, yes, sir.
And Allstate then, they send that estimate ultimately to the property owner, is that correct?
I'm obligated to send the estimate to the policyholder.
And is there any record anywhere the policyholder would ever know that your initial findings, your recommendations were rejected and somebody told you to come in and alter them?
No, sir.
Let me just ask you more broadly. Have you ever been told in other cases with Allstate to alter or delete your findings?
Absolutely.
In fact, you testified just a second ago, I think, that you were frequently asked to alter factual findings, delete material, and sometimes include items that were false. Did I hear you correctly when you said that?
Yes, sir.
In the overwhelming majority of cases where you were asked to do something like this, did that cause the estimate to the policyholder to go up or to go down?
To go down.
What is your assessment of what Allstate's ultimate goal here is? Is it to pay out the policy according to the terms of the policy to the best extent they can, or is it to protect their bottom line and to use you and your report as necessary to meet that end, to make sure they make as much money as possible?
100% to use me to enable them to make as much money as possible.
And you would say that this is a pattern. This isn't just something that happened one time like in Ms. Miguel's case. You've been doing this for a long time, and you've observed this to be a pattern with Allstate and in the industry.
I have, yes, sir.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Kim.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd like to just pick up right where we're at, actually. Mr. Schroeder, Mr. Milliken, you both refer to an ethical obligation with your work. Can you explain to me and to those that aren't doing that work, what do you mean by that? Is there a code of conduct, a code of ethics that you have to abide by for your license? Mr. Schroeder?
To do an estimate that is true to, what is honest and true. My evaluation to be honest and true. That's what I commit to do.
Yeah. Mr. Milliken?
Yes, sir. It's our ethical obligation is to take the damage that we identify, apply it to the policy, and indemnify the insured for the full value of what we have found to be damaged.
And so with that ethical obligation, you're now coming across people that you're engaged with in the insurance companies that are telling you to change your estimate. Can you give a little bit more detail? Who is it that you're interacting with? Who are the people? What are their credentials in terms of being able to tell you or assess whether or not they think you're right or wrong? Mr. Milliken?
So there's a team of reviewers, and I don't have access or know their experience or background. Their label, I believe, is a vendor oversight team or team member or training member, but I think I kind of got sidetracked on your question.
No worries. But it sounds like they're not necessarily abiding by that same or have that same obligation when it comes to ethics in terms of the code of conduct. They're not adjusters in the same way that you are?
That's right. Yes, sir. So there's been many times whenever I, as an adjuster, and I'm an experienced adjuster. I'm not saying I'm the best adjuster in the world, but there's been many times where I went out to losses and inspected and identified with my own eyes hail damage, for example, on roofs, and then submitted my findings to this new process of the reviewers. And the reviewer tell me that what I'm seeing is not hail damage. Well, I was there. I seen the hail damage to the siding. I seen the hail damage throughout the neighborhood. I saw the hail damage to the roof. They reject my estimate and tell me they're not going to approve it. So
but you're not necessarily certain what expertise they have to be able to make that assessment, given that you were the one that was on the ground.
I can't imagine they have any more expertise than I do. No, sir.
Yeah. When you're being told, Mr. Schroeder, you were talking about how they were telling you it's taking too long, and that's why you were removed from this particular case. But correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like if they remove you, they'd have to basically start from scratch all over again. Isn't that right? Wouldn't that seem to take a little bit more time too?
Yeah, that's correct, and that's exactly what happens. I actually had contacted Mrs. McGall just to see, out of my own curiosity, and to check in a month after I had been removed, and she had not received an estimate yet for those repairs. So I don't think that was, accurate in why I was removed from the case.
And in fact, it's not just about the work that affects with you, Mr. Schroeder, but Ms. McGall. I keep hearing from people that feel like these delays are intentional, that it's meant to try to discourage the consumers, the policyholders from continuing on. Did you feel that way with how you were treated and just how the lack of response and some of the delays were?
Yes, absolutely.
Mr. Vertel, you were also talking about just significant delays and lack of communication. Did you feel at times that this was intentional?
Absolutely. I feel it's a battle of attrition at this point.
Mr. Milliken, kind of back to you. When you're being told to change and adjust, do you feel pressure or did you feel fear that if you don't make changes that maybe you won't get future work from that insurance company before?
Yes, sir. I do have that fear. I've had that fear, but I'm also a pretty stubborn person, so it's difficult for me to tell someone something that's not true. So I've battled that quite extensively.
Mr. Schroeder, it seemed like you were kind of nodding your head as well. Do you feel that there have been times where you felt fear that, hey, look, if I don't make these adjustments, or, you might be taken off that case or prevented or, not given additional work by that company in the future?
Yeah, I certainly feel that way, and I think that's happened on this last deployment. I had multiple claims that were at the end pulled, and reassigned due to an explanation that to me it didn't make sense, and it was coincidental with the timing of me having disagreements with the virtual examiner that is just looking at a photo when I was the only one, of the two of us actually present during the inspection. There's a difference in a photo compared, it's only, even a great photo is just a photo. When you're there, you not only get a better look, but you can feel, you have a better perception of what's going on. And, those disagreements, to me, it didn't make sense, and it wasn't true. I disagreed and got pulled off a lot of those.
Thank you. Mr. Quinn, you're hearing all this. You hear all this constantly. You went through this experience yourself. You're asking, you're here in front of the U.S. Senate. You're asking for the federal government to be able to step in on something that, traditionally has been sort of state jurisdiction in terms of oversight. Why is it that you think the federal government needs to step in? What has been your experience engaging with the state level, and how has that not satisfied, the ability for policyholders to be able to get the kind of justice they deserve?
We have noticed a lack of action, Senator, on the state level against criminal fraud. I meet prosecutors and attorneys general all over America. I routinely ask them, have you ever prosecuted somebody from the carrier side for cheating a consumer? The answer is invariably no. We see literally no prosecutions on the state level of people from the carrier side who are committing fraud to cheat consumers. We feel there's an issue with regulatory capture. In some cases, it's a limited capacity, budget strains, personnel strains. But we do believe that the federal government should be stepping in and investigating and prosecuting cases where the American consumer is getting cheated by their insurance company.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. I yield back.
Senator Bodie.
Thank you so much, Chair. Florida is no stranger to disasters. In fact, my state has suffered through some incredibly serious, damaging, tragic storms. And all too often, I find myself speaking to Floridians who are struggling to put not just their homes back together, but their lives back together, because so much of our lives is embedded and built within our homes. And let me just thank you all for taking time to be here today and talk to us. I know coming to a Senate hearing is no small thing. I want to thank the chair for putting this together and for making sure that we have two panels so that we can talk to a variety of people. We can only fit so many people here at the table right now. I think making sure that we are paying attention to the public discourse right now in terms of challenges in recovery, and even some public stories about what is being found underneath insurance companies and claims and helping people recover. And I think the worst thing we could do right now is to not have a hearing like this, to address what is being said in the broader conversation in America, especially in states where we have suffered storms and people are still right now trying to recover. Obviously, as an Attorney General, I even had to sue representative of FEMA after the last storm. And so we know that we can't just leave everything to happen and trust that everybody is going to play according to the rules without some sort of oversight. And so I think it is important that you are here today to share your stories. And I also think it's important for our colleagues and for this subcommittee to learn more about what is going on. Just as we would expect insurance companies to do the right thing and live up to the policies that they have offered and certainly have collected money and payment on, we know that is in every industry. We have those that are good faith players, and we have those that may seek to do harm or take advantage of a tragic situation.
Well, we're going to end it right there, man. Get ready to get off this thing. I appreciate everybody for tapping in. I got to get ready to go to my real job. But this Homeland Security thing, man, is crazy. You know, insurance, these people just be taking people money. A lot of people don't have faith in the insurance industry no more. The way that they treated American citizens, but you know, it is what it is. So I appreciate y'all for tapping in, man. Come back a little bit later on. Do some more of these lives, man. All right. So I appreciate y'all. Keep your head up, man. Keep your head on the swivel. Protect yourself at all times. I'm going to let this play about another 5 minutes. And then I'm out of there, man. Y'all hit that subscribe button, man. Double tap that screen. All those good things for your boy. All right. So let's keep this going. Another 5. And then we going to be up out of here. All right. Appreciate y'all.
And I wanted to ask you, Ms. McGowl, I know that you have specifically had a bad experience, and I wondered, I think you mentioned you had the one adjuster come out and then another adjuster come out. Did anyone from Allstate ever call you and walk through the specifics of why something may be covered by your policy or not covered by your policy, or was it just an adjuster coming out and communicating with you?
No, no one called me to walk me through the details of the policy and how that would be applied. I was called mostly regarding scheduling matters and the adjusters.
So even after the multiple estimates, as they gave you lower estimates than you had received, no one called to tell you line by line why something may or may not have been covered?
That is correct.
And Mr. Schroeder, I'll ask you first, when you submitted your estimate, when you had discussions, did anyone go with you line by line why something might not be worth what you estimated or might not be covered by the policy?
Are you asking when I submit an estimate to the reviewers, do they go through, if there's something they disagree with, you know, they would say to remove it. There's typically not an explanation for why, and when there is, more often than not, it's not what I would say legitimate, not according to the policy. It's, you know, that hail damage isn't hail damage, take it off. Or that is wear and tear and not hail damage, take it off. Those are the answers I would get. But no, they wouldn't go through my entire estimate line by line with me. No.
And Ms. McGowl, I'm going to come back to you for a moment. When you didn't receive right away the money you needed to repair the home, were you forced to come out of pocket to repair the house?
We have done relatively minor repairs so far, simply because we do not have any insight into the budget that we might have at hand. So only the most crucial repairs and, for example, putting a tarp up on the roof to prevent further damage or rainfall has been done so far.
And you had to pay for that just out of your own money that was probably taxed on your income?
Yes, that's correct. And of course, engaging with external experts such as the engineer was also out of pocket.
Would that have been helpful to be able to deduct from your taxes the money you had to lay out to recover for your roof with storm damage?
I have not deducted those expenses from my taxes at this point.
Would that have been helpful
Would that have been helpful? Likely, yes.
I've been exploring with colleagues, you know, and a bipartisan approach to trying to address money that people are having to use from their own pocket. They get money from their jobs, and then they have to outlay it to stop rain from coming into their home, and then they still have to pay taxes on that money. Would that have been helpful to you and your family?
Absolutely, that would have been helpful.
And I don't want to go over time, but Mr. Quinn, I would like to follow up with you. I know that you've been so focused on this, and I know a lot of your energy and time and talent has been focused on this issue. Do you believe it would be helpful? And I know many states are set up and structured different ways, right? One agency may have statutory authority to investigate these matters where another agency wouldn't. And so if that one isn't moving fast enough or this one wants to complement it, sometimes that's not available and it looks different in different states. Do you think it would be helpful to have a cross-section from different agencies being able to, within one state, task force, or even federally, a task force where the agents or the officers are specially trained in this area?
Yes, ma'am, I believe that would be very helpful.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Milliken, can I just come back to you for a second? Can I just ask you, did you think that Allstate might retaliate against you for your testimony here today? Did that ever cross your mind?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And why did you think that might happen?
Well, I mean, I got a phone call from pilot management indicating that they were aware of it, and then got word from people in the office that I was going to be on a cutoff list, which has not happened in probably 6 years.
Okay, so wait a minute. I just want to make sure that I got this right, and I want to be sure everybody in the room understands it. You're telling me that after you agreed to testify here today, you got word that you were on a blacklist, essentially, from Allstate, and that you were going to be penalized in some way?
I've been told, yes, sir, I've been told that I'm going to be worked out of the storm in Georgia, which is 100%. I mean, it's cutting me off. It's eliminating me, guaranteed.
So they're retaliating against you. It sounds like they've already set it in motion. Is what you're telling me. That's what you've heard. Because you testified as to what happened.
Yeah, because I was going to testify, yes, sir.
Yeah, even before you got here today, they were doing this. I mean, that is really unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Why do you think why would they do that? Because they don't want the truth to be known? I mean, what are they so afraid of in your testimony?
I honestly couldn't tell you. I thought that by telling the truth, I wouldn't have any problem. Swear to goodness, I had no idea that the company I work for would hold a grudge about speaking the truth.
And I just want to underline what you've said today, and you too, Mr. Schroeder, because I want to be sure people get it. What you've testified to is not only did Allstate not do right by Ms. Miguel, not only did they tell both of you to alter your evaluations, they told you to alter your findings, they pushed down the estimate lower and lower and lower, but you both have testified today that you saw this happen over and over and over, that you were told, you said, Mr. Milligan, you've been told multiple times to alter factual findings, to delete information, to lower your estimate, that's happened repeatedly. It's a pattern.
Yes, sir.
And you said the same thing, Mr. Schroeder. It's a pattern over and over.
Yeah, it's a
not
pattern.
just in this one deployment, not just one little thing, not one little area, but this has happened over and over again.
For years, I've seen this trend.
For years. I mean, that's extraordinary, I have to say. And I want to say thank you to all the witnesses. I want to say thank you to the two of you in particular, because you've really risked a lot by being here today. And I'm sorry, Mr. Milliken, that they're retaliating against you. Mr. Schroeder, I know that they retaliated against you by yanking the case right out from under you when you were working with Ms. Miguel to try to get a fair award for her under the policy. That's just outrageous. It may be illegal. If it's not, it should be. And I just want to tell you, we're going to do everything we can to make sure that you are done right by, and that people like Ms. Miguel across this country are done right by. And that brings me to you, Mr. Rettel. I want to give you the chance just to say a little bit more about your story. We've been talking about Allstate, but you were a policyholder of State Farm. I think we've got a picture of your house as well. Let's take a look here just so people get a sense of it. This is your home after Hurricane Helene, is that right?
That's correct.
That's a lot of damage right there. Now, did you say that you had a small child at this time?
2 years old, yes.
And your wife was pregnant?
With our second, yes.
Wow. And this was taken back right after the hurricane, back in September, about October, something like that?
Right after the storm, yes.
So, and did you say Allstate now has fixed it all up and it's all good?
The State Farm has not.
Oh, State Farm, sorry.
The home sits untouched. Current condition is inhabitable.
So they've done nothing in those, you said the number of days,
228 days of our home being uninhabitable, excuse me.
228 days. And your wife has since had your second child, is that correct?
2.5 months ago, yes.
So you've got a 2.5-month-old, you've got a 2-year-old. Nobody gets any sleep in your house, I suspect. I've got little kids.
This keeps us up more at night than they do.
I bet that's true. And you are coming out of pocket to pay for your own housing because you can't live here. Is that right?
We've received drips of reimbursement, but we've had to fight tooth and nail for every one of those.
So, I mean, just tell us what it's like to go through this with this company. I mean, how long, you'd had your policy for a little while, I imagine. I mean, you didn't get the day before the storm.
We've been State Farm customers probably for the better part of a decade.
Wow. And so you pay your premiums like everybody else, right?
Always.
And yet they won't work with you. They won't give you any help. Your home still hasn't been touched. You've got a little kid, you've got a little baby. They're not doing anything for you. You decided ultimately that you needed to stand up for yourself and actually try to fight State Farm on this. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
What would have happened if you hadn't have done that? Do you think, what was the strategy here? If you still haven't gotten the appropriate award, damage award. So what would have happened though if you hadn't have stood up and started to demand your rights?
I feel that we were perceived as an easy mark, that we needed to be in our home quickly, and so we were going to take this on ourselves. Right now, we simply have not received any funds that would allow us to fix our home. So if we had to come out of pocket, it changes everything about our life, where we live, if our kids could go to school, everything.
It's just extraordinary. You should never have had to go through that, Mr. Vitale. I want to offer my sympathies and my apologies to you, to your wife, to your little ones. That's absolutely outrageous. And the kind of behavior we've heard testified to here today, it sounds like to me you're a victim of. Another one of these massive insurance companies who takes your money. They're happy to take your money. Yeah. But when this happened to you, they won't give you anything. It's delay, delay, delay. Mr. Quinn, let me just ask you, you've heard this testimony today. You're very familiar with it. You hear it all the time. Can I just ask you, you've heard testimony about Allstate and about, frankly, fraud that goes on there. In your view, in your professional judgment, is that kind of fraud limited to Allstate?
No, sir, it is not. It is pretty much industry-wide.
Tell us more about that. I mean, it's industry-wide because why? Tell us what the industry looks like, how it runs.
We believe this goes back to the 90s with what's called the McKinsey report, a consulting firm sort of trained insurance companies to use their claims department as a profit center. And they actually trained their staff to come in and short people on claims. They did it specifically starting out with Allstate, and then they took it on the road for almost every other insurance company, and it is now basically industry standard. I will say there's nothing you're hearing that's unique. The people that are speaking are unique because they had the courage to do it, but I hear these stories every single day, and they are the exact same stories over and over and over, and working class families getting taken advantage of by insurance companies without any ability to fight back.
So what you're telling us is these big insurance companies went to a consulting firm, McKinsey, and asked them to design a program to help rip off policyholders.
That is correct, sir.
And has that been successful? I mean, has their program been successful in ripping off policyholders?
It's been incredibly successful, sir. It is actually part of the systemic fraud that's occurring every day now.
That's extraordinary.
Extraordinary.
Senator Kim.
Thank you, Chair.
Yep. They've been ripping people off, boy. They come in there, and the person they send give you a real estimate. They take it back, and then the bosses tell them they better change that, or they ain't gonna have no damn job. So they change it, manipulate it, and come back with a lot less settlement. So it's crazy, man. But anyway, man, we're gonna cut it right here. I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all tap back in later. Surf YouTube again and look at some of these headlines, these reports, and chop it up. All right. So y'all protect yourself at all times. Keep your head on a swivel. God bless you. God bless me, man, and God bless America. All right. And I'm out. Mr. Zach Reacts. Peace. Y'all Y'all don't forget to subscribe, all right? Hit that like button and share it live. All right, and I'm up out of here. Salute to the chat. All right, peace.